efficiency there as well. James Everard is next, and he leads pre-66 rather. Class C, that's the class Billy Keneally is in. So he wants to move up on the Alfa Romeo. Ian Thompson, the next of the Lotus Cortinas. Barry Syme is a Class C car as well. So that's who Billy Keneally needs to be chasing, looking to win the championship this year for the first time in the ex-Robin Slater Ford Anglia. Should have had Robin out on the grid this weekend, but I think he had problems in qualifying yesterday. There's the reigning champion in pre-66, the Austin A40, Luke Wilson, the maroon car. There's Patrick Harris with his Morris Minor. Keith Wrights from Bedfordshire in his Lotus Cortina, a lovely blue and white machine there. Plumber heating engineer by trade. Also owns the red Morris Minor we see being driven today by Eddie Croker. 81, Mark Chollerton still holding second place. Flicks the tail out on the Mark II Escorts RS2000. He's done the fastest lap that time through, 2:17.993. We've got just under 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're past half distance now in this combined race for the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, sponsored by Shell Oils and Orange Aero. Pool Central Classic race engines, pre-66 classic and historic touring cars. Cars dating back to the 50s in that championship. The British Saloon Car Championship, of course, began in 1958. Won by Jack Sears, who raced an Austin A105 Westminster, of all things, beating Tommy Sopwith in his Jaguar Mark I. Ah, there's David Claxton, but he stalled on the grid, didn't get away in yesterday's race, chasing Barry Syme in the Mini now. They're battling for 12th place. Yes, the first ever British Saloon Car Championship in 1958. Because Tommy Sopwith and Jack Sears both won their class in every round, they finished equal on points with an identical race record. That's the only championship I can find in motor racing history decided by a race-off in two identical cars. They had two match races at Brands Hatch in, I think it was Wolseley 1500s, and the aggregate time over the two races, because they swapped cars for each race, would be the champion, and Jack Sears won it. We've got Tim Avenslow in there. He's in trouble. He was leading Class F for Lotus Cortina, so Ian Thompson will take the lead of that division. As Primet moves up on Mark Chollerton, the leaders have gone through. Stephen Primet's done the fastest lap, 2:17.555. The Bedfordshire driver is now pushing, so is Anton Martin, chasing Kevin Bottomley in his Mini further back in the order. Where are they overall? 20th place that battle is for. There are the leaders, and we've had a change for the lead on the hairpin. Mark Chollerton has just taken it up ahead of Jonathan Corker. They've caught the Datsun. That Datsun doesn't seem to be handling too well all of a sudden. You saw the way the front end dipped down there going through Palmer's corner, and Mark Chollerton now leads in the Mark II Escorts RS2000. Through the left is Agostini. Primet will be on the back of that Japanese machine any moments as well. Let's have a look at that again, into the hairpin. Mark Chollerton on his own. That's what happened. Jonathan Corker rather got sideways under braking. I wonder if his brakes or tyres might be going off. He said it didn't look like it was handling too well, but he's fighting back there as they go through the right-hander at Oggies and up towards Williams corner into the Bentley straight. Yes, here comes Corker again. He's got the speed, but it doesn't seem to be handling as well as the Escort with Datsun. There's Tim Abbott's car. Yellow flags out that's the exit of Nelson, so he's pulled up there at the marshal's post. Barry Syme having a go at James Everett. Charges past the Alfa Romeo into Hamilton corner, lifting a wheel on the Mini. Here come the leaders, and yes, Corker has got the lead back again as they come out of Nelson. Stephen Primet sliding the Escort around there through the bomb hole into Coram, the long right-hander. Don Hughes on his own in fourth place, still leading his class in the Golf. Have we had any retirements further back? Don't think so, just the three we've already mentioned. Up over the line comes one of the Austin A40s, that's Anthony Ward. He used to campaign at Wolseley 1500 if I remember rightly. Greenall leads the pre-66s outright, using the power of his big V8 down the long straights. It's normally braking issues that he encounters because big cars like that tend to boil their brake fluid after a while. That's Mark Fowler sliding about in the Escort, living up to his dashboard sticker. David Margulies on the tail of the Alan Greenall car, and side by side again for the lead. This time Cholerton's got wide though, he tried to go around the outside. And now here comes the number 1 of Stephen Primet. David Claxton, I don't know what's happened there, showing at top of the timesheets with a lap of, yeah, that lap was an error, I think. Lap was showing as 1:44. He's taking a shortcut somewhere. Here are your leaders, here comes Cholerton. Bit of dust been put down there, bit of powder after an incident in free practice for the Brick Car Trophy earlier on. That was David May, his Nissan 370Z, unfortunately, I believe has laid that oil down. He went off into the tyre wall. David is okay. I don't think the Nissan will be racing later on though, sadly. Mark Cholerton and Stephen Primet battling it out, 2 escorts. It's Jonathan Corker who leads, looking for a double in the Datsun. The old Datsun Works colours there as well. Lovely looking car, that is. David Margulies still all over the tail of the big Ford Falcon. Slides it out, coming out of the left hand of the Ford Falcon, of course, most famous for its efforts at the Bathurst 1000 in Australia every autumn. Ian Thompson in the Lotus Cortina, leading his class now with the demise of the 63 of Tim Allen. We've lost Jason Christie as well, I noticed. He's dropped out of the race somewhere. I saw a car parked up on the entrance to Oggie's on the run through there. I think that might be his car that's pulled up. We didn't see Pat Keneally back out either. He failed to start. Clearly that loss of a wheel was a bit more turmoil than we thought yesterday. Just over a minute of the race to go now, so they'll be coming into their last lap this time. As we watch the pre-66 leader, Alan Greenall, tells us he won't be contesting the final round at Donington Park next month, unfortunately. Where the various classic touring car racing club championships will be confirmed. David Margulies still with him in the Lavant Straight Classics Alfa Romeo. There's Thompson, Fowler up from the back into 9th place. We're on the last lap now. Can Jonathan Corker hang on in the little Datsun? He'll be hoping the escorts get busy battling for 2nd place, and he's able to keep his advantage. The lead was 1.6 seconds as they came over the line. Stephen Primet looking to get through into 2nd place, and 2nd in class as he looks to take the lead of the championship. Well, if he finishes where he is now, he'll take the lead of the championship. He's only 2 points behind the absent Will Davis, the BMW driver. In pre-66, Billy Keneally will keep his championship lead. He's 2nd in class now, behind Barry Side, because the Alfa Romeo has dropped back into 4th in class. James Everard, on the timing tower there on the left of your screen, shows the class statistics. Corker through Williams' corner for the last time. Can Mark Cholerton hang on for 2nd place? He'll be ruining that slightly poor start there, which saw him drop to P5. Down the straight, here comes Stephen Primet, he's having a look. Trying to slipstream Mark Cholerton here, Caterham style, as they come down the straight there. The Mark 1 escort goes to the inside. Can he get the car stopped? No, he thinks better of it. I think he was a bit late on the brakes there, Stephen Primet. He didn't want to go straight onto the escape road. Checkered flag will be at the ready this time. See, Primet is really on it as he comes through the bomb hole there. He's determined to try and nab 2nd place from Mark Cholerton and give himself a chance of the title when we go to the final round. He's going to take the lead of the points from Will Davison because Will not here. But it's going to be a win for Jonathan Corker in the Datsun up on the curve. Stephen Primet there. Corker escapes down the straight. The checkered flag is going to be up and ready. Our first winner of this Sunday morning is Jonathan Corker. It's a double for the Datsun. Cholerton hangs on for 2nd ahead of Primet. Well, that's a rare sight, no wins for Stephen Primet this weekend. John Hughes will take a 4th place and win his class in the Golf. Who's going to win the pre-66s? It should be Alan Greenall. Next through we should see Carl Shreve. He's Triumph Dolomite, he's had a consistent weekend. There he is, first of the Triumphs over the line. He's a Class C runner as well. And now we await our pre-66 winner. Oh, he's lost out to David Margulies in the Alfa Romeo. That won't matter to him because they're in different championships, those two, never mind different classes. He might get him back here because the grunts of that V8, they're going to finish side by side, and he does get back through. So quick in a straight line, that big Falcon. Margulies 7, Mark Fowler, well done to him. Last on the grid up to 8. Ian Thompson and David Claxton round out the top 10. Good run by the Triumph Dolomite driver there. Patrick Harris and the Morris Minor under fire from Phil Waller in the Chrysler Avenger. I don't think those two were lapped there. Let's just check back in the order. No, they're still battling around the final lap. Billy Keneally finishes third in class, behind Barry Syme and Kevin Swan, so that'll keep him his championship lead in Pre-66 in the Ford Anglia. Because his main rival, Michael Loveland, not here this weekend in Class E. We haven't got any Class E entries, no Hillman Imps, sadly. No James Ibbotson to get his imp sideways, as we've so often seen before. Last few cars are coming in over the line, so as they do so, we'll check out the results then. Jonathan Corker taking the win by 2 seconds ahead of Mark Chollerton. 2 wins for the Datsun this weekend. Stephen Primek just losing out to Mark Chollerton in their battle for second place, but he does take the lead of the championship. Don Hughes takes his class in 4th place ahead of Carl Shreve. Alan Greenall wins the Pre-66s in the Falcon in 6th position. And the other class winners, David Margulies took Pre-83 Class B, Ian Thompson Class F for the Lotus Cortinas in Pre-66, Class C for Pre-66 to Barry Syme in the Mini. Further down the order, Jake Swan took the guest class in Pre-66 with the Anglia. To scroll down a bit to find the others. Pre-66 Class D has gone to Luke Wilson in his Austin A40. Pre-66 Class B to Stuart Radford in the Little Triumph Vitesse. And that concludes the class winners. 4 non-finishers there. We lost Jason Christie, Tim Abbott, Rob Frizzell and Colin Claxton on the first lap. Just waiting for our last couple of finishers to come in then. Patrick Harris has crossed the line. We may have lost Phil Waller on the last lap there. The Chrysler Avenger hasn't come in. But it is a win for Jonathan Corker. 2 wins out of 2 for the Datsun 510. The only one of its kind racing in the UK. Next up on track today, it is going to be the big rigs. The British Truck Racing Championship, their 3rd race of 5 this weekend. Yesterday, it was fairly straightforward for Ryan Smith, nobody getting near the 7-time consecutive champion in Division 1, pole position and 2 dominant race victories, while in Division 2 it was a double win for Paul Rivette at the wheel of his MAN in the division for the slightly less powerful trucks. A couple of cars to be recovered then by our excellent volunteer marshals and our recovery teams. It's Tim Abbott and his Lotus Cortina. He's leading his class when he pulled up there as well. He won't be too happy there. Lotus Cortina was the first homologation saloon designed for racing by Colin Chapman, and some of the greatest names of the 60s raced in Lotus Cortinas. Graham Hill, the legendary Jim Clark, and many more besides. In Ford's touring car team of the 60s with the Lotus Cortina. Jack Sears raced them as well. Of course, Cortina successful in rallying too with the likes of Roger Clark before the Escorts came along. That was after Ford had used the incredible Ford Galaxy, the NASCAR racer they brought over to race in Britain. The JS Holmes recovery truck will give the Cortina a tow. Loving the personalised plate on the Nissan recovery truck there. Got 3 companies doing recovery for the truck racers as well this weekend, with some big beasts to tow the race trucks if needed. Trackside Recovery, who we've seen at Brands Hatch, also Hammonds, and Lantern Recovery are here as well. That's Ray Coleman's company. We saw him racing at Donington in the International Truck Prix. He's been competing in the European Truck Racing Championship as well. Ray, I think he's here, but not racing this weekend. Hopefully we'll see him back out in months to come. Tow rope is in position, and back to the paddock goes Tim Abbott. Traditional colour scheme of the Lotus Cortina. Lovely looking cars, aren't they? Okay, we can now go down to Parc Fermé with our ace interviewer Ian Waterhouse down there to talk to our race winners.
No, there's a couple of 4G jungle.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Ferme, everybody. A little bit of a case of deja vu, actually, from yesterday. Top three of the pre-83s, the same as they were yesterday. Jonathan Corkin getting the win, of course. Mark Jonathan in second. Stephen Primmett in third. Big shout out, Alan Greenhall, of course, picking up his second win of the weekend in the pre-66s. And it's almost as if we staged this, isn't it? Because we've got the top three here. Let's grab Jonathan Corkin very quickly as well. Jonathan, congratulations. Second win, of course, of the weekend. But about 3 laps from the end, you three, got Mark and Stephen, we'll bring him in as well. You guys were almost nose to tail.
Yeah, I made a mistake into the hairpin and locked up the rear.
I was leading.
Yeah.
I was leading. I thought, yeah, that'll do.
Stephen, you were right in there as well. I mean, it did look at one point it could be anybody's race.
Yeah, I was trying. I thought maybe second was. I had a chance at second, but whatever side I got on Mark, I was the wrong side. So you know.
Did it get a bit close coming the final corner there? I looked like Stephen, looked like you were trying to get a bit of a run.
Stuff though, brilliant racing, you know.
Yeah, it really has been, guys. Congratulations, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. The hats suit you all. You look good. You all look very good.
Steve's not wearing it.
Yeah, except for Steve. Yeah, guys, stick with me. Let's just move down a little bit, shall we? Do want to see if we can find Alan Greenhall again. Of course, your pre-66 winner. Pair of wins for him this weekend too. I can see him. He's just having a quick chat. So bear with us. A lot of action coming up throughout the course of the day as well. Don't forget, next up we have the first race of the British Truck Racing Championship of the day. Of course, we had 2 yesterday, 3 to bring you today as well. Oh, look, there we go. Look at this. Look, pop the camera. There you go. Alan getting his garland and his well-deserved trophy as well, and his hat and his sparkling champagne, if we could call it that, Alan. No, it's quite. Yeah, and congratulations, perfect weekend for you, of course, and home time now.
Well, home time, yes, early in time for a roast, but sad that we didn't have a bit more competition, but it's always nice to get the laurels.
It is. I mean, it looks actually like it's chucking it down over there. I might have thrown a curveball or two in. And how are you in the wet?
Well, I don't go in the wet, really. I try and avoid the wet, as you know.
Well, you've done well today, then. You have avoided it.
I think the wet's coming later on, so we're very happy that the race is early this morning because, I just stand still in the wet, so hopeless.
Right. Go pack up, go home. Congratulations, well done. Good stuff, yeah. Let me just turn around and talk to... I was being very generous. You just said to me the bottles are not champagne. No, they are not. They're good for spraying on the podium, but that's about it. Look at these clouds over here. I wonder if this is going to have a bit of an impact. Weather forecast is for rain, but not until 5 o'clock. Got a sneaky feeling it might come a little bit sooner. Are we going to see a bit of spice, a curveball or two thrown into the mix here at Snetterton with the weather? I certainly think so. Next up, first British Truck Racing Championship race of the day, the first of 3. I'm going to hand you over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Right in the pits as soon as you get on track, problem.
Thanks, Ian. Yes, the sky looking a little bit threatening here at Snetterton at the moment. As we see, Jason Christie's escort was a retirement in that race being recovered by our volunteer marshals. Thank you again to the Orange Army. We see in the assembly area there the TRP truck parts, DAF waiting to lead out the big rigs onto the circuits here at Snetterton. There is rain forecast later today. We hope that doesn't arrive earlier than expected, especially not with truck races to take place. So waiting to see the trucks brought out of the assembly area. We'll bring you the grid in just a moment. Thanks to those commenting on our YouTube feed. Welsh lad says, where's Mark Osborne? We normally see him in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. We've not seen him out so much this season. Not here this weekend, unfortunately. Hello to Maxine Henderson. She's supporting Simon Clark in his Porsche in the Brickcard Trophy. We'll see him out a little bit later on. Hi to Dan Bartlett, and also to somebody called James Ibbotson. How come you're not on track, James, with your Hillman Imp, Mr. Sideways, as we call him? We'll see him at Donington. Hopefully he says he'll be back out at that one. Good to see you watching on, James. Thanks to everybody else as well, as we get ready for our third truck race of the weekend. And yesterday it was a dominant performance by Fly-In Ryan Smith, who we ride on board with for this race. Ryan won the second race yesterday from pole by over 20 seconds. He's qualified on pole at every race this year. He just disappeared off into the sunset in the second race yesterday, and in the first as well, earlier on in the day, to be fair. But this time, to make things a bit interesting, the top 8 in Division 1 and in Division 2, although Division 2 only has half a dozen entries, has been reversed. So just to make things a little bit more interesting, the grid is flipped around slightly. That means it's the number 14 of John Bowler who is going to start on pole. We mentioned our recovery companies. Well, there's some of their vehicles. You can see from Bradley Smith's truck looking back. We've got Trackside Recovery's pickup truck on the left, Ford Ranger. One of Lantern Recovery's vehicles on the right. Behind them, it's the Hammond Recovery, the Renault. We'll give you a bit more info on those if they are required in action on track a bit later on. We hope they won't, of course, because we don't want any damaged trucks. They've had a couple of trucks to recover over the course of the weekend, but
I'm not going to get the sun in your eyes today. So.
We'll see if our recovery drivers have a quiet day. Thanks to them for their services, though. So the grid is the top 8 reverse in Division 1. New number 14 of John Bowler, the Rochdale LGV driver training truck, is on pole. He's had 1 win in Division 1 so far in the 2023 season. His first season moving up from Division 2. It was a curtailed race, unfortunately, that he won at Thruxton after Neil Yates had a big shunt in his debut meeting. So it's the number 14, the MAN of John Bowler, on pole. Will start alongside Craig Reed in truck number 68, the first of the 2 brothers, and they're identical Ivecos, the Reed freight trucks based in Stoke. Had 1 win in Division 1 last season. Very last race of the year was won by Craig, the former Division 2 champion. Second row will be number 12, which is Michael Oliver. His father Stuart a little further back on the grid, the 10 times champion. Michael Oliver's had 1 win so far this year. That was at Pembrey in Wales. 2 rounds to go for the trucks this year. They go to Pembrey in October again. And then the finale, of course, is on Bonfire Weekend at Brands Hatch. Alongside Michael Oliver will be the number 89 of Simon Reed with his Iveco. And on row 3, David Jenkins, number 69, who's yet to win this year, the former champion. I know he's desperate for a race win. Starting alongside the youngest man on the grid, Bradley Smith, who picked up a podium in race 1 yesterday, the number 46, holding off David Jenkins all the way. It was that race that set the grid for this race, with the result of race 1 seeing the top 8 flipped around for race 3. Row 4 of the grid are 2 men with 17 titles between them in British truck racing. Stuart Oliver, 10 British championships in the number 7, plus 1 European title, and Ryan Smith going for an 8th consecutive British championship this year. The 5th row of the grid will be number 95, Ricky Collins, the heavy haulage boss from Yorkshire, in his MAN, a former champion many years ago, a real vastly experienced truck racer. Starts alongside the number 33 of Neil Yates. Now, yesterday, Neil Yates was electing to start from the very back of the grid because it's only his 3rd truck race meeting, only his 2nd in the Division 1 truck. So he had a baptism of fire, of course, as we mentioned, at Thruxton, with a big accident in the 4th race there. The recovery company boss from Kent. And completing the trucks in Division 1, 86 Tom O'Rourke, the Scotsman, in the MV Commercials MAN, alongside number 3 Stephen Powell. They failed to finish race 1 yesterday with a few problems. Stephen Powell got the black and orange flag because of some loose bodywork on the front of his truck. He had to pit. So the number 3 truck will start from the tail of the grid. Then we've got a gap and we go to Division 2. And that's a reverse of the finishing order from race 1 yesterday. And we should hopefully see gentleman Jim Bennett on pole position in Division 2. 74 years young and still going strong at the wheel of his number 28 Seddon Atkinson, one of the older trucks on the grid. Alongside Jim Bennett will be number 41 Simon Cole, switching from Division 1 to Division 2 with an Iveco. He started the season in Division 1 but had endless problems with his MAN. Craig Evans on the 2nd row of the grid, number 10 with his MAN, and the number 6 of John Powell in the DAF. Had 1 or 2 problems with that truck yesterday. And completing the grid, 2 more of the title contenders in Division 2 along with John Powell. Number 5 Adam Bintz with his Volvo, and 22 Paul Rivette, double winner yesterday with his MAN. The trucks are about to head out onto track then. Our man in the paddock, Pointy, caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on.
As you can hear, engines at the ready, and we're in Tom O'Rourke's tent now, waiting to get out for that first race of Sunday morning. Tom, how are we set up today? How are you feeling about the first race?
I'm really looking forward to it. The weather's good. I like the Snetterton circuit. Yesterday with the DNF, my steering pump went. The truck felt great, and in the second race it felt even better. So I was hoping for a wee bit of rain today, and it looked like maybe about an hour ago it was going to rain, but I think the sun's going to split the trees today. So no, it should be a good race.
Could you not just, like, with the rain thing, does it have to be wet for everybody else for you to benefit, or could you just make your own tyres wet?
I think it has to be wet for everybody else.
Yeah, I thought as much. Oh.
Yeah, no, it's a great circuit. It's at 3.2 miles, so
it's a big one, isn't it? I mean, even if you end up nearer the back, you can just enjoy the country drive, can't you?
Well, I think when you look at the times between the best and the worst, it can look like 3 or 4 seconds, but over 3 miles, it's not really a lot of time, you know. But it's a wide circuit in some areas. It's narrow as well. No, it's got a bit of everything. I like Snetterton. It's one of my favourite circuits.
Well, we've got 3 goes at it today. You're obviously starting relatively far up the grid, so good luck for the first race, and we'll have a chat to you later on, I'm sure.
Okay,
thanks very much.
Cheers.
Tom O'Rourke.
Okay, hearing from Tom O'Rourke there, the boss of MV Commercials, based in the west of Scotland. Let's have a confirmation of the grid then. John Bowler in pole position alongside Craig Reed at front of Division 1. Second row, Michael Oliver, number 12, and number 89, Simon Reed. MAN and Iveco on the first 2 rows. Row 3, a pair of MANs, David Jenkins, number 69, and Bradley Smith in 46. And on row 4, the 2 bonneted trucks. Stuart Oliver, number 7, Ryan Smith in number 1, the Daimler Freightliner, going for the hat-trick and his 14th win of the season already. Row 5, Ricky Collett in the MAN, and Neil Yates in his new MAN alongside him from the Stephen Powell stable. Then on the 6th row of the grid, the 2 trucks that failed to finish race 1. That's Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell. Division 2 headed up by Jim Bennett in the Seddon Atkinson alongside Simon Cole, then Craig Evans and John Powell, Adam Bint and Paul Rivett. So the leading Division 2 runners having to fight their way through. It looks like Neil Yates, yes, the white truck there, is starting from the very back of the grid, as he did yesterday. So the truck's about to be unleashed then, the TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF leading them round. Can Ryan Smith and Paul Rivett both make it a hat-trick? There we go then, 15 minutes of truck racing to come. Looking back from Bradley Smith, what a sight that is. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, 17 titles between them in your mirror. Not what you want at the start of a truck race, I don't think, but Bradley, a very, very talented young racer. Surely his first ever win is not too far away. Cloudy conditions here at Snetterton as we get ready to get underway with the first of 3 truck races here today. John Bowler and Craig Reed on the front row of the grid. Waiting for the pace truck to pull into pit lane. 5-ton beasts, almost 1,000 horsepower apiece under the driver's right feet. Here we go, beasts in the east of England here at Snetterton. The red lights are on, we're on board with flying Ryan Smith up towards the red lights. This first corner's not going to be for the faint of heart. Here we go. We're underway down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Stuart Oliver trying to get up the inside there to Ricky Collett. He's got a good start in the 95 up the inside of Ryan Smith. And is that rain on the camera lens? Looks like it. Oh, Collett's gone. He's tangled with Ryan Smith. Smith's going off. Well, there go his hopes for a hat-trick. Simon Cole's gone spinning as well in the 41 into the gravel. Now, if he can't get out of there, that's going to be a race stoppage. Oh, dear. So who's leading? It's John Bowler. Michael Oliver up into second place. Third with this position, we've got Craig Reed, then David Jenkins. Ryan Smith's got going in at the back, but I saw a red light flashing there. Yeah, Ricky Collins stuck there, so it looks like the race is going to be stopped, quite possibly. 2 trucks off. Simon Cole still there as well. I suspect that's going to be a red flag. I saw lights flashing there. Whether they were yellow or red lights, I couldn't quite tell. Yes, red flag's now out. Race stopped, as expected. So that will be a full restart. Poor Ricky Collin, he got a fantastic start there down the inside. And there's Ryan Smith's truck in a pose we quite often see in these reverse grid races, with a chunk bitten out of its front bodywork. Okay, so now we're going to see our recovery teams in operation. That looks like Lantern Recovery ready to go at the Paddock exit. We see from Ryan Smith's truck there. Still going, and he's won a bit of a reprieve there, it has to be said, because he was in last place when the red flags came out. Give you a bit of info on the recovery trucks if you see them in action. This will be their first big job of the race weekend, with 2 trucks off at Riches. The race stopped just under a minute in. It will be a full restart. There's Neil Yates at the back. And now the recovery operation. The Lantern recovery truck, yes, there it is. We can just see it coming down towards the hairpin there. Let's have a look at the replay of the start from outside of Riches. It was John Bowler who led off. Michael Oliver with a great getaway at the inside. Cracking start on the inside by Ricky Collett as well. But look what happened, he just lost the back end. I don't think there was any contact in there. Simon Cole just went spinning around all on his own. Maybe hit the brakes as something's happened further back as well there. Look in the smoke, somebody else has gone off. Now who's that? Unfortunately I can't see, so something had already happened further back. I can't quite see in the smoke there who that was. That truck rejoining. It was John Powell. So John Powell was the truck that had already spun. So there was already mayhem among the Division 2 trucks. We can just see further back there. But into turn 1 for Division 1. We'll see what happened again for Ricky Collett. He made a good start at the inside of Ryan Smith. Was chasing Stuart Oliver. Now, was the track damp? Had any fluid, had any rain come down already? We saw a couple of spots on the camera on Ryan Smith's truck. No, he was just a bit too quick. He just missed his braking point. Was trying to avoid the back of Stuart Oliver. Round he went. Clips the back of Bradley Smith as well there. Ryan Smith has to go off into the field in avoidance. Stephen Powell anchors up and just misses. And then Simon Cole went spinning off on all on his own as well. I don't know if there was damage to Simon Cole's truck as a result of that contact off the grid. But there he is spinning it, and he was lucky not to hit Ricky Collett's truck. Now, Lantern recovery into operation. We've got Hammond recovery in there as well. Lantern with their Volvo FH. And Hammond recovery with their Renault Kerax 4-axle truck. I think we can hand down to Pointy down in the paddock and see what he's found out for us.
Well, good morning. Not the start that we were hoping for in the Division 1. We also had a little bit of bump and tickle in the Division 2 as well. We can see, though, in the distance, we've got Simon Cole, I believe, that somehow ended up in the gravel. I'm not quite sure how that's happened, but we do know that Ricky Collett looked like on that first bend at high speed, locked up, lost his traction, slid sideways into Ryan Smith, taking them both out. Of course, Ryan Smith managed to get going again, but unfortunately, Ricky is bedded down in that gravel. I still honestly haven't got a clue how Simon Cole from Division 2 ended up in there as well, but he was part of it and now they are stuck. But of course, if we turn around, you'll see there is quite a few spectators here with us today. Thousands, in fact. This is just one of the several viewing areas that we've got around the Snetterton circuit, and it's a fantastic turnout. We've got a mixture of sun hats and waterproofs, though, because, well, there's a bit of a breeze in the air, and Snetterton does have a habit of rewarding us on the second day. Shall we have a word with a few people? Let's have a word with a few people. Hi, you look interesting. What's your name?
Ryan.
Hi Ryan, great name. We've met a lot of Ryans this weekend. So, did you see what happened, or did you just see the aftermath?
Well, they had a bit of a coming together and then spun off.
So, are you here for the truck racing predominantly, or are you here for something else?
Truck racing predominantly.
And have you come far?
Attleborough. 2 minutes up the
Where's
road.
Attleborough? Because he knows where Attleborough is, but I have no clue. So 2 minutes up the road.
Next village that way.
That's for future reference. That's how to answer the question. Yeah, just up the road. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And what do you do for a day job? Are you involved in haulage, or are you just like the racing?
No, just like the racing. I'm a security engineer.
A security engineer. What does that do? Enlighten me.
Car park barriers, gates.
Oh, okay, right. So instead of like, so I suppose would that mean like a security electrician would be like doing the cameras and the locks and the things like that?
Similar, but I'm not an electrician.
No, so that's because you're an engineer.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. Fantastic. Good to meet you, man. Thanks very much. Let's have a little wander over here. Hello. Yeah. Hello. What's your name?
Lucas.
Lucas. Hello, Lucas. Are you here to see the racing trucks? Yeah. Are you a bit cold? Yeah, it's so cold he can't even speak. What's your name, young lady?
Grace.
Hi, Grace. And have you been dragged along for the racing, or are you enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it.
You are enjoying it. So you were forced to come, but now you're happy you're here. Good. That's how we get you. You know, you don't really fancy it at the time, but then eventually you're like, yeah, it's all right, I'll stay. It's 12 years for me, you know. I just blinked and it's gone. I'm like, oh, I'm involved now. That's it. And who are we?
Yeah, Robert.
Hi, Robert. Cool name. Well, I won't tell you you know my real name. It's Robert, obviously, but they call me Pointy here. That's my proper name. And have you been involved in the trucks? Who's the reason we're here? Put your hand up.
Well, this is my son-in-law, my granddaughter, and grandkids.
Right.
I've got a haulage company. So.
There we go. You see, there's always some connection somewhere with the haulage world. When we're talking truck race, there's always got to be someone, trucks, I'll go and see them crash into, race.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got to see a bit of action this week, and unfortunately, this is a delay now. Have you been to any other races during this year?
Not truck racing, no. Done superbikes, branch hatch, things like that, yeah. But
have you been to truck racing before at all this time, or?
No, I went to the first one at Donington. I can't remember.
30 odd years ago, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's the only one, and this is the first time since then, yeah.
Oh my goodness, well, welcome back, I suppose. It has changed somewhat. Just to tell everybody out there, 30 odd years ago now, at Donington Park was, of course, the inaugural truck race, where essentially they would drive into the paddock with their trailers on the trucks, drop the trailers off, put a sticker on the door, and then drive out onto the circuit to race road-going lorries. Of course, it has come on a bit since then.
Definitely has, yeah. That was all ERFs and Fodens and Sid Atkinsons in them days.
We've still got the odd phone. I say that if we're looking to maybe grow Division 2, and if we do that, then there'll be a lot of the older generation trucks coming out the woodwork, I would expect, which would be quite interesting to see, I think.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I like to see the old ones, yeah.
If you could pick a couple of things that you've seen this weekend that are obviously, head and tails above what you saw at Donington all those years ago, what would you say, the obvious things that we've improved on?
Obviously the speed, the actual racing's a lot tighter. The Volvos coming in, the bonneted ones seem to be a lot more competitive. Just that, really, yeah. And actually the workshops, in the paddocks, there's so much more equipment.
Oh, yeah, they've seriously come on. It's serious money now in truck racing. Before it was just a bit of a laugh, and now it's come so far. We've got, manufacturer sponsors. Did you know that all of the fuel this year has been provided for us by GD Plus? We're actually all running on biofuel. Did you know that?
Really? No, I didn't know.
Yeah,
no.
So all of the racing trucks now are running on free biofuel provided for us by GD Plus, which is a biofuel manufacturer. And yeah, they give all of the racing teams enough fuel for the weekend, which means, it's not supposed to end up in the tractor units, but I'm just saying, well, you're in haulage, you get the idea. And but yeah, and I'll tell you what, I used to lose my voice every weekend. I'm telling you, I'd be shouting, I'd be breathing it in, and I'd lose my voice before Sunday afternoon. By now I'd be straining, but this year, as you can hear, unfortunately for you, clean as a whistle.
Very good.
So now you're in haulage, you can look into GD Plus as well. Right, let's have another one. Thanks very much, Rob, thanks for coming, welcome back. Who have we got going on over here? This all looks very playful over here. Hi team. Hi. What's going on? What's the call? Is it important?
No.
Oh, fine then. It's time to hang up. You're on camera now. Look.
Keep trying.
What's your name?
Liz.
Hi, Liz. And what have you come to see this weekend?
Trucks.
The trucks.
Yeah.
Have you been to see the trucks before?
Yeah. And at Brands as well we went.
Yeah. So. Are you coming to Brands at the end of the year?
If I'm allowed.
If you're allowed. It's the fireworks spectacular. Oh, well, look, guys, look, they're getting them off. They're on, they're recovering them, yes. So we've got Simon Cole. Get over there, John, see what you can see. We've got Simon Cole reversing off. The recovery truck's making his way back in. Ricky Collett is up and running. It looks like we've got traction on Simon Cole, which is fantastic. So he's back on. So it looks like it's been a speedy recovery. It will, of course, be a re-grid as long as there's no permanent damage. Scrutineer will have a quick look over Ricky's probably to make sure. Although I'll tell you what, with that lock-up, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of judder going around the track now with the flat spots he's probably put on those GT racing tyres. But he does appear to be relatively unscathed. Simon Cole officially underway. I think that's enough for us. Great shout out to all the guys I spoke to down here. Huge crowds gathering on the banks. Let's head back to Dave in the studio for a rundown and we'll get ready for that all-important restart.
Yep, cheers Pointy. Great to hear from some of our fans at trackside there. A bit of audience participation. Thanks to our recovery teams as well. Trackside Recovery, they're based at Brands Hatch but assisting with the trucks this weekend. We saw their pickup truck down there. We also saw the Renault Kerax 4-axle truck from Hammond Recovery, Hammond Motor Group, based across the southeast of England. Let's have a look again at the incident that was brought out the red flags. Ricky Collett missing his braking points, nearly clipped the back of Stuart Oliver, did clip the back of Bradley Smith, spun out, taking Ryan Smith off into the gravel, and then behind Simon Cole, spinning off in sympathy. There'd already been a bit of an incident further back on the start line in Division 1. That's why in Division 2 rather, that's why Paul Rivette was delayed. John Powell had been sent spinning. So a typically chaotic truck racing start. Mentioning there the first ever truck racing event, so it was about 30 years ago. It's actually 40 years ago next year. 1984 at the end of the season at Donington Park. I know that because my family was there. It was before I was born. My parents attended on that occasion and have told me about it many times. It was literally road-going trucks, as Pointy mentioned, entered the paddock, unhitched their trailers and raced, and then continued their journeys the next day. Tullio Ghislotti from Italy was the first ever truck race winner. It was the biggest crowd Donington, I think, had ever had up to that point. Several celebrity drivers took part as well. Barry Sheen, the motorcycling legend, the Grimer brothers of hot rod fame. I think even Martin Brundle was involved. Now let's have a look again. Let's see if we can see what happened further back in Division 2. We couldn't see through the smoke from down at Riches. Simon Cole set off into the lead. Now watch to the outside. There's John Powell. Contact, oh goodness me, that's with Craig Evans. I think he might have been being pushed by Adam Bibb. Neil Yates locks his brakes up as he tries to slow down and avoid them. That was a Code Brown moment for Neil, I think. So basically just about everyone from Ricky Collett backwards was involved there on the grid. The grid has reformed. I think everybody's still in the race. Just waiting to see Ricky Collett and Simon Cole head round. We're talking about the recovery companies as well. Hammond Motor Group, established in 1962. They cover Norfolk, Suffolk and North Essex. Those are their two bases. And Lantern Recovery. If you've ever been to South Mim Services on the M25, you'll have seen Lantern Recovery's headquarters next door with their various trucks. Their truck here this weekend, a 540 horsepower Volvo FH. And Mary Newham is the driver. If you've ever seen a TV series called Trucking Hell, I have to say that carefully, series looking at heavy recovery business, then Mary featured in that. She's here this weekend driving the big Volvo for Lantern Recovery. The owner of the company is Ray Coleman. The Coleman family founded the business back in the 60s. We saw Ray racing recently in his MAN at Donington in the International Truck Pre-races. He's also racing the European Championship in Belgium this year, so hopefully we'll see him back out in his MAN a bit more regularly. Renault Kerax is there for the Hammond company. Both of those trucks fitted out at Boniface Engineering in Thetford, just down the road from Snetterton. So a bit of background info on our recovery crews here this weekend. quick hello to a few of our commenters. Dan Bartlett says there's a lot of thunderstorms rolling in from the south and moving northeast, but they're slow moving. Thank you, Dan, for the weather forecast. Hi to Kev Davies. Rens Kyber. Ian Bell, he's in the stand-up at Murray's, the last corner. Hello to you, Ian. Hi to Kieran Dickinson. He's at Palmer's corner, Palmer Hill Bend as he calls it. Corey Gamble watching from the USA. It was in America where truck racing was first held, and you may have seen truck racing scenes in the film Smokey and the Bandit many years ago. That was what's inspired, I think, truck racing to come to Europe. James Ibbetson's been in touch again. He tells us the gearbox from his Hillman Imp is currently on the bench in his work shed having some new bits. That's why he's not out this weekend. He'll be out at Donington. Mark Waller tells us that John Bowler, our pole sitter, his sister's racing this weekend as well in her BMW Mini at Silverstone. The family with attention divided in motorsport this weekend. Matt Richmond says, come on John Bowler, pole sitter. He and his son Freddie watching on. The official pace truck in position there. Thanks to all our sponsors and partners of the British Truck Racing Championship this year. We mentioned, Pointy mentioned about the fuel from GG Plus, the HVO fuel. And our other partners, TRP Parts, already mentioned them, truck and trailer parts, available from over 130 locations across the UK. Road Transport Media, publishers of Truck and Driver magazine, Commercial Motor and other titles. NV Commercial, Tom O'Rourke's company based in Scotland. Vision Track, video telematics and vehicle data. Freyhav Trailers, Total Care vehicle lifts and testing equipment. GT Tyres and MAN Truck and Bus. Also Dines Motor Group, another accident management company. Thanks to all of them for their support of the championship. Brian Davis says good luck to all our truck racing drivers. We've got a couple of trucks, as we've seen there, restarting from the pit lane as the pace truck moves away. Simon Cole and Ricky Collett will restart from the pits. John Bowler in pole position. A quick reminder of the lineup there. It's John Bowler on the front row alongside Craig Reed, Michael Oliver and Simon Reed on row 2. David Jenkins and Bradley Smith on the third row, and Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on board with Bradley Smith, no relation to Ryan Smith incidentally. Row 5, it should have been Ricky Collett, he starts from the pits. Neil Yates is starting from the back. Tom O'Rourke and Stephen Powell round out Division 1 grid. Division 2 headed up by Jim Bennett. Simon Cole starts from the pits. And Craig Evans, John Powell, Adam Bint in the Volvo, and Paul Rivette and Neil Yates in Division 1. The white truck there, just caught a glimpse of him starting from the back. Around the right-hander at Riches, you can see the tyre marks where those trucks went off. There's Neil Yates, the number 33. A lot of the smoke, I think, was from where he anchored up to avoid the truck spinning in front of him. Up towards the Wilson hairpin. Used to be known as Montreal, but now named in memory of IndyCar star Justin Wilson. Very, very tight hairpin. Easy to get sideways around there. Will we see any Kurt Göransson-style power sliding, the famous Swedish truck racer, former European champion? Used to drive logging trucks on icy roads in the winter. That's where he got his sideways driving style from. Adam Bint in that menacing black Volvo. We don't seem to have Jim Bennett out there, the Seth Atkinson. He's disappeared from Division 2. Maybe he's going to start from the pits. Maybe he was caught up in that melee as well. In all the smoke, you couldn't really see. John Powell suffered damage in that as well, so we hope to see him back out soon. He's a challenger in the championship in Division 2 as well, up there with Adam Binns and Paul Rivette. Those three fighting for the Division 2 title this year. It's a bit of a depleted field in Division 2, unfortunately. Neil Yates, Division 1 MAN, but starting from the very back as he gains experience in truck racing. One driver we are still missing, unfortunately, is the Scotsman John Borthwick. Hope to be out this weekend as he recovers from injuries sustained in a motorcycle accident earlier this season, but the Scotsman sadly not quite fit to race. He'll hope to be back out at Pembrey next month. Racing in aid of the My Name's Doddy campaign, started by Scottish rugby star Doddy Weir in aid of motor neurone disease research this year, of course. His young supporter, mascot Holly, was here last night with her dad Carl. They did their laps of the circuit on their bicycles to raise money, as they have at every truck racing event this year. Great to meet them at Convoy in the Park at Donington last time out, I have to say. Great fundraising efforts from Carl and Holly. We ride on board with Bradley Smith, looking back at Ryan Smith. Can Ryan make it 3 out of 3 for the weekend? You have 3 wins at the Brands Hatch season opener, 3 wins at Pembrey, 2 at Thruxton, 3 at Donington Park. He's been on pole at every round, every qualifying session as well. Now with 13 wins to his name this season after the 2 yesterday. Paul Rivette going for a hat-trick in Division 2. He'll have his task made slightly easy with a couple of absentees from the grid. There's a little bit of drizzle in the air. Truckers won't let them hold them back. Okay, here we go then. Take 2 in truck race number 3 of the weekend. I remember last year it's absolutely hammered down halfway through this event. It was the Jaguars that caught the worst of it. So here we go then, the revs begin to rise once again from these 1,000 horsepower engines, 12 and 13 litres in these race trucks. Here we go then, the power about to come on, the red light goes out, and here we go, John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them off down towards that first corner of Riches. Let's hope they all make it round this time. Bowler's got the lead, the Reeds tuck in behind them, Michael Oliver going for the inside, there's Stuart Oliver. Up on the grass, almost on the inside, is Tom O'Rourke. This time Division 1 have made it round. And look at Paul Rivette, what a start up into the lead of Division 2 if he can get round the outside of Craig Evans. John Bowler has the lead of the race in the Rochdale LGV number 14. Craig Reed in second. Look at David Jenkins up the outside. Oh, they lead on each other. Bradley Smith was the big loser there, along with Simon Reed. David Jenkins got through into third place. There's more pushing and shoving between the 46 and the number 3 is Stephen Powell. We look back, there's Ryan Smith. Now he's got more damage. He's been held up behind Tom O'Rourke in the early stages. More bodywork hanging off the number 1. He's ahead of O'Rourke. Now he's got to get ahead of these two. They're still side by side down towards Agostini. Look how close they are heading down to the left-hander as David Jenkins pushes his way up the inside of Craig Reed into second place. Then it's Michael Oliver, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver, and those two still side by side. Ryan Smith is in 9th position, so he's lost a place off the line. Bradley Smith finally gets ahead of Stephen Powell. The 46 machine gets ahead, the 2 drivers from Kent. Bradley Smith from Gravesend. Stephen Powell lives just along the road from Brands Hatch Circuit. David Jenkins is looking determined here. He really, really wants that first win of the season. And he'll stop at nothing by the look of things to get ahead in this one. The leader of Division 2 is Paul Rivette ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bints. Looking back from Bradley Smith. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. A non-finish yesterday has hampered his points a little. Here comes Flying Ryan up alongside the number 3 as we look back down the Bentley Straights. See the marshals have all moved back a safe distance off their marshals posts for this one in the interests of safety, because there's very little that can stop a truck at 100 mile an hour. It's Stephen Powell defending from Ryan Smith through Brundle and Nelson through the bomb hole. Still your leader is John Bowler. There's the battle for second and third. The Reeds in there. David Jenkins in P2 at the moment. Paul Rivett under pressure from Craig Evans for the lead of Division 2. It's John Bowler with a clear lead. He's made a cracking start. A great first lap here from the number 14, the man from Stockport near Manchester. As Ryan Smith makes a move there at Murray's, goes through up into P8 as they come across the stripe for the first time. Bowler from Jenkins. Craig Reed in third place. Then Michael Oliver, Simon Reed, Stuart Oliver is sixth. Bradley Smith in P7, Ryan Smith into P8. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke rounds out the top 10. The Wiper is going on the 86 truck, as it is on the number 10 of Craig Evans. There's Neil Gates towards the back. So a couple of non-starts for this one. Ricky Collett, I can tell you, is out there. He's in among the Division 2 trucks. Simon Cole is further back. Jim Bennett is there. He must have started from the pit lane as well. The only truck we haven't got out there, I don't think, is John Powell, the number 6, and it's wet. See the rain on the camera lens at Palmer's. The rain is starting to come down now. Let's hope the drivers just take it carefully. Well, David Jenkins, and Michael Oliver isn't. He's hit the back of Craig Reed. He's going to slide into it. Wallop. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We saw that coming as they slid down into the left-hander there. And Michael Oliver's going to be out of the race by the look of things. It's a little bit over-exuberant there as the track started to dampen, and that's end of game for Michael Oliver. Well, that's given Ryan Smith a couple of spots. He's got ahead of Bradley Smith as well in the number 1. So where is he up to now? About 5th position. The number 1 of Ryan Smith as he goes for 3 out of 3. Side by side for the lead down the Bentley Straight. Here comes David Jenkins. He's going to take the lead, I think, on the inside into Brundle, but no, John Bowler doesn't give way. That's good defensive work by John Bowler through Nelson. He's held his lead. Here comes Jenkins again at the bomb hole. He won't get through there. He might have a chance at Coram if he can keep up with the 14, but it's getting slippery out there now. Michael Oliver knows that. Clear of Craig Reed in 3rd place. Then it's Stuart Oliver, I think, now up to 4th. He's ahead of Simon Reed. Here they come into the left-hander. See who's in 3rd place. Which of the Reeds was it who got taken out? They're identical, those two trucks. I think it was Craig, wasn't it, who got tagged by Michael Oliver. We'll see as they come up over the line. Here comes David Jenkins, though. We concentrate on the 2 leaders. He moves across to the outside. Across the stripe they go. Here's Simon Reed in 3rd place. 4th is Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith up to 5th. Then Bradley Smith, Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke in 8th place. So the 2 Division 2 leaders now in the top 10. No, they're not, because Ricky Collett's up into the top 10. He's got some damage on the front of his truck, dragging the front bumper there. As John Bowler defends his leads a little bit sideways. It is a little slippy on the run into the hairpin. You can see there he got the rear end slightly sideways. And here comes David Jenkins, the man from Stafford, all over the back of him in the digraph Morris Lubricants MAN. Absolutely nose to tail. David Jenkins, can he finally take his first win of the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship? Bowler defending, Jenkins weaving about all over the place. Up the inside, he's got the inside line for Agostini. Can he get the truck stopped in time? He forces his way down the inside. He did this to Craig Reed earlier, takes the lead, coming out of Agostini. For the first time this year, really, that David Jenkins has established himself properly at the front of a race. See the conditions worsening, the wiper going on the 69 truck. And now we'll wait to see everybody else start to move up on them. There's our Division 2 leader, Paul Rivett. He's got Craig Evans still on his tail. Craig yet to win in Division 2. Adam Bint in 3rd place in the Volvo. This is great stuff in these tricky conditions here at Snetterton. Ryan Smith closing on Stuart Oliver. These 2 deadly rivals battling for 4th place. 17 championships between them. There's Craig Reed in the background. He's still going. He's down to 13th place after that tangle with Michael Oliver. Michael out of the race. John Bowler's closed back up again on David Jenkins, rather, as they come through Brundle and Nelson. Simon Reed's closing up as well. And then we've got these 2, Oliver and Smith. Bradley Smith behind them in P6. This race sets the grid for race 5 at the end of the day. The top 8 reversed. Who's 8th at the moment? It's Tom O'Rourke. He'll be on pole for the last race if it stays like this, with Stephen Powell alongside him. There's O'Rourke. Ricky Collins closing on him. That bumper's come off, so he won't risk a black and orange flag for loose bodywork. Up over the line they go. David Jenkins still leads. Stuart Oliver defending. You can see the red and yellow striped flag being hung out by the marshals briefly there. That means a slippery surface, just to warn the drivers to take it easy. Into Richards, Oliver and Smith, 4th and 5th. See the rain starting to come down now on our cameras. It's getting trickier out there. Still just under 7 minutes this race to go, so we're just past half distance. Into the hairpin. Oliver holds that 4th place. David Jenkins leads, but it's Simon Reed who's done the fastest lap of the race. Of course, the 2 ahead of him are squabbling on that last lap, so Reed's done a 2:26.191, and he's close to within about a second and a half of the 2 leaders. There is the red Iveco in 3rd place. Behind them, Ryan Smith going for 4th. Attacks Stuart Oliver, the crowd's cheering them on. See the red and yellow striped lights supporting the flags there on the LED boards as well. Great innovation they are here in Snetterton. Just a warn of the slippery conditions. It's definitely worsening out there as Ryan Smith continues to have a go at the number 7. Timing screen confirming Michael Oliver out of the race. Here's Division 2. Still Rivets from Evans, the 2 MANs. They're keeping the Division 1 battle in their sights here. Ryan Smith closing right up on Stuart Oliver. Might have a go as they come down the Bentley straight this time. David Jenkins leads. Magnificent sight these trucks make wherever they race. So imposing on any circuit. Under the bridge, Stuart Oliver defends. Man from Hexham in Northumberland. He's been there, seen it, done it and won it in truck racing in Britain and beyond. I believe he even raced out in India in the MRF Tyres series a few years ago, if memory serves me right. Ryan Smith all over the back of him. In the Northside Truck and Van at Daimler Freight, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Bradley Smith, Stephen Powell, 6th and 7th. You can see them sliding now as they come off Murray's. There's our Division 2 leader, the Napa Parts MAN of Paul Rivet. He's pulled away a bit from Craig Evans now. There's Adam Bint in 3rd. He was the pioneer of HVO fuel in the championship last season in the older Volvo. Going to Murray's corner. Used to be known as Russell after Jim Russell of racing school fame. Now named Murray's in honour of, in memory of the late great Murray Ward. Division 2 fairly spaced out now, these 3. Further back behind them, Craig Reed's still going. So is Neil Yates, so is Cole Bennett, and John Powell has joined the race, I can tell you. He's at the back of the field, a long way behind. Here's the battle for 4th through Palmer's, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the owner of Motorsport Vision, who own and operate this circuit and several others. Former Formula 1 driver. Now Ryan Smith, has he got to run on the inside? No, he hasn't, into Agostini. Named after Giacomo Agostini, the all-time greats of motorcycle racing. Still Ryan Smith can't make his way through. Stuart Oliver. Deadly rivals, these 2. Anyone is a deadly rival of Ryan Smith after his dominance of the last few years. Has a look on the inside. He could have a run here at Oggies into Williams. No. Oliver takes the line. Ryan Smith said in an interview yesterday that he reckons the man behind these 2, Bradley Smith, is the next big thing in British truck racing. There he is in his MAN. Side by side now for 4th place. First 3 have gone through, still David Jenkins with the lead. 3 minutes of the race to go. And Stuart Oliver still holding that inside line. Fastest lap of the race still with Simon Reed, 2:26.160. Still Stuart Oliver hanging on for dear life. He's having to use all his experience here to hold Ryan Smith back. We're on board with Ryan. Bit of muck on the camera lens, but you can see the number 7 truck ahead of him. Through Murray's, it's still Jenkins from John Bowler. What a great drive this is by John Bowler. His first season in Division 1. He had a win in that short race at Thruxton. Oh, Craig Reed with some damage there. He's missing a tyre off the back axle. That'll be where Michael Oliver hit him earlier on. Side by side over the... and the checkered flag has come out early, in fact. So the checkered flag came out early. We didn't see it there because we were watching Craig Reed, but the race has come to an early conclusion there, a couple of laps from home. The win has gone to David Jenkins, his first win of the season. Wonder why the air horn's going off there. So David Jenkins has won it. And Paul Rivette wins Division 2, so catching me a bit off guard there, apologies there. David Jenkins takes the win ahead of John Bowler. What a great result for him in second, but David Jenkins at last takes his first win of the 2023 British Truck Racing Championship season. John Bowler in second, Simon Reed third, he gets the point for fastest lap. Stuart Oliver did manage to hold off Ryan Smith for fourth place. The last few finishers come in. There's Simon Cole. He's fourth in Division 2, which is won by Paul Rivette, ahead of Craig Evans and Adam Bint. So that'll possibly harm Adam's championship chances a little. Paul Rivette closing the gap all the time. Craig Reed comes across the line, missing that tyre after that collision with Michael Oliver. Bennett comes across the line. The final finisher further back will be John Powell. So recovery in attendance, you can see in the background for Michael Oliver's truck, but the result confirmed. David Jenkins the winner by just over 2 seconds ahead of John Bowler. Excellent drive by both of them. Simon Reed completes the podium, and then Stuart Oliver holding off Ryan Smith for fourth place. Bradley Smith in sixth ahead of Stephen Powell, and Ricky Collett got past Tom O'Rourke. Ricky will have pole position for race 5 later on. Tom O'Rourke in 9th, Paul Rivette in 10th, wins Division 2. He finished ahead of Craig Evans by just over 1.5 seconds. Adam Bintz was next home in 12th overall. Neil Yates, a good result in 13th, ahead of Simon Cole, Craig Reed, Jim Bennett, John Powell completing the finishers. The only retirements, Michael Oliver after that incident, when he tangled with Craig Reed. We'll hand down to Pointy in a moment in Park Ferman.
Oh, wow. Here with Dave Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, sir, we spoke a couple of times yesterday, didn't we? And each time you said you were looking for something. Let's be honest, you can't get better than first place. I think you found it, sir.
Yeah, no, great start to the day. The boys worked hard with me overnight, just left me alone to do some thinking, and they've done some spannering, and we've done a great job this morning.
Absolutely incredible. You did a great job out there as well. I mean, we saw the restart. Obviously, that mixed things up a little bit. You know, obviously, luckily, you didn't get tussled up in that early damage of Ricky Collett spinning off into Ryan Smith. I thought his race was over then.
Yeah, no, I heard about it all going on behind. Fortunately, I didn't see it. So, no, really, really pleased, and you know, it's just great to be back here on the top step. We do deserve it. We work really hard, and thanks so much to my sponsors and my family, Morris Lubricants, Digraph, and my long-suffering team and family, and a special thanks to the boys and girls at home watching.
In fact, indeed, and there are literally hundreds, so you'll be pleased to know that that is well and truly recorded for you today. Congratulations, Dave, fantastic effort. And again, Dave, fantastic chap, always the first to mention how hard his team work and the amount of effort that goes on behind the scenes. Now let's find, if we can, over here, John Bowler. Quick lens clean there, because we don't want water on the lens, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be able to see me as clear as possible. Where is he? Probably still in his truck. The engine goes off. And here he is, 2 generations of bowler in the cab with a fantastic result. You promised everybody a trophy today and you delivered. Who's this young man here?
This is Memphis, my little lad.
Hello, Memphis.
Say hiya.
Hiya. Mate, how was that? You battled all the way through there. I mean, you did so well. Over half a race. Over half a race before we lost that first position to Dave Jenkins. But you were on him the whole way. You weren't backing up.
No, that's right. So we had a bit of an issue with the brake temps, but yeah, no, really good race. Good battle with Dave. Yeah, enjoyed it. Yeah.
You're having trouble with your helmet, aren't you?
I am. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it on top.
Yeah, just don't move and everything will be fine.
It, yeah.
So what did you find last night? Because you were up reasonably late last night. So what was there something in those hot and spicy chicken nuggets that Graham Poole was serving up at 1 o'clock?
That's it. 10 o'clock at night.
10 o'clock, so half 9 after we'd gone to bed.
That's it. Yeah. We've got to keep you well, don't we?
Yeah, this is it. Oh, well, John, fantastic, well done, and a trophy for the little one as well. Won't be giving that away to anyone else's kids. Thumbs up. Say good job, Dad.
Good job, Dad.
Good job, Dad.
Yeah, that's one for the memory books. Absolutely fantastic. Don't know why he's parked all the way over here though. He's blooming miles away. Tell you what though, he's going to want to walk sideways now because the rain is coming down. Massive tussle. Stuart Oliver, Paul Rivette. That's 7 races in a row now, I believe. Absolutely incredible effort. I can see him get a shot of this. The man himself walking down through the trucks here in Park Ferme. It's such a beautiful shot as well. How are we doing, sir? Well done. Have you got to run off or have you got a sec? You're not going anywhere?
I'm just going to try and
ask these people just in case.
The rain for a little bit.
No,
but
you're
and the
already
TV
sweaty. It doesn't matter. Right, you're damp of the head regardless, so the rain will do nothing different. We are making a habit of this now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going really well at the moment. You know, we just need to keep up. It's not easy, obviously. You know, the others are hot on our heels, but yeah, we're heading for that clean sweep at the moment. But look, this is, you know, British truck racing. Anything can happen out there.
Indeed, as we saw, yeah.
The Napa truck is in one piece completely, and it's one of the few that I think is from that race. But it could just as easily go the other way.
And this is it, yeah. I mean, further back we've seen huge damage on John Powell somehow. I don't know what the coming together was in that first part of the lap.
They were 3 wide off the start. I think it was Bennett and then Evans in the middle and John on the left, and they all just squeezed together a little bit, and yeah, and it resulted in John getting turned around, and his truck bounced up in the air and went round.
Oh wow!
And I couldn't see a thing for smoke in front of me, so I pretty much just stopped on the start finish line behind him.
Going through that.
But, yeah.
Oh my goodness! You got to see the whole thing as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my
that
goodness.
looked good on the onboard when we have a look back.
I bet. Yeah, I'd like to see you share that footage. Right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Paul. Well done. That's what we've got time for down here in Park Ferme now. So it's back to Dave in the studio.
Okay, a bit of rain coming down then, so we'll await the cars to come out for the rolling start for our next race. The classic Thunder Saloons and the Jaguars are next out. Yes, the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons won by birthday boy Nick Vaughan in his turbocharged Audi A3 yesterday. And the big cats, the Butch and Jag Components Jaguar Challenge cars joining them. Colin Philpott had a fantastic battle with Guy Connew to win their race yesterday. We caught up with some of the drivers earlier on down in the paddock.
Right, everybody, welcome down. As you can see, we're actually not allowed in the assembly area because the truck's out on track. They're so massive and it's not safe in there, so we've come out here. And as you can see, the Thunder Jag race about to go out on track. I'm here with Dick Dastardly himself, as Dave Goddard so kindly called you yesterday. Why did he call you that?
Well, this car is famous for its black smoke. Very lucky to be able to drive this. It's an X350 diesel Jag that the guys at Auto Reserve did a great job on. Mark, Andy, done really good. Unfortunately, Andy's not out today. He's got a slight problem with the S-Type because he was in the lead yesterday for the first time. He did really well. Fair play to him. But yeah, I've been at the back. First time I've been at Snetterton. But really good fun. Good camaraderie within the paddock with all the guys. And I must do a little shout out to my family, to Millie, to Evie, because they'll be upset that I'm not there. But
Oh, bless.
all good.
All good. Well, what's the expectation for the race? Because they're going to be able to see you out track.
Finish it. That's what I've got to do, is finish it. It's my friend here from the West Midlands, Mr. Spooner, outbraked himself, went over the sausage curb and did the door. But
that wasn't because he just kicked it.
no, but we're getting there, and yeah, I hope to finish it and do the girl proud, really, because this man behind me has also driven it, and he's far quicker than I am. But that brings you nicely on to
well,
Mike.
thank you for leading me in there. Best of luck out there. It's great to see you. Mike Seaborn over here. Well, Mike, it's great to see you again, mate, by the way. You've driven both cars, of course. So which is better? Come on, which is the best?
It's an experience driving the diesel, because you look in the mirrors and you just feel so sorry for everyone behind you. Just it lays these great big black clouds.
We saw it yesterday.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So yeah, in terms of ridiculousness, that wins. But I'm quite happy to be out in the old girl again. It's the first time since last year. Yeah, I crashed at Donington, did the engine, and ever since then, whenever we fixed it, something else has broken. So this is the first time it's actually been sort of match fit since then.
What's the expectation for this race then, if it's just got match fit?
I can't say I expect to finish, because I never do when I'm in this thing. But if I do finish, I'll be happy. And yeah, I'd like to trouble some of the expensive cars in the shed special. That's always good fun.
What you always do, Mike. Keep your eyes peeled. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much. Let's just run down here. We've got Colin Boyce here as well. Colin, before you disappear very, very quickly, a bit of new rubber. We've got a bit of new rubber on this one.
Yeah, new rubber.
Yeah, so we're expecting good things, right? We saw good things in race one, but
yeah, as long as the diff holds out, I've done what I can with it, and should be exciting.
It is going to. I know you were a little bit nervous, aren't you, about this one as well?
Yeah, I've got my old mate Dave Mountain.
Yeah,
he's put a lot of. This is a lot of engine work what he's done, developed, him and his team, and he wants this engine to go in to all escorts and things.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm the man that's got to prove the engine now, but the engine is phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, you'll be fine. No pressure.
Of it.
No pressure at all.
I need some young legs and arms, basically.
Yeah, don't look at me. Colin, best of luck, mate. Those are sorts of, you're going to be amazing. Don't you worry about that. There we go. Thunder Jags about to head out on track 4, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club here at Snetterton. Dave, over to you.
Well, the cars are on the grid then. It's a split grid. We've got the Classic Thunder Saloon, sponsored by Edmondson Electrical, on the front half of the grid, and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge behind them for a rolling start. Grid based on yesterday's race. The pace car just moving off to lead the field away. Nick Vaughan in pole position with the turbocharged Audi A3. The rain is hammering down now. Colin Boyce in the Escort Mark 1 will start alongside him. The second row of the grid, just having it confirmed incidentally, there will be 2 green flag laps because of the weather, just to let the drivers get acclimatised to the conditions. Second row, Gary Hufford with his BMW M3 and the M3 CSL of Ian Craig. Row 3, Oliver Owen, BMW, and Chris McGinley with his M3 GTR, very potent car that one. The fourth row of the grid, Malcolm Harding. We've normally seen him in his Castrol Escorts, but now in a Mercedes SLK. Alongside him, Tony Davies, not as listed in a Austin Mini Cooper S. He's actually in his Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon this weekend. Leading the top 10, Colin Claxton's Escort Mark 1 RS 1800 and Jonathan Olive Cooper with a BMW M3. Row 6 of the grid will be another BMW, that's of Lee Spencer, number 361, and David Hutchins, he's in a Honda Civic Type R. BMW and Honda again on row 7, Simon Mann's BMW 328, Vic Hope with the Type R. And row 8, Martin Reynolds in his Sierra Cosworth. I was told on the entry list he was only racing on Saturday, so we'll have to wait and see if he's out there. That Sierra broke down yesterday, unfortunately. And AJ Owen is racing 2 cars this weekend, racing a Sierra Cosworth and the Blue Oval Saloons as well. Hopefully he's there with his Honda. Then there's a gap, we've got the Jags. The XJSs of Colin Philpott and Guy Connew on the front row. Second row, Tom Lenthal and the championship leader Jack Robinson in his XK, won his class yesterday. Mike Seaborn in the shed, as he called it earlier, the Jaguar XJS, the XGale Hill car, alongside Stephen Dowell in his Martini liveried XKR. Michael Atkinson's X300, number 92, alongside Andrew Maynard in Mike Seaborn's old car, the XJ40. Row 14, Charles Jackson in number 34 with his XJ alongside James Wall, who we just heard from. Celebrated his birthday yesterday as well, aka Dick Dastardly. Thanks for listening, James. And then Andrew Rogerson with his Jaguar S-Type is at the back of the grid. A couple of Jags, I think, have withdrawn from the grid after yesterday. We haven't got Ian Spooner out there, the man from Aldridge in the West Midlands. He clobbered James Wall yesterday, as we heard in the interview there. I didn't see that one during yesterday's race, actually, so James, you would have got away with that if you hadn't told us. So we're missing Ian Spooner's XJ, the Thomas Butterfield car that he's racing this weekend. This will be a 15-minute race. As we say, we're going to have 2 green flag laps behind the pace car, just to let the drivers get used to the wet conditions. They've only run in the dry so far this weekend. Well, Nick Vaughan took the win yesterday, fighting his way past Colin Voice in back marker traffic. Colin, that lovely Castrol Mark 1 Escort. As we said, we used to see Malcolm Harding out in an Escort as well, the car he rolled at Silverstone rather last year. I don't think Malcolm's there, unfortunately. Couldn't see him as they came round with his white Mercedes. We're on board here with the Jaguar of Guy Connew. This is the Bob Tullius Group 44 replica, hence number 44. Bob Tullius ran the Group 44 team in America in the 80s, raced an XJS in the Trans Am series, went on to race Jaguars in the IMSA GTP prototype series in the 1980s as well. It was always number 44. This is a replica of the XJS that he raced in that series. There's Martin Reynolds, he is there with the Sierra, that's good to see. No AJ Owen though, he had an incident in qualifying yesterday. There's the Group 44 car, the white and green XJS. Jack Robinson, the leader of the championship in the Jaguars, and by my calculations, the classic Thunder Saloons are now led in their championship by Nick Vaughan, because Sam Wilson in his Aston Martin V8 was leading the championship, not here this weekend, so I think Nick Vaughan has taken the overall lead. There's Mike Seaborn, the man from Wiltshire, in already getting the XJS sideways, former champion. We haven't got Andrew Harper, as we mentioned. There's an extra car at the back. That's former champion James Rabb. He missed yesterday's race after problems in qualifying with his XJS. Now, he's won a couple of Jaguar championships in his time. Watch for him coming through from the back in that XJS, the man from Dunmow in Essex. 4 classes in the Jaguar field. Class A for the most race-modified cars, down to Class D for the more standard cars. There's a guest class as well, where James Wall and Andrew Rogerson are racing, not registered for the full championship. Various classes according to engine size in the Thunder Saloons as well. There's classic and historic classes, the classes H1 and H3 for the more historic cars. We haven't got David Claxton. His Triumph Dolomite broke down yesterday. So a few cars missing, unfortunately. The Thunder Saloons do tend to be quick, but quite fragile. Yes, Malcolm Harding's not there, unfortunately, with the Mercedes. We may be missing one of the BMWs as well. There's so many red BMW M3s here this weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Yes, we have got them, I think. AJ Owen's not there, unfortunately, concentrating on racing his father Craig's Sierra Cosworth later on. Slightly reduced field of Jaguars. A shame we haven't got Andrew Harper with his supercharged S-Type out there, the auto reserve parts car, because he was fighting for the lead in yesterday's race until he hit problems. There's Stephen Dowell with the Martini coloured XKR. And we see James Wall in Andrew Harper's other car, the XK Diesel. See the smoke screen that's laying down. It's not about to blow up, don't worry, it's just a diesel engine car. And then Andrew Harper, who we just mentioned, will be getting his son Thomas ready to go and race in Spain in the Tillotson karting event over there, the Nations Cup. He's 11 years of age, Thomas, so good luck to him. Colin Philpotts, former champion in the Jaguars, leads them round. Great battle he had with Guy Connew yesterday. And that's a slightly less powerful car as well, Colin Philpotts' car, because he's Class B, Guy Connew is Class A. Nick Vaughan, he runs in Class B of the Thunder Saloons. Colin Voice is Class H3, one of the historic classes. Gary Hufford is Class B. Ian Craig also in Class B. There are the rival Chris McGinley, the M3 GTR, very aggressive looking car that is. Great to have Tony Davies out there as well, the classic Vauxhall Firenze Thunder Saloon. Reminder of the cars tuned by Bill Blydenstein and co back in the day. Shades of Jerry Marshall. I'm not going to get massively nostalgic. I'll try not to anyway, I know I normally do. But here we go then, the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. The countdown has already begun, so it's a slightly reduced race distance. There's the Jaguar S-Type at the back, which is Andrew Rogerson, number 113. Now these cars are going to be a handful in these conditions, to say the least. The lights out on top of the BMW pace car driven by Evelyn Buanik. She peels into pit lane. They form up 2 by 2. Slightly reduced grid from yesterday, but still some cracking cars out there for this combined race, which will be just under 11 minutes in length. Here we go then, the red lights are out and away, and down towards Riches go the Thunder Saloons. The Jaguars are quite a bit further back, we'll pick them up in a moment, as the Thunder Saloons go thundering into the first corner. Nick Vaughan has escaped, and there's a barrage of BMWs behind him. Colin Voice's Escort in the middle of them. Martin Reynolds at the back, he had a win in the Blue Oval Saloons in another of his classic Fords, his Mark II Escort yesterday. Up into second place is the first of the BMWs. Gary Hufford in the green car, Ian Craig going through past Colin Voice into third, then tiptoeing their way through the hairpin. Here comes the charge of the big cats. They've been released from their lair. There's Charlie Jackson at the inside in the number 34. Purple and white seems a common colour scheme, doesn't it? The old silk cut tribute. Stephen Dowell, not the best of getaways there in the XKR, and it is Colin Philpott who leads the Jaguars in car number 67, the man from Berkshire. Connew in second, Tom Lenthal up there in third in the grey XJS. Then it's Jack Robinson looking to take another Class C win as he looks to emulate his brother Tom and win the championship. Treble 4 at the inside there, that's the M3 GTR of Chris McGinley attacking Colin Voice, who hasn't had the best of getaways here. He's dropping back. Another BMW trying to come through, that's Oliver Owen, number 91. No, it's not, sorry, it's the number 29 car, Jonathan Olive Cooper. Spin there, oh, that's Mike Seaborn, and that's Jack Robinson. The Jaguar Championship leader is off. That's the exit of Palmer's. He's tangled with Seaborn. Now Seaborn's rejoined. Hopefully Jack can get the XK going again there. He needs a class win if he's going to try and keep his overall championship lead. BMWs tiptoe their way towards the back straight here in this slightly reduced race distance for the Thunder and Jags. It's Nick Vaughan in that very aggressive looking Audi. It looks more like I always think it looks more like a time attack car than a race car. Look at Gary Hufford sideways there under braking. It's still very damp under the bridge there. If anything, the light has improved slightly, so maybe the rain is going to ease off again. Crawl their way towards Brundle and Nelson. Colin Voice, I think, is struggling here. Here are the Jaguars. There's James Ram. We said he'd be making his way through fairly quickly. Good recovery by Mike Seaborn up behind him in the 24, the ex-Gale Hill XJS. We're on board with Guy Connew, chasing Colin Philpott for the overall lead of the Jags. They are in different classes, so Colin won't mind too much if Guy gets his nose down the inside, which he is doing here at the bomb hole. That's a brave place to go for an overtake. Look at the car sliding around. Look at Guy fighting it there. Somebody said once, you don't drive an XJS round a circuit, you bludgeon it round, and that's what Guy is having to do here. They're tricky enough cars to drive in the dry, never mind fighting against them in wet conditions like this. Tom Walkinshaw was one of the great exponents at the wheel of an XJS. Find the footage of him in the V12 version of Bathurst, incredible to watch. You have to be brave to go full power in an XJS. They go either side of Colin Claxton's Escort. Jack Robinson's off again. Oh, disastrous race for the championship leader. Connew had his nose in front there, but on Riches it's Philpott on the inside, retakes the lead. There's Tom Lenthal, third of the Jags. Pick up the Thunder Saloons as soon as we can as well, but this is where the main battle is at the moment between Philpott and Connew. This is for the lead of the Berkshire Jag composed Jaguar Challenge. Meanwhile, Gary Hufford is keeping Nick Vaughan honest. Vaughan the Prawn, as his fans call him. I know plenty of his fans will be watching on our YouTube stream. Gary Hufford up there looking for his maiden overall success in the BMW. The big engine Class A cars, not represented unfortunately here at Snetterton this weekend. None of them out there, which is a bit of a shame. But they would be a bit tough to handle in these conditions. Here's a battle further back. That's Simon Mann in the purple BMW ahead of Tom Lenthal and Vic Hope in his Honda Civic Type R. BMW, the Cadbury's liveried car. There's those two Jaguars battling ahead of them. Tom Lenthal gets past the BMW. Still Guy Connew, aka Bob Tullius, an American racer who always raced British cars. He even had a Triumph TR7 V8 at one point in American sports car racing. Here comes Guy pulling up alongside Colin Philpott in the Powerbell Services XJS. The more powerful Class A car will surge ahead, but has Philpott covered the inside down into Brundle? No, he hasn't. Guy Connew takes the lead of the Jaguar Challenge. Again, a little bit sideways through Brundle there. They're closing up on one of the BMWs. That's Oliver Owen. Look at it, sliding around there, both of them. They've got to take plenty of brave pills to drive an XJS in these conditions. Well, indeed, any Thunder Saloon or type of car as we've got out there. Although, admittedly, it is not as bad as these cars suffered here last year. It was so wet on that occasion, you couldn't see where you were going. Nick Vaughan leading by 1.2 seconds. He has done the fastest lap of the race, 2:36.372. Leads by just over a second from Gary Hufford. It's McGinley, Chris McGinley in the treble 4 who's got up into third place. Then Jonathan Olive Cooper. Ian Craig is down to fifth. You see his son Ross out later on in his Honda Civic in the pre-03s as David Hutchins making a move past Oliver Owen and having a go at Tony Davies as well. The front-wheel drive Honda working better in these conditions, but did I see a yellow light there? Yes, yellow flag, so he thought better of that move on Tony Davies. I think they've gone out of the yellow flag zone, so Guy Connew's going to have a go into the hairpin. This must have been somebody either gone off or pulled up on the outside of the exit of Riches there. Couldn't see who it was. The only car we lost on the first lap is Martin Reynolds. Unfortunately, the Sierra, more problems for him. Side by side, the Jags going around the outside on the BMWs. That's the 361 car of Spencer. Lee Spencer running in the guest class. Colin Voice ahead of them as well, struggling in the conditions with the Mark 1 Escorts, fighting Nick Vaughan for the lead yesterday. He's dropping like a stone down the order here. You can see Oliver Owen with a bit of damage to the back of the 91 car. He had a collision with Ian Bauer in the pre-93 touring car race yesterday. Tony Davies in there as well, the Vauxhall Firenze. It's not battling in the midfield at the moment, the lower reaches of the top 10. The Jaguars overlapping with them now, and Colin Philpott's retaken the lead of the Jags while all that was going on ahead of Guy Connew. See, the light is improving, but it's still very slip and slide at Snetterton here this morning. Afternoon now. Tony Davies in there between the Jags now in the Firenze. Tony in Class H3, Historic 3, so he's in the same class as Colin Voice. Where's Jack Robinson? He's still going, the number 14, but he's a long way back, 23rd overall, and only 4th in class. Stephen Dowell has brought his XKR into the pits. That's a great shame for the Martini race, the Martini liveried race car. Look forward to Stephen Dowell's diary of his weekend on social media. Always very humorous indeed if you look him up on there. Guy Connew has now dropped back from Colin Philpott. He's caught in amongst the traffic here. This is for position, but the Jaguars slightly quicker cars in a straight line, top Jags. 3 laps completed, and the lead gap has come down to 0.7 of a second because Gary Hufford has just done the fastest lap of the race. We'll pick up the leaders in a moment as Oliver Owen lunges past Tony Davies. Connew round the outside of Colin Boyce, and here are the leaders. They're side by side now. The bright green BMW of Gary Hufford going great guns here, attacking Nick Vaughan for the lead. Nick Vaughan will have his hands full trying to control that turbocharged Audi A3. Come out from Eastleigh near Southampton. Gary Hufford up behind him. There's a couple of car lengths in it now for the lead of the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons. Through Williams Corner, named after the legendary Sir Frank Williams. Into the Bentley Straights. Here's this battle still going on further back. Lee Spencer, his BMW up the inside, takes one of the Honda Civics there. That was David Hutchins. And now Nick Vaughan using the power of the Audi to pull away. You can see it has dried out on the Bentley Straight. It's in the first part of the lap. That circuit is more damp. Hufford with another fastest lap of the race last time through. 2:31.581. Colin Boyce trying to fight back. That's at Oggies. In the Escort, he just can't get the power down. Coming off the turns. He's lost out to Lee Spencer now. Any further retirements? No, just the 2. I think we lost Stephen Dowell and Martin Reynolds. Here are the Jags battling it out again, and Guy Connew has powered back ahead again. There's Colin Claxton. We've seen him out in his Dolomite Sprint earlier on. Now in his Escort, and he's under fire from the 113 of Andrew Rogerson, the man from Berkshire, in his Jaguar S-Type. Just a few seconds left on the clock now, so it will be a checkered flag, I think, this time for Nick Vaughan and Gary Hufford. They're going to fight right to the end. It's the battle further down towards the lower reaches of the top 10. There is your Jaguar pace setters. Clock has counted down to 0 now. So it will be checkered flag for Nick Vaughan, this time by, will it be Gary Hufford? Can he get the BMW ahead of the Audi? We have 5-lap race. It is a long lap here at Snetterton, 3 miles. The sky's darkening again. Little Nick Vaughan just holding that slight advantage, just under a second over Gary Hufford. They're going to Agostini for the final time. Is it going to be 2 out of 2 for Nick Vaughan, who celebrates his birthday this weekend? Through the left is Hamilton, up to Oggies. Deceptive corner, Hamilton. It's tighter than it looks. It's easy to drop a wheel onto the dirt on the outside as well over the curb. Vaughan holds it together. This will put him into the lead of the Thunder Saloon Championship, the definite. His rivals not here. Sam Wilson led the championship coming into this weekend. Brian Bransom not here this weekend either in the BMW. 2 wins are going to be enough to lift Nick Vaughan above Sam Wilson's total. Keeping it ahead of Gary Hufford. Just taking it easy through the last couple of corners here. I don't think Hufford's going to get another chance to try and take the lead here. He's driven very well indeed in these wet conditions at the wheel of the BMW. Well clear of the rest. They're 18 seconds up on Chris McGinley in 3rd place. Into Murray's for the last time. Hufford closing up. He might get a slipstream here if he can get his foot down. He's closed right up on the Audi, but Nick Vaughan just needs to try and get the power down. Checkered flag is in sight. It's a double for Nick Vaughan. What a birthday weekend for him. Gary Hufford 2nd, and they're way ahead of the rest. It looks like it is going to be BMW in 3rd. There are the Jaguars. Guy Connew clear of Colin Philpott. So it's Connew who's going to win overall. Philpott will win his class. Take you through the class winners once everybody's in. Chris McGinley is going to take 3rd place. He's got Jonathan Olive Cooper on his tail. They finish 3rd and 4th. 5th will be Ian Craig's BMW. And then will be Guy Connew, an excellent 6th overall for the Big Cat. He wins the Berkshire Jag composed Jaguar Challenge ahead of Colin Philpott. Next home is Oliver Owens BMW. And next through Tony Davies, the Vauxhall Firenze finishes in 9th place. And only on the top 10 we should see Lee Spencer and Colin Voice together. Voice snatches 10th place on the run to the line from Lee Spencer. Hutchins will be next home, and third of the Jags will be Tom Lenthal in the number 77. We'll take you through the class winners when we bring the results. There's Mike Seaborn, despite that early tangle, makes it home and he wins his class as well. After that spin for Jack Robinson. There's James Ram. We thought he might be challenging at the top of the Jags, but a quiet race by James's standards. In the number 99, just not able to get the power down properly, I don't think. Had a few problems that led to him missing race one, so maybe still a few teething troubles. Provisional results then of the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and Berkshire Jag composed Jaguar Challenge. Nick Vaughan takes the win by 0.67 of a second over Gary Hufford. He got the fastest lap on the last lap of the race in the BMW. Chris McGinley completing the podium ahead of fellow BMW man Jonathan Olive Cooper. They were nose to tail line. Ian Craig rounding out the top 5. The Jags won by Guy Connew ahead of Colin Philpott. They win their respective classes. Jags A and B. Top 5 all filled by cars from Classic Thunder B. Classic Thunder C won by Oliver Owen in 7th place. And H3 by Tony Davies in the Firenze. Other class winners, Classic Thunder Guest class by Lee Spencer. Jaguars Class C went to Mike Seaborn. Jack Robinson ended up in 3rd in class after spinning. And Jaguar Guest class to Andrew Rogerson. Jaguars Class D, that went to the man crossing the line now, Charlie Jackson, at the wheel of the number 34 car. And the only Class H1 car was Martin Reynolds, who failed to finish. We'll head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé in just a moment.
All right, everybody, and take a breath. My word, changeable, difficult conditions, still incredible racing though, and it's a perfect weekend though for this man, Nick Vaughan. Let's get him on over. Nick, what did you make of that? Because Gary pushed you all the way, didn't he?
That was terrifying. Everyone's in the same boat. We were on slicks. We were about 25 seconds a lap down on dry pace, to give you an idea. Gary was on me the whole way. It was just a case of keep it on the iron and bring it home, but so difficult.
Look, you've got to be so happy. It's a pair of wins. Of course, you won at Croft last time out as well. It's a bit of a winning run. Are you the new Max Verstappen of Thunder?
No, AJ said to me it's been a long time coming. We tried really hard for a couple of years, and he said once they come, they'll start to come like buses. And I was like, I didn't believe him. But 3 on the bounce is beyond what I could ever have imagined. So, yeah, couldn't round out the weekend in a better way. And what a challenging race. So exciting. Yeah.
Well done. Congratulations, happy birthday for yesterday as well. Let's grab Gary in here as well, because Gary, we're just having a quick chat actually. Maybe one more lap might have been enough.
Well, I don't know, he's at 650 horsepower. I thought I might have done it in the wet, but started drying out a bit and he was just doing me on the straights every time. I think I was quite quicker in the bends, but it's good fun. We were both on slicks.
So what goes through your mind when you're sat there? What are you thinking? Please don't rain. Please don't rain.
Yeah, go back into the pit lane. But no, you just got to get on with it. And to be fair, I think we pulled a massive gap from behind me. So yeah, it was good fun. Good fun.
Smiling, congratulations, well done, 2nd place. We must say Guy Connew taking the win in the Jags as well, perhaps getting a little bit of revenge, shall we say, as well on Colin Philpott from yesterday. I wonder if we can, we've got Colin here actually, I wonder if we can grab Guy very shortly as well. Let's just have a quick chat with Colin and let's grab everybody in here. What a race we saw there. Difficult conditions though, wasn't it?
It was very slippery. The rain, I had no windscreen wipers. I didn't realise that until no windscreen wipers, but luckily it stopped, and then once we got speed up then it cleared itself and it didn't rain. But coming through the back markers of the Thunders, that was tricky. Colin was going one way, I was going the other, and it was a great race. It was brilliant. I mean, it's nip and tuck between me and him, so no.
It's all ended quite fairly, hasn't it? Because Colin, you got it yesterday. Today is Guy's turn.
Yeah, I've had 5 out of the last 6 races I've had. I think Guy's been second to me every time, but we've had some really good tussles, good races. Fair play. I think he had the better tyres in that one.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was going to stay dry. Yeah. It started to dry, but halfway through the race, do you change line or don't you? You know, stick to what you know. But no, fair play, Gray. Had a really good race.
Well done, fantastic. Thanks for guys. Congratulations. Thank you. We'll see you next time. There you go. That wraps up the Thunder and Jags Florida Classic Touring Car Racing Club. We're going to go get ourselves on the grid because coming up next is the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship Race 1. I'll see you very soon. Dave, back to you.
Yes, we'll rejoin Ian shortly because it is the first of our 2 races for the Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy Championship. 50-minute race with a mandatory pit stop, a mixture of different GT and saloon cars out there for this one. Qualifying took place this morning and in pole position. Number 24 for SVG Motorsports. The Ginetta will be started by Ian Astley, sharing with Neil Wallace. Alongside them, another Ginetta, that of Dayton Motorsport, that car driven solo, number 47 by Maurizio Silio. The second row, 2 more Dayton Motorsport Ginettas. Car number 4, driven by Marco Anastasi, and number treble 1 is Axel van Nederveen, who's had the majority of the overall wins so far this year. Row 3, the BMW of Jeff Steele Racing, number 10, that is Lee Goldsmith in his M3. It starts alongside the Assetto Motorsport number 2 Ginetta, started by Julian Wantling. Jim Edwards Jr., ex-British touring car man, will take over. Row 4 is the Porsche number 23, that's driven by Simon Clark, former Evo Clark Racing Porsche Carrera. And number 19, Thorney Motorsports BMW, driven by Callum Noble. Row 5 is the County Classics Porsche, that's started by Jackson Goodrum. Ken Bridden will take over, that's Porsche 996. And alongside him, number 77, the TSR Volkswagen Golf. Rob Elling starts, Mark Jones will take over. Then we've got the first of the Renault Clio category. Number 88, started by Max Coates, very quick racer indeed, sharing with James Tucker. Honda Civic alongside him for CH Racing, which is William Puttigill. He drives solo. Number 66 is the championship leading car of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin in their Renault Clio. Jack starts. At number 83, the Major Motorsports Honda, that's the Cook family. Edward Cook will start, Steve will take over. Row 8, the number 92 Dragon Sport Clio, started by Travis Coyne, sharing with Alex Neville. Number 14 is the Spires Motorsport Clio. Rob Gaffney drives that car, driving solo. Row 9, the second of the Hyro Motorsports Clios, number 89, that's Steve and James Harrison. Steve will start. Number 41, the second Spires Motorsports Clio, Darren Gerhardt will start that car, sharing with Jonathan Christie Rundle. And row 10, at number 22, the Sim Dynamics Clio, Chris Bielan starts, sharing with Simon Mason. The 118 Rescue and Recovery Nissan 370Z I don't think is going to be out there. David May unfortunately had an accident in free practice earlier this morning, right at the end of free practice. The car with quite a lot of front end damage, so I don't think that car is going to be starting. Let's head down to Ian then, on the grid.
There we go, everybody from Park Ferme, straight on to the start-finish straight here at Snetterton. Yes, the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship, race 1 of the day coming up, and there's quite a lot to get through as well. 4 Ginettas lining up, 1, 2, 3, 4, SVG Motorsport here, but then from 2, 3 and 4, it's Dayton Motorsport, so keep your eyes peeled on them. Axel van Nederveen, winner last time out as well at Snetterton. However, I think one of the big battles to keep your eye on today is in the Clios as well. We've got the number 88 Hyro Motorsport, Andy Tucker and Max Coates, going toe-to-toe really with the Dragon Sport at 66 of Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Keep your eyes on that battle right here. Now, we've got the... Here we go, we've got the Ginettas. These are fine-looking machines. This right here is Maurizio Siglio. I wonder if we can grab a quick word with Maurizio. Actually, yeah, no, come on then. Come on. He just said, oh, you haven't interviewed me again, so here we are. You're on pole, but you're surrounded by the Dayton Motorsport.
We are absolutely surrounded by them, and we're only 0.05 of a second off on time, so but we think it's going to be a very close race. I think we did have more time in the car, but yellow flags through in that. But yeah, I think it's going to be a great race. And again, it's a bit damp at the back of the circuit, so everybody's going what tyres do we run.
We're not concerned actually about more rain coming our way, because it did go dry for a bit. There is just behind you can't see it, but there is a black cloud coming in. No need for panic stations though.
We don't do panic.
I know, I've been in your garage many
there you
times.
go, always nice and calm. Tea's always on, biscuits are always out, never any rush. Things will happen, and here we are on pole.
Thank you so much. We're going to grab a quick word with your driver as well, if we can. Let's jump in. It's Ian Astley first in. Ian, how are we feeling ahead of this? A few damp spots I'm hearing out on track.
Well, this is pretty much dried up.
Yeah.
It's a little bit greasy, but it should be alright.
It's going to be alright. I mean, you guys will clear this up in no time, won't you?
Half an hour ago.
Yeah, there is a black cloud coming here. You guys will be absolutely fine. Ready for this one, of course. You know, you and Neil, great team. Going to take it home?
Well, I hope so. Do our best.
Well, you know, I'll be talking to you on a bit. I think we're going to have to go. Best of luck there, Ian Astley. We're actually going to have to get off the track already. The hooter's going. Here we go, 50-minute race coming up for the Road Brit Car Trophy Championship. Race 1 here at Snetterton. It's going to be an absolute corker. We're going to be hanging around a bit. Dave's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, indeed, the cars formed up very quickly there on the grid. The last couple of Clios just coming into line at the back. Great mixture of GT and saloon cars out there. The first of 2 50-minute races here today. There's only a 10-minute pit window in the middle as well, thanks to all the partners of the Brit Car Trophy Championship. Their main sponsors, Rowe Motor Oil, so Goodyear, Autotel Digital, GF Williams and Company, Mintex, Ryan Motorsport Insurance, Stand 21, Sunoco, V-Box, HPT, Motorsport Showroom and Sim Dynamics, thanks to all of them. So it is the number 24 car on pole of Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Ian Astley used to drive a Lotus Esprit in the British GT Championship many years ago. Not their usual car though, they're normally in a white and purple Ginetta. We had issues with their regular car in testing, so it's an untried car for these two drivers, but they've still put it on pole position for this race alongside Maurizio Silio. Had a couple of wins at Alton Park earlier this season, but perhaps the favourite here is going to be the white car from the second row of the grid, Axel van Nedderveen, the Dutchman. He's had several wins this year, starts alongside the number 4 car of Marco Anastasi, the 3 Datum Motorsports cars there. Maurizio Silio and Marco Anastasi were a sim racing company based in Scotland, trying the real thing. So here we go then. One car, as we said, we're missing is the Nissan 370Z. Bad luck to David May. Went off in free practice this morning. A clutch of Clios towards the back, and it's the Clios that lead the championship overall. Number 66 of Jack Meakin and Reece Lloyd, the Dragon Sport car, leads by 5 points ahead of the number 88 of Andy Tucker, and it's Max Coach sharing with him this weekend. We've seen Ollie Meadows and Max Hall race that car as well this season. 3 points behind them is the Class 1 championship leader, which is Maurizio Silio. Class 3 is led by William Puttergill in his Honda Civic. That's the blue Civic. Class 2 is led by Arthur McMahon in the points, but he's not here this weekend, the Irishman with his Honda. So Simon Clark could well be the Class 2 favourite in his Porsche. 2 Porsches in Class 2 this weekend. The other one's the blue car, the County Classics car. That's shared by ex-BMW racers Jackson Goodrum and Ken Bridden. Used to race E30 BMWs, I remember, a few years ago. There's that lovely looking VW Golf, crewed by Rob Ellick and Mark Jones. They're in Class 3. 3 Class 3 cars, got the 2 Hondas. The other one is Stephen Edward Cook. There's the number 22 Clio, Chris Bialan sharing with Simon Mason. Chris starts, as we say, only a 10-minute pit window in the middle of the race, so it'll be everybody in after 20 minutes of racing. Just the one rolling lap here, the one green flag lap, because things have dried up a little once again for the Rowe Motor Oil's Brit Car Trophy Race 1. Of course, for Race 2, the top 3 in each class get a few seconds added onto their pit stops. If you win your class, it's extra 15 seconds in the pits. Second is 10 seconds, and third is a 5-second success penalty for each class. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go on. 4 classes, classes 1, 2, 3, and Clio. It's Ginettas to the fore. We've got the BMW in there as well of Lee Goldsmith, the Jeff Steele Racing run car. Jeff Steele, of course, former British touring car racer for a season. That was 1994. He raced an ex-Team Dynamics BMW. Porsches in there. Simon Clark in the green and white car. Goodrum and Bridden in the blue car. Clio's towards the back. Will they cause a surprise in these tricky conditions? 50 minutes of racing then. The Rowe Motor Oil Brit Car Trophy Championship, number 24, driven by Ian Astley on pole position. And Maurizio Silio to start alongside him. They form up 2 by 2, 5 Ginettas and a BMW in the top 6 places. The pace car pulls into pit lane. Red lights are on the gantry. Teams ready in the pit lane and on the pit wall. One car coming in already, the Golf has pulled in. Rob Ellick with a possible early problem there as the race gets underway. Down towards Riches we go. for the first time. Good start by Ian Astley, will take the lead to the first corner. Good start by Axel van Nederveen as well, diving up the inside in his Ginetta. The white car into second place. Two BMWs are together in there as well. Third place Maurizio Cilio in the number 47, the yellow car. It is Ian Astley, the ex-British GT racer, who takes the lead into that first corner. It's Anastasi in fourth place. Julian Wantling being hung out to dry on the outside at the hairpin in his Ginetta. They've all made it round okay. Two Honda Civics ahead of this group of Clios. At the back of the field there's Rob Gaffney in the number 14 Clio, a late entry for this weekend for the Spires Motorsport team. As they sort themselves out around the first lap, Ginettas hold the first four places. Look at Simon Clark in the Porsche. He's had a good getaway, the number 23, challenging the BMWs for 5th and 6th places. He gets past Lee Goldsmith in the orange car. Clio's overlapping further back. Remember, it's Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin who lead the Clio Championship and the overall championship, the number 66 car. There it is. Behind the 88 at the moment of Max Coates. He's racing the Renault Clio UK Cup. Son of Alan Coates, ex-rallycross racer back in the day. Ahead of them is Jackson Goodrum at the wheel of his Porsche. The Clio's doing well here to keep up with the quicker sports cars towards the front. As they sort themselves out around this opening lap. It won't be a huge total of laps, of course, with it being such a long lap here at Snetterton. It's the Ginetta's lead. Astley from Van Nederveen, Cilio, Anastasi. Simon Clark's up to 5th in the Porsche. He's got ahead of Lee Goldsmith down the Bentley straight. Callum Noble in the purple BMW in 7th. That's the Thorny Motorsport car. John Thorne, briefly a BTCC entrance in the early 2000s. I believe Team Hard took over his BTCC operation, if memory serves me correctly. Apologies if that is incorrect. Julian Watling in the number 2 car. It'll be Jim Edwards Jr., the father of current BTCC racer Jade Edwards, who will take over the number 2 car. There is the blue and white Ginetta. As they complete the first lap, then it is Ian Astley who leads the way. May not be in his usual car this weekend. He's still out in front, 3/4 of a second clear of the Dayton Motorsport number 111 of Axel van Nederveen. TSR Golf has rejoined a lap down, I can tell you. So Rob Ellick has gone back out, I think, showing his out lap on the timing screen. So yes, he's rejoined at the back. Hopefully Ian Waterhouse can find out in pit lane what the issue was there for the TSR team. As up the inside there, the 92 Clio, that's Travis Coyne, takes Edward Cook in the 83 Honda. William Puttergill's Honda is up behind them, then Rob Gaffney. So Clio's on the move early on here, up among the Honda Civics. This is the battle for the lead of the Clio class. It's the 88 car of Max Coates that leads ahead of 66, which is Jack Meakin. So that move for third by the 92 car of Travis Coyne. Here comes another Clio on the inside, 89 rather, Steve Harrison. Steve and James Harrison sharing that number 89 car. So the main battle at the moment is towards the back of the pack. We've got the Ginettas at the front, then the BMWs and the Porsches overlapping. Then we've got the first of the Clios, then the Civics, and then more Clios. William Puttergill's dropped back a little here, the number 183 Civic there. Last runner at the moment is the number 41 of Spires Motorsports, Darren Gerhardt's at the wheel of that one. Simon Clark, the leader of Class 2, number 23, wants to go after the Ginettas. It's the car that had a shunt at Alton Park earlier in the season in the qualifying session. It's been rebuilt by the number 23, the Form Evo Clark Racing team. Lee Goldsmith up there behind him, then Callum Noble, there's Julian Wantling. There's the battle for the lead in the Clios, and effectively the battle for the championship lead between those two. A round to go this season at Donington Park in October for the Rowe Motor Oils Brick Car Trophy Championship. So over the line go the leaders. The lead is up to nearly 1.5 seconds now. Ian Astley with a lap of 2:07.408 that time through. Nose to tail there for third and fourth between the 47 and the 4, Cilio and Anastasi. Go the rest of the field. There's our last Clio at the moment. It's the number 41 car. Darren Gerhardt will hand over to Jonathan Christie Rundle at the pit stop. There's Edward Cook coming under fire from Rob Gaffney, former Ginetta racer among a number of other things. Rob Gaffney. chased down by the number 89 of Steve Harrison, behind him William Puttergill in the Canter Holland Honda Civic. Everybody around the first couple of laps okay, just that one quick pit visit by the Golf, we know not why at the moment. Great shame, they've had a lot of issues with that Golf this year, the TSR team. It's a very well set up car, that one is. Things have settled into their rhythm then, the early stages of this 50-minute mini enduro race. Bob Gaffney's putting a wheel over the curb there as he chases Edward Cook in the 83 Major Motorsports Honda, holding off Steve Harrison in the 89. The 92 car of Travis Coyne and Alex Neville, third in the Clio class. It's the second of the Dragon Sports cars. Callum Noble, number 19, with his BMW, coming under fire from the number 2 of Julian Wantling. Class 1 is led by Maurizio Cilio in the points ahead of Neil Wallace and Ian Astley, Marco Anastasi and Axel van Nederveen, your top 4 in the points standings. Callum Noble next in there, the class order just behind the Ginettas. Over the line once again, 3 laps completed, and a new fastest lap for Maurizio Cilio. It's just a 2:06.369, so closing on Axel van Nederveen for second place now. Dayton Motorsport second and third and fourth behind the SVG Motorsport Ginetta of Ian Astley. He'll hand over to Neil Wallace at the pit stops. Diving at the inside there, Julian Wantling makes a move on Callum Noble. That was close. Noble nearly clipped the back of the Ginetta as he outbraked himself there, and Noble takes the place back again in the BMW. We had a near miss in qualifying as well earlier on. Either Jackson Goodrum or Ken Bridden, we don't know who was in the BMW at the time, spun coming out of this corner, Agostini, and it was the BMW number 10 of Lee Goldsmith, very nearly T-bone, which would have been disastrous for 2 of our top 10 runners. Goldsmith's got the BMW ahead of Simon Clark now, but Simon's still leading his class. Class 2, the 2 Porsches. We had hoped to have another Class 2 car, another Class 3 car out there, I should say. David May in the... No, it is a Class 2 car, my apologies. David May in the Mazda. But sadly that accident to Agostini earlier meant he was unable to race. Axel van Nederveen in second place, chased by Maurizio Cilio in the yellow car. Fastest lap for him last time around. It's been Dayton Motorsport in the Ginettas who have done the overall winning this year. Smith and Clark still nose to tail behind the quartet at the front. Still your leader is Ian Astley, coming up to complete his 4th lap. Great looking car, the Ginetta G56 GTA, built in the north of England. Goldsmith in 5th, great sounding car, the E90 M3 going through there. Julian Wantling still in there with Callum Noble. Goodrum 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is the first of our Clios, which is still the Hyro Motorsport car number 88 of Max Coates. Julian Wantling's going to try this move again. Has he got it to stick this time through the hairpin? He got the braking a bit better this time, and yes, he's done. So up into P7 goes Julian Wantling in the Ginetta for Assetto Motorsport. This is the battle for second place. They've dropped a couple of seconds behind Ian Astley, who's just another fastest lap, 2:06.065 for our race leader, 2.3 seconds clear of Axel van Nederveen, Maurizio Cilio and Marco Anastasi. Here's the Clio battle. Max Coates will share with Andy Tucker in the 88 car. He's got the number 66 car of Jack Meakin all over his tail. In wants to get through and keep his championship lead. They're separated by 5 points at the top of the Clio class and the overall championship. As the battle goes on towards the front of the field, the pit window not yet open, but we can hand down to Ian in pit lane, who's got some news for us.
Welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. I'm here with Neil Wallace, a teammate, of course, of Ian Astley, currently leading the race by a couple of seconds. I guess it's sort of plan A is going to perfect plan right now.
Well, we're delighted. It's not our car, so it's a new car. It wasn't working until this morning, so we're delighted. Just to be out is a good result for us. So.
You look very calm, Neil. Do you feel calm?
Yeah, well, I might not feel calm in about 10 minutes' time. So.
15-minute race. We've got another one coming up later. Of course, it's going to get quite hectic in the pit lane, isn't it, during that pit window?
Yeah. And we're looking at the weather as well. We've no idea whether it's going to rain later on or whether it's going to stay dry. Who knows? So.
Just hold on for another 40 minutes or so. That's what we want. So best of luck out there, Neil, for your stint. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. Going very well for STVG Motorsport at the minute. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Things certainly going well for SVG, especially as we said earlier, they're not in their regular car. Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. It was problems on Friday in testing that they had to change cars. We've had a change for the lead in the Clio class. That will affect the overall championship because Jack Meakin has taken the lead of the class from the 88 of Max Coates. Heading towards the hairpin, the Dragon Sport car in front. Dragon Sport with a couple of cars out there. You can tell them apart by the colour of their mirrors. The 66 car has the yellow mirrors. The 92 has the red mirrors. And there's a similar colour scheme for Rob Gaffney as well. He's got blue wing mirrors. So that's how you tell the cars apart. The two cars of Hyro Motorsports. The 88 car we can see here has black wing mirrors. The 89 of the Harrison family has red. So that's how we're telling our Clios apart. You can see there the headlights gleaming a little on the track there from the 88 cars. It's still pretty slippery out there. Pit window is not yet open. That opens 20 minutes into the race, so just under 8 minutes until we'll see the first of the stops. Looking back towards the front of the field, the lead's up to 3 seconds now, so Ian Astley's pulling away in the Ginetta. 111 of Axel van Nederveen still second. Another fastest lap last time through for Ian Astley, 2:05.308. So I would say it's drying out there all the time. So lap speeds are getting quicker and quicker. The top 7 cars all did personal bests on the last lap. The Ginettas plus the Porsche of Simon Clark and the BMW of Lee Goldsmith. Clio battle heads into Nelson, just lifting a wheel there, the 66 of Jack Meakin. And Max Coates fight back. Anastasi chasing Cilio for 3rd place. Towards the hairpin this time, they're completing 6 laps now. Ginettas 1, 2, 3, 4, the BMW in 5th place of Goldsmith, the orange car. Well, they've stopped taking it easy now. They were for the first couple of laps just to assess how damp the track still was after that rain shower. Still the number 24 has increased his lead by another half a second now. Ian Astley who leads over the 3 cars of Datum Motorsport. A triple-pronged attack for them, as we've seen throughout the course of this year. The Ginetta G56 is all the way in contention for overall race victories in the Rowe Motor Oil Sprint Car Trophy. Class 2 is still being led by Simon Clark's Porsche in 6th place overall. We've seen the Clio lead battle. Who's leading Class 3? It's number 83, Edward Cook, in the first of the 2 Hondas. 3 cars in Class 3, the other one being the Golf, which is a lap down after its pit visit on the first lap as the pace car pulled in. Try and find out what happened with the Golf there. Rob Ellick and Mark Jones. Maybe just a late setup change after he'd assessed the track conditions. We didn't see what's happened in the pits, unfortunately, with the TSR Golf. Here are the Hondas, battling for the lead of Class 3. Edward Cook being reeled in by William Puttergill, who made a slightly slow start. The Honda was in among the Clios in the early stages. They're currently 12th and 13th overall. See another Clio behind them there. That's the number 92, driven by Travis Coyne. There are the leading Clios. the other end of the Bentley Straights. 7 laps gone now. The lead gap increases by another half second. 3.9 seconds now for SVG Motorsport over Dayton Motorsports. Through Nelson go the Civics. So the 92 of Travis Coy now well clear of the number 14, which is Rob Gaffney. 4.5 minutes or so until the pit window opens. Sky's still looking threatening. It's dry at this moment. I don't say any more than that, so we don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things. Still Giannetta's all the way up front, and if anything, Marco Anastasi has closed on his teammate Maurizio Cilio there. That's the second apart now for third and fourth. The Clio lead battle is still split by just half a second between the Dragon Sport and Hyro cars. Here is the battle for second and third. They're reeling in Axel van Nederveen as well. So the 3 Dayton Motorsport cars flying in formation effectively down the Bentley Straight. Let's head down to Ian in the pits.
Welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. We've got a really great battle brewing between the 66 Dragon Sport Clio and the 88 Hyro Motorsport Clio as well. Reece, just talking about the battle going on between you and the 88 Clio as well. Jack's doing a great job though, isn't he?
Great job, yeah. It's nip and tuck, isn't it? So it's such an in-checkered battle because obviously Max has raced with me this year and we're racing against him today, so it's good.
It's quite nice to have that friendly rivalry as well, though.
It's definitely friendly, it's definitely rivalry, so it's good. When the weekend's on, it's really serious, and after the weekend, it's all good.
Fantastic. Well, I like to hear. Do we have somebody in a costume normally with you guys? We have somebody out in a platypus costume or a dragon costume. Not this weekend.
He's at Silverstone this weekend. He's with the mini challenge this weekend, so the platypus is not here. The weather was too hot as well, I think.
Yeah, we'll let him off. Whatever. Reece, best of luck out in the car. Thanks very much. Dave, back to you.
Well, there we can see the lead battle. That's the car whose co-driver we were just talking to there. Jack Meakin continues to lead the Clio category. No Dragons here in Norfolk, I don't think, except for the Dragon Sport cars. He's pulled away a bit from Max Coates in the 88. 2.5 minutes till the pit window opens. We saw Reece Lloyd, Welshman, getting his helmet on there, ready to take that car over. New fastest lap again for the leader, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta, 2:04.918. Ian Astley's getting quicker. Saw your comments on YouTube as well. Leslie Holdway cheering on Dragon Sport and Jack Meakin. Thanks for getting in touch, Leslie. Pit window opens in just a couple of minutes then. Still Ginetta's holding the top 4 places. There go the Class 3 battlers, the 2 Hondas. Staying ahead of one of the Clios there. That's the other Dragon Sport car, Travis Coyne. He'll hand over to Alex Neville. The Cook family just holding their lead. They are currently second to Will Puttergill in the Class 3 points. They're separated by 15 points, the 2 Civics in the championship. Third in Class 3 is the Golf. We've also seen Paul Goodlad in his VW Scirocco out early this season, but he's not here this weekend. Here are the Dayton Motorsports formation team, second, third and fourth. Can they catch SVG? Another lap before the pit window opens. Fastest in the first sector for SVG Motorsport that time through, 38.898 seconds. Will Puttergill, if anything, is closing on Edward Cook here for the lead of Class 3, the 2 Hondas. Maurizio Cilio, if anything, is closing on Axel van Nederveen for that second place overall and in Class 1. Two Civics, 12th and 13th overall out of the 19 cars out there. There are the Clios. It's the gap between them now. It's increased over the last couple of laps yet, so just under a second at the line. Puttergill thinking about a move there down the Bentley Straight, but he's not close enough as they go into Brundle. Still Edward Cook holds the lead. Steve Cook will take over that car. Will Puttergill is driving solo this 50-minute race. Through the bomb hole, up to Coram. Sky looking a little dark down at Coram. Things staying Seems to be dry just at the moment. There's a battle in the Clios further back. The 89, the 22 cars. As we say, open sesame. The pit window is open. 20 minutes into the race. So who's going to be our first pit stopper? This is the 89 of Steve Harrison. A bit of a lock-up there into Murray's. He's thrown that car in there. Oh, just about saved it. I thought he was going to go off onto the grass. He's got the number 22 of Chris Biala up behind him, the ex-Lotus racer, among other things. 2 Clios over the line. Further behind them, the number 41 Clio of Darren Gerhardt's. So towards the tail of the field, fighting for 15th and 16th places. Rob Gaffney, I notice, has dropped back a bit as well. He's behind these two, the number 14. Mentioning Clio battlers, we'll hear from one of our Clio racers in a moment. As this battle goes on, Chris Biala in the Piranha Racing number 22 car, run by Sim Dynamics, lifting a wheel as he goes through Palmer's. Steve Harrison staying ahead. We'll hand down to Ian in the pits, who's talking to Andy Tucker of the 88 Hyro Motorsport team.
Welcome back to the pit lane, everybody, and the pit window is now open, so the pit lane is now open. We've just spoken with Reece Lloyd down there, one of your rivals in this race. You guys go toe-to-toe. Now we're with you, Andy, from Hyro Motorsport. Ready for your stint? It's very tight, isn't it? It's going to be nip and tuck all the way to the finish for you guys.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we're battling with Reece now. It's Battle of the Welshmen. He's Valleys, I'm South Wales, so it's on as far as I'm concerned. You know, we're both pushing as hard as we can for the championship. I know they want it, we want it just as badly, so yeah, it's going to be nip and tuck right up until the final round, I think.
Do you know what, I like that. We're just talking about the rivalry. There is a rivalry, in a good way, of course. Chuck in the Welsh mix, it just adds a little bit more, doesn't it?
Exactly, we've got to be friendly about it, you know. I don't want us going out there taking lumps out of each other, but if it happens, it happens. It's motorsport, isn't it? So, let's see.
Andy, thanks for talking to us, mate. There you go. Andy Tucker, he is ready. If it happens, it happens. Dave, back to you.
Well, the pit window only open for 10 minutes during this race, so it's going to be a dash for everyone to get in over the next couple of laps. Wait to see who's going to be first to peel into the pits. The leader coming up to lap one of the Clios here. That was the number 41 car, the red Clio of Darren Gerhardt. I think it's about to go a lap down. He's been racing Clios for years. He used to race in the Michelin Clio series when that was alive with the BARC in the road car category. See the track still a little damp. You can see the headlights of the Clio gleaming off the tarmac there at the bottom hole as the Ginetta sweeps through. Ian Astley still with the lead. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:04.918. There's the Golf. He's lapped that as well. You can see he's increased his lead now to over 7 seconds ahead of the Dayton Motorsport Trio, second, third, fourth. Now, is he going to come in this time? He's not. He'll stay out a bit longer before Neil Wallace gets in, trying to build up as big a lead as he can to hand over to Neil Wallace. Let's see if anybody's going to come in this time through. See 1 or 2 cars in pit lane. Yes, number treble 1 has come in. That's the Dayton Motorsport car of Axel van Nedderveen. Just see him there in pit lane. One of the Clios is in as well. That's Rob Gaffney, the number 14 car, has pulled in. So they're our first pit stoppers. So Axel van Nedderveen has come in from the second place battle to make an early stop. There is Simon Clark. He continues to lead Class 2 in his Porsche. Well clear of the other Porsche of Jackson Goodrum and Ken Britton. Jackson Goodrum at the wheel at the moment. Used to race a BMW, as did Ken Britton. The E30 BMWs raced originally in the production BMW Championship, then became a class within the Toyo Tyres Racing Saloon series, if memory serves me right. Now switching to the County Classics Porsche. This is Simon Clark's Porsche, chasing Julian Watling in his Ginetta. More cars coming in. The number 19 of Callum Noble, the BMW, is in the pits. Number 25 Porsche has just come in as well, so Ken Britton will be getting behind the wheel. There is Axel van Nedderveen, the Dayton Motorsports crew. Go to work, checking the tyre pressures there. There's the Porsche in the background. Rob Gaffney rejoins, driving solo in the Clio. Of course, there is a minimum pit stop time, and if you exceed that, you could be penalised. They have to be careful. little bit of tape I can see there on the left front corner. So it's ahead of the rear wheel of the Ginetta. In comes another Clio. Who's that coming in? That's the number 89, the Harrisons. So Steve Harrison will hand over to James. Push back and away from Axel van Nederveen, the Dutchman, back into the race. See where he's down to. No pit penalties in this race, of course. They get, say, if you finish in the top 3 of your class, you get a few seconds added on to your time. Maurizio Cilio has now come in the 47 car from 3rd place, and the lead gap is now up to 12 seconds for this car. Ian Astley still pulling away. He's trying to build as big a lead as he can to hand over to Neil Wallace as they try to defeat Dayton Motorsports. As we said, it's an unfamiliar car for the SVG pairing, but Ian Astley is coping beautifully with it. The background there is the Golf with Rob Ellick still at the wheel. There is Maurizio Cilio, had a couple of wins at Alton Park earlier this season. Porsche getting to push back there in the background. Ken Bridden now on board, so we've had our first driver change of the race. Next will be the Harrisons in their Clio. 41 car in as well. Darren Gerhardt's handing over to Jonathan Christie Rundle. Slightly gloomy conditions still here in the Snetterton pit lane. Anybody else coming in? Yes, Lee Goldsmith's bringing his BMW in. Another Clio comes in. That's the 88 car that's fighting for the lead of the class. So Max Coates in to hand over to Andy Tucker, who we just heard from. Continuing to pour in. Let's see if our leader comes in this time. Is Ian Astley going to dive in to hand over to Neil Wallace? I think Dayton Motorsport are pitting their cars in turn, one on each lap consecutively, so it should be the number 4 car to come in this time of Marco Anastasi. Is Ian Astley going to peel in? No, he keeps going. He's going to the end of the pit window. He'll have to come in next time around, I think. Lapping 2:04.719, just done a new fastest lap of the race. Number 24. So he'll have to come in next time around. I imagine the number 4 car is going to come in at this time. Yes, it has. There's Ken Britton just getting the Porsche warmed up. Track alongside William Puttergill, the Honda goes through. He's yet to stop. There's about 6 cars that have not yet come in. The 92 car is in. Alex Neville taking over from Travis Coyne. 22 Clio is in. Chris Bielan handing over to Simon Mason. There's number 4 of Marco Anastasi. And the Golf is in as well. Rob Ellick will hand over to Mark Jones. A quick refuel for the Ginetta. The driver has to get out of the car during the refueling process. Just a very quick splash in there. There's Axel van Nederveen. He's ahead of the number 2 on track, but the number 2 car, Julian Watling, has yet to stop. 23 Porsche of Simon Clark has now come in as well, the Class 2 leader. So the only cars that have not yet stopped are the number 24, the race leader, the number 2 Ginetta that we're seeing now, the number 66 Dragon Sports Clio. In fact, that has, just as I say that, come into the pits. The 83 Major Motorsports Honda and the 183 Honda, so the 2 Civics haven't come in yet. Julian Watling looking to move past Axel van Nederveen there. Now van Nederveen has rejoined just ahead of Maurizio Cilio, so the gap has increased slightly between them, but they're still together on track. Now the leader must come in this time, Ian Astley, and he does. As his last chance, else he would have missed the pit window because there are only 35 seconds left as he peeled in there. You should see everybody else coming. Yeah, the 2 Civics are in. The only car yet to stop now is the number 2 Ginetta, so Julian Watling needs to get into the pit lane quick sharp here. Hand over to Jim Edwards Jr., the ex-touring car racer. Where is the number 2? There he is. He's just going to get in with a few seconds to spare. So everybody has made the pit window, which is good. We had one car yesterday in the British Endurance Championship race. The number 87 Audi missed the pit window for its second stop. There is our leader, Ian Astley is out. And Neil Wallace, who we heard from earlier in the race, gets in. Tyre pressures are checked on the Ginetta by the SVG Motorsport team. Lovely looking car, isn't it? It's normally racing a white and purple livery. This one in British Racing green and gold with a Union flag roof. Great paint job. Ian Astley helps Neil Wallace to strap in. So futuristic looking, the cockpits of these Ginettas. Head-up display on the dashboard there. It's like something from a fighter plane almost with that steering wheel. Brilliant GT racers, the Ginettas, so popular, so many different series for Ginetta cars now. Okay, waiting for Neil Wallace to signal he is ready. See the time counting there on the dashboard display as well, the race time, total race time. He'll make sure that he's stationary for the required length of time as well. You can see the mechanic with the stopwatch, making sure they don't go under the minimum and risk a penalty. The Ginetta is pushed back, revs up, away he goes Neil Wallace. Perfect pit stop by the look of things from my vantage point. So we'll wait for the leaders to rejoin then. Let's see where he comes out in relation to the other Ginettas here. Number 2 car is still in pit lane because they've got the driver change to make. The pit window has now closed, but everybody has made their mandatory stop as we saw. Here's a little battle out on track. The Golf of Mark Jones chasing one of the Clios. I think that's the number 89 car possibly. So now we've got to wait for the order to cycle through and find out where everybody is in the race. James Harrison holding off Mark Jones. Lee Goldsmith's BMW ahead of them. There's number 2 car we can just see in pit lane with Jim Edwards Jr. now on board. First time I saw him racing was in the MG Owners Club Championship in, if I remember rightly, an MG Maestro of all things. He's come a long way since then. Bit of touring car racing in the early 2000s in the days of the production category in a Honda. Now his daughter Jane, a BTCC racer herself. So now we wait for the timing screen to cycle through on the next lap once everyone's completed their out laps. Ken Bridden with the Clio of number 92, Alex Neville behind him. They're down towards the tail of the field, I think those two. Yes, William Puttergill showing us 12th place. These two 13th and 14th in the overall classification at the moment. Now, have SVG Motorsport done enough to keep their lead here over Axel van Nedderveen and the 47 of Maurizio Cilio? They're separated by just under 1.5 seconds. We saw them together on track. There's Jim Edwards Jr. coming up on one of the Clios. Should be Marco Anastasi in 4th place. He's 6 seconds off his teammates. So he lost a bit of time in the pit stop, taking on that splash of fuel. Rob Gaffney making a move on the 22 of Simon Mason. Battle of the Clios here, 15th overall. And there is Van Nedderveen behind them, side by side through the bomb hole. That's a brave move. There's Van Nedderveen. There's Cilio. That should be 2nd and 3rd places. We'll see where Neil Wallace has rejoined. That is Marco Anastasi in 4th place. Where is Wallace? I think he's already got through up towards Richards. Yes, so we'll see what the gap is. Work done by Ian Astley and Neil Wallace has taken them clear of their teammates. 10.5 seconds is the gap, so it's about the same. Rain on the camera lens. It's raining again at Richards. So this could change the complexion of this race again. Just as all the pit stops are completed, the rain is coming down again here at Snetterton. Meanwhile, let's head down to Ian for an update from the pits.
quite a lot of drama going on. We were actually just up at SVG a minute ago during their pit stop. They were a little bit concerned at one point that they thought it might have been too short, but they've done their times, done their checks, and I think they're absolutely bang on for time. So no issues with there. However, on track it looks like it's just started to spit. Could that throw a bit of a curveball in at the end of this race? Alex, you've just come in though. Obviously it was dry for you. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was okay. We seemed to be lacking a little bit to Max and Jack. Their pace was ridiculously good. So we've got some work to do for race 2. But yeah, no, it was a solid stint. You can't complain with third. See if we can go 2 better later on this afternoon.
Travis is out now. We're not concerned about this weather, are we? Because it has just started to spit out.
It's Snetterton, isn't it? Anything happens here.
It has its own climate here. It literally does have its own climate.
Yeah, we call it Wetterton for a reason, don't we? But no, it'll be what it'll be. Trav's got it under control, I'm sure, and yeah, we'll see where we end up.
Top man, don't talk to us, Alex. Don't go anywhere because we can just grab Jack. Jack, quick words of it. You've just come in as well, handed over to Reece. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Luckily, the sort of rain held off while we were out. It's looking like it's spitting a little bit more now, but good stint. Started second, followed Max for a few laps, and then made my move under the bridge. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Reece is out there now, so looking good.
You're going to finish ahead of the 88?
Fingers crossed. Reece is the boy.
Let's talk to you, mate, Jack. Right, Dave, there you go. Back to you. Could be quite an eventful end to this race.
Well, I can tell you Reece Lloyd is currently leading the class for the Clios. It is SVG Motorsports who currently lead the way on track as the Ginettas go through. Just as I say that, the Treble 1 car appears at the top of the side. SVG hasn't come through. What's happened to our race leader? There he is, he's down to 4th. So Neil Wallace has dropped back on that lap. Yeah, his last lap was a 2 minutes 34.173, so a very slow lap there for Neil Wallace, and he's dropped down from 1st to 4th place. Well, I'm not sure what happened there. Was he caught out by the rain? We'll try and pick up what has happened from SVG Motorsport, but the upshot is it is now a Dayton Motorsports 1, 2 and 3. It is Axel van Nedderveen who has got the lead ahead of Maurizio Cilio and Marco Anastasi. Back in the pit lane is the number 92 Dragon Sports Clio of Alex Neville. Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsports. That's a car in trouble. Try and find out what the problem was there. We just heard from Dragon Sports with Jack Meakin, their other car leading the Clio class, still ahead of Pyro Motorsports number 88. Okay, we'll try and find out what the issue was there. Now, are they pushing the car back, or is it going to be pushing in the garage? I'm not sure there. Well, there's our new race leader, because while we were away in the pits, Neil Wallace has clearly had a moment. It is pouring down now here at Snetterton. Look at the rain as they come down the Bentley Straights. There's Neil Wallace at the back of that group in the background. So it's Van Nedderveen who leads from Cilio, Anastasi. Wallace down to 4th. He lost 30 seconds on his first lap out of the pits. He must have had an off somewhere out of our sight. Lee Goldsmith, number 10, is in 5th position. We've just had notification of a couple of penalties. A drive-through penalty for car number 14, which is Rob Gaffney's Clio. That's for a pit lane infringement, and a stop-go penalty for car 83. That's the Cook family in the Honda Civic. Steve Cook now at the wheel. 9-second stop-go penalty, and that'll be for a short pit stop. Lee Goldsmith's got the BMW through into 4th place now. He's got ahead of Neil Wallace by the things. So Neil, he must be really struggling with the wet conditions here. Yeah, there's the Ginetta, number 24. They're all struggling. Look, they can't get the power down coming out of Murray's there, especially the BMW. That's a rear-wheel drive car. Of course, one of the Clios calling in there as well. The number 14, that's Rob Gaffney taking his drive-through penalty. So the officials picking up on a couple of pit lane infringements there, so there'll be a 9-second penalty for Stephen Edward Cook's Honda. There's Gaffney, you can see in the pit lane taking his penalty. There's a Clio pulling off into the paddock there. That might well be the 92, because it had gone back out. I think we might be about to see our first retirement, unfortunately. I think the 92 Clio could be out of the race. Neil Wallace dropping down the order. He's down to 5th now. There's Maurizio Silio, he's in 2nd place, and he's dropped nearly 9 seconds back on the treble 1 car. He's being caught by Marco Anastasi. The rain just after the pit stops has completely changed the pace and complexion of this race, as I thought it might. It's Dayton Motorsport 1, 2 and 3. Jeff Steele Racing's BMW of Lee Goldsmith in 4th. Neil Wallace is down to 5th. 6th behind them is the number 2 Ginetta, and you can see that's the number 4 of Anastasi, nearly losing it at Hamilton. It is so treacherous out there. Will we see cars making a second stop for wets? Lee Goldsmith is finding it impossible in the BMW. Just can't put the power down through those rear tyres. 6th is the Assetto Motorsport car of Jim Edwards Jr. 7th is number 23, which is Simon Clark in the Porsche. He leads Class 2. Callum Noble's BMW is 8th. 9th, it's the leading Clio, which is Rhys Lloyd, the 66 car, taken over from Jack Meakin. And the 88 Clio rounds out the top 10, now driven by Andy Tucker. The new Class 3 leader is William Puttergill, he's 11th. 12th will be the 83 car, which is the Cooks. 13th is the County Classics Porsche, with Ken Britton on board. Then in 14th place, we've got the 22 Sim Dynamics Clio, driven by Simon Mason. 15th is number 14, Rob Gaffney. Of course, he's just taken that drive-through penalty. 16th, the Golf, number 77, Mark Jones aboard. 17th, number 41, which is Jonathan Christie Rundle's Clio. The 92 car, I think, has pulled into the paddock, and the 89 Clio is back in the pits. They're changing tyres. I thought we might see cars come in to change to wet weather tyres, the Harrisons. Now, could this be a masterstroke, or is everybody else going to follow them and change onto wets? We will see. We said that Lee Goldsmith in the BMW, the orange car, was places on that last lap. Last lap was a 2:52. There are the Clio leaders, the 66 car. 41 is behind them. I think that car's a couple of laps down now, the car of Darren Gerhardt and Jonathan Christie Rundle. There's less than 8 minutes of the race to go. So is there time? Is it worth coming in for wets? Wait and see what the teams decide. One team has gone for it, the 89 Clio. Has anybody else made a second stop? The 14 car of Gaffney, yeah, we know he came in, but I think that was to serve that penalty. We haven't seen the 83 car come in for its stop-go penalty yet. If it doesn't serve it, then it will get a penalty added on at the end of the race. There it is, it's still leading Class 3. It's got the indicator going. Is that to show it's coming in this lap? Steve Cook. Presumably their pit stop was 9 seconds too short, so they've got to serve a 9-second stop-go. William Puttergill behind him, so this is going to give him the class lead. The Carter Holland Asset Management Civic. Here's a replay of why Lee Goldsmith had such a slow lap. Sideways at Palmer's, almost saved it onto the grass. He lost 3 places as a result of that. Just impossible out there for the BMW. It's pretty much impossible for everyone at the moment. There's the Ginetta number 2 of Jim Edwards. He's got ahead of Simon Clark's Porsche now. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got ahead of the 24 of Neil Wallace as well, because he's struggling in these conditions. The 83 car has come in. There he is, in to serve his penalty. As Axel van Nederveen continues to lead. Over the line, 19 laps completed. 6 minutes remaining. Silio in second ahead of Anastasi. The lead gap is now up to 9.5 seconds. Edwards is 4th. Then it's Clark. Where is Neil Wallace? With his Ginetta. There is the Honda Civic. Stop-go penalty served, and out he goes. Steve Cook. That's lost him the lead of Class 3 to William Puttigill. There's Anastasi, and he's being closed down, look, by Jim Edwards and Simon Clark. The Porsche running pretty well in these wet conditions. He's having a go at the Ginettas. Ginettas holding the top 4 places at the moment. Simon Clark, let's look at his lap time compared to the 2 cars ahead of him. Yeah, he was slightly quicker, certainly quicker than the number 4 on the last couple of laps. We could get that Porsche onto an overall podium here. This is the battle for second place. It's not a very high-speed battle given the conditions, has to be said at the moment. The drivers being as careful as they can not to lose it. We've already seen Anastasi nearly lose it, and as I say that, he ploughs off. Just about saves it. That's going to allow Jim Edwards up alongside him, but he'll be on the outside for the right-hander at Oggies. Yes, Anastasi struggling, I think, more than the others around him, possibly at the moment. And here comes Simon Clark and sends a chance to get the Porsche onto the podium here. But the Ginettas have the straight line speed, the Class 1 cars. Axel van Nederveen's away up the road. He's heading for another victory. 4.5 minutes remaining. There is van Nederveen lapping William Puttigill's Honda Civic. Here Maurizio Silio have pretty much divided the wins up between them this season. But it's the Clios where the overall championship could be decided. Who's leading the Clio class? It is still the number 66 of Dragon Sports. Look at them sliding out of the bomb hole there. You saw Edwards completely sideways almost. Likewise for Ken Bridden there in the Porsche further back. Here they come. Less than 4 minutes to go now. It's going to be a battle for survival between these 4. Look at the Porsche. Simon Clark able to get the power down. He's past Silio now. Through into second place has gone Jim Edwards, using his years of experience. He's in P2, the Porsche's in P3. And he could get second here. Simon Clark is loving this at the wheel of the Porsche 997. Here they come up to the hairpin. He's not going to go round the outside on Wilson's hairpin, sure. Oh, yes, he is. Can he get it overlapped and completed on the exit? Oh, brilliant. Superb from Simon Clark. And he's up to second. He's got past 3 of the Ginettas in a few corners there. Coming up to lap William Puttigill now. Jim Edwards can sense a chance to fight back in the car started by Julian Watling. Now, surely they're not going to catch Axel van Nederveen. Now, his last lap was a 2:31. Edwards weaving about there to take the line for Agostini. Let's have a look at their last lap times. These two were lapping in the 2:27, so they were 4 seconds quicker on the last lap than van Nederveen. This could get interesting. They're 8.5 seconds behind, so I don't think they'll quite catch him. Well, Jim Edwards won't if he does that. He nearly spun it there as Hamilton. And Simon Clark has been the star of the second half of this race. Look at them sliding around there. It's impossible. There's no grip out there whatsoever. Now there's van Nederveen. He is catching him, look. Has that Ginetta just been off? Did he run wide coming out of Williams? He looked very slow coming onto the straights. And that Simon Clark is eating into Axel van Nederveen's lead. Will it be checkered flag this time? I don't think it will, and Clark nearly, I thought, was going to go into the escape road there. He's got to hold it together. He can see the Ginetta ahead of him. Look at this from Simon Clark. Is the Ginetta dominance going to be broken? Can the Porsche do it? It's going to be 1 lap to go this time. They're going to have to be so careful. There's no grip on this circuit at all here at Snetterton. What an extraordinary conclusion to this Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy race. Can Simon Clark defeat the Ginetta G56s and take his Porsche to an overall victory? He's got Axel van Nederveen in his sights. Let's compare the lap times. There's 1 minute left as they cross the line. They go on to the last lap. The Dayton Motorsport Ginetta does a 2:34. Clark did a 2:28. There's only 2.3 seconds in it now. Simon Clark can win this race if he keeps his head and keeps it on the road here. But as they always say, catching is one thing, passing is another. It is hammering down out there. Look at him closing up. Oh, is he overshot? Get that car stopped, Simon. Yes, he's just about done it. I thought he was going to go straight on for a second there. Just got to keep his head. He knows the Porsche is having the better of these conditions. Can he get ahead of Axel van Nederveen and produce one of the surprise results of the Brit Car Trophy season? There's a back marker there, the number 41 of Jonathan Christie Rundle. He moves over, lets the quicker runners through, and now Clark is right with van Nederveen. Off in the background goes Ruben Anastasi, the number 4. Marco Anastasi, I should say. He goes off at the exit of Palmer's, but we'll concentrate on the lead battle because Clark is now looking. He's not holding back here, he's on the tail of Axel van Nederveen. He's trying to pressure him into a mistake now. He's got to be careful not to make a mistake himself. There is no grip out there whatsoever. How these cars are still racing on in this weather, I do not know, on slick tyres. This is bravery more than anything. Here comes Clark, he's lining him up at Williams. He doesn't get through there. He'll try at the end of the Bentley straight, I'm sure. The Porsche gets the power down. Here comes Simon Clark. It's only Brundle, Nelson, the bomb hole, Coram and Murray's to go after the Bentley straight, and Simon Clark goes for the inside. Can the Porsche take the lead? Yes, he's got it. On the last lap of the race, the last half lap of the race, Simon Clark gets the Class 2 Porsche into the lead ahead of Axel van Nederveen. Now he's just got to hold it together through these last few corners. This is a heroic, brave drive, well, from everybody out there, but especially Simon Clark in that Porsche 997. We thought Dayton Motorsport had their dominance sewn up once the SVG car fell back, but they reckon without Simon Clark, this is brilliant. He's pulling away as they go towards Murray's for the last time. Just got to get it through the left-hander. He does so. Van Nederveen is going to try and fight back and get the power down the straights. The checkered flag is in sight. And against the odds here at Snetterton, this Rowe Motor Oil's Brit Car Trophy race, Simon Clark wins in the Porsche. Second goes to Axel van Nederveen. And third place, it will be Julian Wantling and Jim Edwards Jr. for Assetto Motorsports. Checkered flag, I think, fell on the Treble 1 car there. I don't think even the officials realised that Simon Clark had taken the lead. Fourth goes to Maurizio Cilio, and it will be Marco Anastasi in fifth place. Sorry, Marco, I'll get your name right in the end. Meanwhile, here comes Rhys Lloyd. He's still in the lead of the Clio class. He's just got to make it home to take the class victory and extend their championship lead. Goldsmith gets the BMW home in sixth place. Seventh goes to the early leaders, Ian Astley and Neil Wallace. Eighth place will be the number 19 car, I think, the Thorny Motorsports BMW, just waiting for that to come across the line. And the other cars on the lead lap will be the two leading Clios. He awaits the Clio class winner to come home. Then it should be Rhys Lloyd in the car started by Jack Meakin. That will extend their lead in the championship. There's Callum Noble, the Thorny Motorsport BMW over in P8. A fairly quiet race for him. But Simon Clark, that was a superb drive. I don't think even he realises he's won it. That was bravery in those conditions, sheer bravery to hold it together in those cars. Just waiting for the Clios to come in. Here comes Rhys Lloyd, flashes the lights as he crosses the line. A class win for Dragon Sports, and they hold the lead of the championship at the end of this remarkable race. Last couple of cars across the line. There's the High Rowe Motorsport car home in second place. The provisional result reads as follows. The Form Evo Clark Racing Porsche of Simon Clark wins ahead of a clutch of Ginettas. Dayton Motorsport in second, fourth and fifth. The class win goes to Axel van Nederveen ahead of Wantling and Edwards, then Cilio and Anastasi. Sixth place to Lee Goldsmith's BMW, seventh for the early leaders, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta, and eighth for Callum Noble. The class for Clios won by Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin, number 66. Ninth overall in class 3 was won by William Puttergill in his Honda Civic. Just one retirement there. Bad luck to the number 92 of Alex Neville and Travis Coyne. They failed to finish. Let's head down to Ian in Parc Fermé. I'm sure we'll hear from a very happy Simon Clark.
Yeah, well, I'm here in Parc Fermé with a delighted Simon Clark. That was some finish, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I was kind of hoping for a bit of dampness, but not too much. We needed to use up the wets, and it came to us right at the right time. So yeah, absolutely delighted. County Classics did a great job prepping the car. We got Form Evo here and the other sponsors, loads of guests. It couldn't have. Yeah, it was just perfect. Couldn't have scripted it better.
Aren't these the races we love though? Because unpredictability thrown into the mix. Just anything can happen.
Yeah, it wasn't even forecast this morning for rain until.
It's not due to rain until 5 o'clock this afternoon, is it?
Yeah, and it's mega fun driving with cars that are like multi-mark cars where everyone's got. As soon as it rains, the rear engine 911 comes into its own. So yeah, it was fantastic.
Well, you've got to do it all again a little bit later, but congratulations. Enjoy this moment, won't you, Simon? And who knows, we might be talking a little bit later as well.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you. A big shout out to Axel van Nederveen as well. Axel, can we just grab you very quickly as well? A dramatic finish, changeable conditions. It had it all, didn't it?
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, I mean, look. Pace you've got in the car, you've got to do it again a little bit later as well. Hopefully dry conditions, is that what we have?
Let's see. I think it's probably going to be exactly the same. I think the weather gods have decided to not like us.
We just don't know here at Snetterton. Anything can happen, can't it? Yes. Look, congratulations anyway, and we'll no doubt be talking a little bit later as well. Axel van Nederveen there as well. We do want to move down a little bit. I know we've got a truck race coming up very shortly. Did want to give a shout out, of course, the Clio Cup as well. I believe it was the 66 Dragon Sport that made it happen as well. Yes. I'd like to do it now, actually, just before you go, because we are live. What did you make of that, Claire? It was fantastic, wasn't it? Had it all.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions change, and all the strategies for all the teams, they were all stressing out on the pit stops. So yeah, no, that's exactly how I want Brickcar to be. All a bit of fun, challenge, and they all loved it. So absolutely brilliant. Really proud of it.
Fantastic, Claire. Yeah, fun. It certainly was. There is another Rowe Brickcar Trophy Championship race coming up a little bit later as well. I'm going to head off and do the podium now for them. So I'll hand back to Dave to take you through the truck race. Enjoy.
Well, I must say, well done to all our drivers in that race. We saw a couple of spins, but everyone, by and large, managing to hold it together in what were near impossible conditions there towards the end of that race, and full credit to all of them. Well done, Simon Clark. As we said, the rear engine of the 911, the 997 Porsche, helping his cause in those last few laps. A brilliant effort to reel in Axel van Nederveen and take the win. Next up it is race 4 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Let's see who Points is caught up with down in the paddock.
So, Steve, how we doing? We had a good little chat yesterday, didn't we?
We did. It was nice, actually.
It was.
And,
I enjoyed it.
I've had some really good reaction on my social media, which was really nice. So
good.
to thank the team and my wife and all that, and the sponsors, that's great. But,
And now we're obviously in the golf buggy that was most famously driving around behind myself and Neil Yates' interview yesterday.
yes, it's very. I don't know what happened there, because it's like the.
It
was an accident. It wasn't deliberate.
It's right next to the brake. I mean, if you look, the horn is right next to the brake.
I actually thought it was a choke button.
It was the choke. Yeah, the choke. Give it a bit of choke.
Yeah, he did choke a bit in the
Cold
interview anyway,
warning,
didn't he?
he did choke a bit. So are you taking this out for the next race, are you?
Do you know what? If you'd have asked me that yesterday, I would have done. But we found our problem yesterday on the understeer. Done a little bit better in that race. Still a bit off on the pace, but
Didn't hit anyone though, like most of the drivers.
For me, it was brilliant. Like Ricky had a bit of a mishap on the first bend, took Ryan off, and managed to miss that. Then they red flagged it, obviously. Then Michael and Craig. So yeah, touch wood, no damage in that race. We managed to finish 7th, so we've got front row start for next race and the final race. So hopefully we can then pick up something to make the weekend all worth it, you know. So
Fingers crossed. Where are you starting in race 4?
I think we're second in both of them, 4 and 5. Yeah.
So
which is
plenty
good.
of opportunity there.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Like I say, we've sorted out the big problem we had with the understeer. That's gone. And I was still disappointed because the laps up, but then I knew it was raining, but I didn't really think the track. It didn't look wet, and then the boys said it was wet.
It was a bit drizzly.
It was, yes. It made it a little bit slippery. So now we're going to walk the setup a little bit like, well, if it dries or if it rains. So hopefully we can get out there in front, and it'd be nice to get a bit of silverware for the boys. It will. It really would be. But it's points I'm after, to be fair, because we finished 6th in Division 1 last year in our first year. We got up to very close to 4th earlier on, and then we lost that a bit. So
off a bit.
yeah, a little bit. But now we're getting. It sort of went our way. First race we didn't finish, and then me and Craig were on the same points. He finished, and Bradley left me again. And then in the second race, Bradley and Craig didn't finish, and I did. So sort of levelled itself out a bit. Yeah. So I'm hoping really, if I can nick a few points on the pair of them in these next 2 races, I'll stand in front of Craig and I can close the gap a bit on Bradley. Like Ryan's gone. I think Ryan, Stuart, and Dave, to be fair, it will be first, second, and third, probably in that order. Ryan, Stuart, Dave. I'm not sure how close David Stewart are.
Oh yeah, time to go.
Oh, okay. Up on the back then, up on the back. Come on.
Yeah, we'll see. So fourth is my aim.
Yeah.
We're a bit off of it.
But we got a race to go to. Get in. Come on.
So
we'll leave the cameraman here. I'm with Neil Yates, Steve Powell, Vicky, and we're going to Mrs. Yates, and we're going to go. We're going to go racing. Okay. See you later, guys. Bye.
And more from Pointy's stand-up comedy show a little later on. Anyway, we move on next to our 4th truck race of the weekend. The grid set by the result of race 2 later on. We see our podium there for the Brickcar Trophy race. Julian Watling and Jim Edwards Jr. in 3rd, Axel van der Veen 2nd, Simon Clark with that brilliant victory in the Porsche. It's Rhys Lloyd and Jack Meakin who keep the championship lead with the class win in their Clio. Still wet conditions here at Snetterton, ready for our 4th truck race. The grid sets, as I was about to say, by race 2 yesterday. Ryan Smith literally drove off into the sunset in that one. He won by over 20 seconds in Division 1. Division 2, it was Paul Rivette who's unbeaten so far this weekend. So far this year we haven't had a driver win all 5 races in a weekend. Paul Rivette's still on for that, so we'll see how he gets on here. The grid for this one will see Michael Oliver. He finished 8th in race 2 yesterday, so he'll start on pole. Hopefully he's repaired after that collision with Craig Reed in the race earlier on today. Alongside him will be the man we've just heard from, number 3, Stephen Powell. 2nd row, 86, Tom O'Rourke. Alongside him will be number 14, John Bowler. Great run to 2nd place in the slightly shortened race earlier on. Row 3, number 89, Simon Reed, and 69, David Jenkins. David will be very, very relieved to have finally got the monkey off his back, finally get that first win of the year earlier on. Great move at Agostini on John Bowler. Row 4, it's those two again, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Ryan a 5th place in race 3. The 5th row, programmed as 95 Ricky Collett and 33 Neil Yates. I suspect we'll see Neil starting from the back of the grid again though. And then Bradley Smith, number 46, had some problems in race 2 yesterday, failed to finish, as did Craig Reed, number 68. Then there's a gap, we've got Division 2. John Powell, hopefully he's back out. He's had that start line collision in the race earlier on. His back wheels lifted off the ground. Hopefully he's back out for this one. We'll be on pole alongside 28 Gentleman Jim Bennett. Then we've got 41 Simon Cole. Hopefully his truck not damaged as a result of that spin, avoiding the carnage at Riches earlier on. So that's alongside number 10 of Craig Evans. Then Adam Binson, Paul Rivette's 5 and 22 round out the grid. Just awaiting the trucks to be released from the assembly area. Then once the marshals have moved into a safe position, it's the GT Tyres MAN that's going to lead them round. I know Martin Gibson, ex-racer in one of the Team Oliver trucks, does a lot of development work for them. So the Myra testing facility in Warwickshire, the Motor Industry Research Association. Martin concentrating on car racing these days, and he did make a one-off truck racing comeback at Donington at Convoy in the Park in the international races. So concentrates on his car racing with things like the Fun Cup Endurance Series these days. Stephen Powell, number 3, and the Cameramatics Racing number 3 truck, also sponsored by HGV Direct. Starts on the outside of the front row. He took his maiden Division 1 win at Thruxton last season, celebrated like he just won the championship, him and his family. Great scenes down in Hampshire. This year the best Stephen Powell has had is a 2nd place, that was at Thruxton again. So looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career, the former Division 2 champion. Won the Division 2 title on 6 different occasions, Stephen Powell. Michael Oliver, just that 1 win so far this year. That was in the final race at Pembrey. We'll go back to Pembrey in October, Elstman's meeting of the year, and then bonfire weekend at Brands Hatch. We see the season finale. Will Ryan Smith be crowned as 8-time Division 1 champion? Stuart Oliver will be out to stop him. Just a couple of wins this year. He had 2 wins at Brands Hatch on season opening weekend at Easter. He's had 1 win at Thruxton as well. 10 times a champion. From 1999 right through to 2010. So Ricky Collett's been a champion on 2 occasions as well. That was way back in 95 and 97. Richard Collett took the titles. His best result this year, 6th place at Donington Park. Of course, in the second race at Brands Hatch at the season opener, he had a colossal engine blow-up. Was back out for the second round at Pembrey. One driver we are missing this weekend is Simon Faulkner, number 92, the Iveco driver from Hampshire. Best result he's had this year is an 8th place on his local circuit at Thruxton, but not out this weekend, sadly. Tom O'Rourke in there on the second row of the grid, yet to win this year. The best result he's had was a 3rd place at Donington at Convoy in the park. David Jenkins, the 2011 champion. Whereas in Division 2, title battle poised between Adam Bint, John Powell and Paul Rivett. John Powell on pole position here, had 2 wins at Brands Hatch. 1 inherited after Craig Evans ran wide at Paddock Hill Bend on the last lap. 1 win at Pembrey, 2 at Thruxton, and 1 at Donington. Has had some problems as well. He's had a couple of non-finishes. It's held him back slightly. Adam Bint, champion in 2016 in Division 2 with the Volvo. 3 wins on opening day at Brands Hatch, 2 at Pembrey, but hasn't won since then because, mainly, of Paul Rivett. Paul had 4 wins at Donington. It would have been 5, but a turbo pipe came off on his machine and restricted him to 6th place. He was leading at the time that happened, so he could have scored the maximum. Had 2 wins at Thruxton. Was disqualified in 1 race there for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit. 2 at Pembrey as well. Missed a race at the opener at Brands Hatch. The truck wasn't quite ready in time for the first race after some problems early in the weekend. He got 4 top 4 finishes the rest of that Easter weekend. Former Clio champion. Craig Evans desperate for his first win in Division 2. Hasn't been out of the top 4 all season this year in Division 2, with the exception of a retirement at Pembrey in race 4. Mr. Consistent in Division 2, just needs that breakthrough win. Completing the Division 2 field, of course, we've got Simon Cole, number 41. His season up until that switch into the Iveco in Division 2, his Division 1 season was pretty much a litany of DNFs and DNSs. Jim Bennett completes the entry. Best results he's had this year, a few 4th places. Let's see who Pointy's caught up with, shall we, after his little drive in his golf cart.
And it's like, you know, I try to get to know people, but everyone's only ever interested in my calf muscles. What were you looking at? Were you not supposed to be looking at me then? What's going on? Anyway, we're just waiting for some trucks to find their way into the assembly area where they will, guess this, assemble like the Avengers. Let's walk around the shortcut way and have a cheeky look. Should we go through the back end? Yeah, let's go behind the scenes. So this is Tyre Alley, well known, and these are some great GT tyres. These are, of course, examples of the road tyres. We showed you a little bit about them yesterday. This is the kind of back way into the racing. But I find if there's a way to get in. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yes. And here we are in the assembly area. Cameraman John's is making his way through the obstacle course. And here we are. So as you can see, it's all quite close together here. They're all getting ready. We are currently running around 50 minutes late. About 50 minutes late for the second race. They should have gone out at 1:10. And of course, we did see the drivers signing earlier on, and we've still got drivers making their way into the assembly area at the back. Let's just have a quick word with a mechanic over here. Such a piece of gears. How we doing, mate? You all right?
Not bad, Pointy. All right, aye.
Yeah, now, well, obviously you've been working with Tom O'Rourke for quite a while now.
Aye.
Few issues you've had this weekend, though. Can you talk us through them?
But the steering box went on the first race yesterday, and we had a bit of steering box on it last night. We got a bump yesterday with Craig, but everyone's no disasters, major disasters, so we're all right.
No major disasters, you heard it here first.
Right, we're hoping for a wet race today.
I hope for a wet race. Look, I've got my waterproof on just in case, but I mean, I'd prefer not to have to wear it, really.
See, I get, but plumbers are all like that. They just like the water anyway.
No, we don't like the water. That's why we tell it where to go, you see.
See, you've just got to get in there and get the job done.
Get in there, get the job done. Well, thank you very much for running us through that. Tom O'Rourke's, I'm going to call him Chief Mechanic. You know what I mean? Chief Mechanic. Let's pop over here and see a bit of prep work going on. Now we spoke to Dave. I want to speak to you.
I'm illiterate.
Come on, yes, gotcha. You can't run away now. Now, what's your name?
Ben.
What's your job title?
I don't know what my job title is, Ben.
Just one of them, Ben. Yeah. Ben, and his job title is Ben. Now, obviously, you work with Dave Jenkins, don't you?
Yeah.
I've been trying to. We come with an idea recently. We need to speak to more team members, but of course, the tricky thing is getting team members to speak to us. How long have you been doing truck racing for now?
13, 14 years.
God, blimey!
Yeah.
Talk about, I mean, it's a bit longer than me. That's crazy.
Yeah.
What got you into it originally?
Just getting to know Dave. We just moved in nearby, and
were you a spectator before, or did you meet Dave outside of racing?
Outside of racing, straight into racing.
Have you noticed many people coming into racing over the years and thought, oh, is that how people do it normally? It's like these kind of kids that wonder about the paddock and then they just want to know what's going on, you know?
Yeah.
And what was the message? Is it all okay?
Just testing the radio.
Oh, testing the radio. Did it work?
Yeah.
Oh, good, it worked. Ben, cheers for talking to us, buddy. We can hear the noise starting to gather now here in the assembly area, which usually means that, they're getting ready to go. Of course, we won't want to hang around too long. We've got the marshals making sure everyone's ready. But let's just quickly look at the back of Dave's truck here whilst we've got a sec. The immaculate cleanliness that you can see here. Yes, okay, it's got a bit of dust on it, but it is so clean, so organised, so tidy. The gearboxes, very similar to what we saw in pieces on the floor of Craig Evans' tent yesterday. Over here, we've got the fluid cooler. Over there, we've got the absolutely humongous turbo. Let's have a wander around that side if we can. Make sure John doesn't fall over. So we can see here, as the air comes through the front, we've got this absolutely huge turbo, which even though it's only on tick over, you can already feel the heat coming through it. And this is the exhaust here, which is incredible. So we're essentially looking at a straight through exhaust from the intercooler from the front. No smoke box in England, so the fact that we're running on GD plus fuel means that even when they absolutely boot it, we still get very, very little black smoke, which just means all the more how clean it is for the championship. Now these guys are running out now, as you can see, so we will bid them bon voyage as we get them out onto the circuit for the second race here at Snetterton. Very noisy. Back to Dave.
Yes, Pointy, you are very noisy. Thank you for confirming. Anyway, about to get underway then. They come out from the assembly area for the rolling starts. This will be another 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. So a reminder of the grid. Michael Oliver in pole position. The truck repaired by Team Oliver after a collision with Craig Reed earlier on. Alongside him, Stephen Powell in number 3. Second row, Tom O'Rourke and John Bowler. Can he go one better than earlier? David Jenkins on row 3, looking for his second win of the day alongside Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith on row 4. Then Ricky Collitz and Neil Yates completing the top 5 rows, although I suspect we'll see Neil start from the back. Behind them on the grid, We will have Bradley Smith and Craig Reed. They failed to finish race 2 yesterday, so watch for Bradley coming through in particular. And then in Division 2, we've got Jim Bennett and Simon Cole, Craig Evans and Adam Bintz, Paul Rivett and John Powell. Now, according to my grid sheet, John Powell's off from the front because he didn't finish race 2 in Division 2 yesterday, so he should be at the front of the grid. We'll wait and see if he's there for this 15-minute race. There's Michael Oliver on pole. Ryan Smith in behind his big rival of the last few years, David Jenkins. Well, as I said earlier, everyone is a big rival to Ryan Smith. Jim Bennett on the front of the grid there. There's Ricky Collett just making his way through, a bit late out of the assembly area. Yes, there is John Powell. He is there at the back of Division 2. So my grid sheet must be incorrect. Yeah, he's at the back of Division 2, so he must have not finished. Yes, he didn't finish yesterday's race, so he does move to the back. So Neil Yates at the back of everybody. The graphic was correct. It's my grid sheet that's incorrect there. Apologies for the confusion there. Not sure why Pointy said we were 50 minutes late, because at this moment in time we are not. I don't want to say any more on that to jinx it. I think Pointy was reading yesterday's timetable. On board with Ryan Smith. Looking out over the bonnet of the Daimler Freightliner. So riding on board with John Bowler. Thanks to Chris Clark for sorting our onboard cameras this weekend. And Richard Barwick in the touring cars as well, so thank you to them. Ricky Collett at the back of Division 1 here. Simon Cole and Jim Bennett at the front of Division 2, ready to rumble with the British Truck Racing Championship, race 4 of the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuits. Can Ryan Smith get back to winning ways? Is Paul Rivett in the blue and yellow number 22 going to remain unbeaten in Division 2? Adam Bint nicely placed in the number 5. Neil Yates at the back. Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell on the front row of the grid. We see a second win of the season for Michael Oliver, a second win of his Division 1 career for the 6-time Division 2 champion Stephen Powell. We are about to find out over the next 15 minutes. The pace truck, the GT Tyres MAN, unleashes them. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Tension begins to mount. We're on board with Ryan Smith. This is certainly once again not going to be for the faint of heart at all. The power comes on, and here we go. It's the charge of the truck brigade down towards Rich's corner. Who's going to get the lead? Stephen Powell gets away well, so does Michael Oliver from pole position. Ryan Smith up on the outside. Tom O'Rourke leans on John Bowler. Smith going wide to try and get around. David Jenkins has got the inside run on Bowler. To our right is one of the Reed brothers, couldn't tell which. It's the number 12 of Michael Oliver who has the lead. Charging up is Tom O'Rourke in third place, almost been pushed there by David Jenkins. Bowler's caught on the outside, gets it sideways, kicks up the dust. He's been sent wide by Simon Reed in the 89. Ryan Smith will get through as well in the number 1, so he's already made up at least one place as they make their way into Palmer. It's Oliver from Powell, O'Rourke, Jenkins, Reed, Smith. John Bowler's been shuffled back a bit down the order. He was stuck on the outside for the first couple of corners. Division 2 pack heads through. It's Michael Oliver who swings his way, and that's where he collided with Craig Reed in the previous race. There's Craig back in the pack. Stuart Oliver's not made the best of starts towards the back of Division 2, which is led by Simon Cole. He's made a good start in the number 41. He's your early Division 2 pace setter. Stuart Oliver makes a move on Craig Reed as they go through Hamilton. Reed a bit slow off the corner there. There's Neil Yates at the back of the field. And running wide there, Adam Bint and Paul Rivett. 2 of our Division 2 contenders skate wide onto the dirt. John Powell's going for the class lead. Now he started from the back. He's already into the lead of Division 2. Adam Bint's all over the place. He's sliding everywhere. Has he got a tyre going down or something, I wonder? Simon Cole's been shuffled back a bit. So is Craig Reed and Ricky Collett. Craig Reed, is he still suffering from a bit of damage from that collision earlier on? Because he's dropped to the back of Division 1 already. Michael Oliver leads from Stephen Powell. David Jenkins is up into third. Then it's Tom O'Rourke and Simon Reed. Ryan Smith has made up a couple of places already, and Jim Bennett in problems, the number 28. Is he pulling over there? No, he's rejoining. So something's happened in Division 2. I don't know whether there's some fluid on the track at Hamilton, but everybody seemed to slide wide. Michael Oliver's got the lead in the number 12 by quite a clear margin at the moment as well. There's Bradley Smith, not a lot of progress from him yet from the back of Division 1. There's the battle for the Division 2 lead. John Powell ahead of Adam Bint. Third is Simon Cole, then Paul Rivette's looking to keep up his unbeaten run. Then Craig Evans, and Craig Reed's in trouble again. He's slow to the back of Division 2. I suspect that 68 is heading for the pits again. Make their way out towards the conclusion of lap number 1. Michael Oliver leads by 1 second ahead of Stephen Powell. Wait to see if Craig Reed does pull into the pits here, the number 68. He's dropped right back to the tail of the Division 2 trucks. Yes, he's coming into the pits, so Craig Reed in trouble. As Tom O'Rourke holding off Simon Reed for 4th place. First 3 have got away slightly. Oliver, Powell and Jenkins are on board with Ryan Smith in P6. Chasing now Simon Reed out of Palmer. Still a bit of fluid on the camera lens there. I don't know whether that's rain or just a bit of water being kicked up by the trucks. At the outside of Simon Reed, I don't think he's going to get round there as Agostini. Trying to get the cut back on the exit. Ahead of them there is Tom O'Rourke, running well in the MV Commercial MAN, the Scotsman. Now Smith gets the, that cutback did work at Agostini. Up the inside it's Hamilton, a deceptively tight left-hander, and he's through into P5. Next target is Tom O'Rourke. See the steam coming off David Jenkins' truck there. I would imagine that's from the water-cooled braking system. Chasing Stephen Powell. Now Ryan Smith getting into position to attack the MV Commercial and Freyhouse Trailers MAN of Tom O'Rourke. Had a win at Donington a couple of years ago, the Scotsman. Never been to a truck race until MV Commercial had a display at Convoy in the Park a few years ago. Tom ended up sponsoring the British Championship and subsequently competing in it. Stephen Powell going well, holding that 2nd place, the Brands Hatch local. And Ryan Smith having a go at Tom O'Rourke. What's their contact there through Nelson? I'm not sure, but he's got through. And now Simon Reed's going to try and go through as well at the bomb hole. Tricky to fit 2 trucks through there side by side. And they managed it. And Reed goes through into P5. There's John Bowler, back in 7th place. No need to look at who finishes 8th here because this race doesn't set the grid for anything else. Simon Reed trying to go round the outside of Murray's. That's never going to work. No, it isn't. Says, oh, what's happened to Stephen Powell? He's got wide. He was nearly heading into the pit lane there. He's lost 2nd place to David Jenkins coming out of Murray's there. So Ryan Smith up to 4th now. Can he hunt down our top 3? Wait for Division 2 to come through. It should be John Powell still at the head of their pack. Yes, there he is, the blue and red DAF. Length of the Senna straights behind Ricky Collins almost now. This is the battle for 2nd. There's Paul Rivette on the outside of Adam Bint. Craig Evans tucked in behind them. They've dropped Simon Cole. And Bint's holding the inside here, going into Riches. The Volvo and the MAN together. And here comes Craig Evans. Look at this, diving up the inside. It's a brave move by Craig Evans, the number 10. Terrific fight here for 2nd in Division 2. Paul Rivette's unbeaten run could be under threat here. To the inside goes Evans. He'll take the place away on the hairpin. Nicely done by Craig Evans in the number 10, but they're losing time all the time to John Powell. Leads the group by over 2.5 seconds. There he is. DAF, Volvo, MAN. It's an MAN that leads overall. Michael Oliver. MAN trucks in the top 3 places in Division 1 ahead of Ryan Smith in the Daimler. Simon Reed, the first of the Avicos. Adam Bint back up the inside, retakes 2nd in Division 2 from Craig Evans into the left-hander at Agostini. Slippery surface flag I notice out there, so maybe there was some fluid down at Hamilton, I was right. Now here comes David Jenkins. He's getting ready to attack race leader Michael Oliver. He wants a 2nd win. Wants to close the gap on Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver at the top of the championship. Nearest challenger though is Bradley Smith. He's further back in 9th. Ryan Smith is now up into P3. He's got ahead of Stephen Powell. As a result of Powell losing that momentum after running wide out of Murray's last time through. Tom O'Rourke under fire from John Bowler, the two MANs together. Stuart Oliver in behind them. He's had a quiet race so far, Stuart Oliver, stuck in the midfield. Not the easiest circuit to overtake on is Snetterton in a truck. Doesn't bother Ryan Smith though. Chasing now David Jenkins, who in turn is closing on Michael Oliver. Here's the battle in Division 2. Lead gap is half a second. New fastest lap for David Jenkins, and Bint makes a bit of a mistake there at the bomb hole. We saw the truck snap sideways briefly. Craig Evans trying to retake it. Simon Cole sideways there as well. He always does through the bomb hole. Neil Yates next in the order, then Jim Bennett. Craig Reed out of the race, sadly. Here comes Jenkins on the outside for the hairpin. He's trying to do the cutback. He'll be watching Ryan Smith in his mirrors earlier on, I think. Up towards Palmer. Is he going to make a move there? No, there won't be room on the inside for Palmer, surely, of Michael Oliver. Oliver Jr. still holds the lead. He's got Jenkins and Ryan Smith closing him down now. Up towards the left-hander at Agostini. Saw Jenkins take the lead here earlier on from Reed. Craig Evans on the outside of the hairpin. That's going to allow Paul Rivette to attack. These three almost on top of each other. Remarkable in Division 2. Michael Oliver leads through Hamilton. Jenkins going to have to think about Ryan Smith being on his tail shortly as well. We're with him. He's 7-time champion. These trucks, of course, electronically limited to 100 miles an hour. We'll certainly be doing 100 miles an hour down the Bentley Straight that's coming up. Vince in second, Division 2, and Paul Rivette has got through for third, ahead of Craig Evans. Now they're going to start to go after John Bowler in the number 6, who has had a disappointing weekend so far. Craig Evans, I think, is slowing down there. I think Evans might be in trouble. Bint sideways again, he always does that. Well, that truck isn't handling too well in this one anyway. It's been sliding all over the place since the race started. Yeah, they've definitely dropped... well, Paul Rivette isn't going to gain any traction there, cutting onto the grass at Oggies. Be picking for track limits if he does that too often. There are the leaders in Division 1. Simon Reed now ahead of Stephen Powell up into P4 as well. Must have done that on the Bentley Straight, I think. Ryan Smith to the outside on David Jenkins. No, you don't, says Jenks. Yes, I do, says Ryan Smith. No, you don't, says David Jenkins back again. OK, I'll go to the outside down the centre straight, says Ryan Smith, and I'll overtake you here. Still side by side. Can he get the move done before the end of the straight? I don't think he's going to. David Jenkins hangs on to the place. This is allowing Michael Oliver to escape again at the front of the field. Out to the hairpin. Can he get the inside line away here? He's thinking about it, Ryan Smith. No, I think it's better off it. He's not close enough. Through the Wilson hairpin. No longer with the scary tree on the outside. That's has sadly disappeared now. Adam Bint leading on Paul Rivette. Excuse me, says Adam Bint. No, I won't, says Paul Rivette. I thought they were going to hit the pit wall then. That was close. Looking not to burst a tyre there with that contact on the front of Rivette's truck. Goodness me. Back on board with Ryan Smith. He still hasn't got alongside David Jenkins. They're keeping Michael Oliver in their sights as well. 4 minutes of this race to go. This is great stuff. Paul Rivette up towards the hairpin. He's still going. He's still ahead of Adam Bint, who lunges down the inside. Well, I thought that was going to end in disaster, but thankfully cooler heads prevailed. Oh, the leader's got wide. Michael Oliver onto the grass, and at the same time, Ryan Smith on the inside. Yeah, it's getting slippery out there again on that part of the circuit through the infield loop, because Smith is now in second place, and surely it's only a matter of time before he passes Michael Oliver. Oliver's lost momentum as a result of running wide there. Ryan Smith goes to the right. Michael Oliver says, "Oh no, you're not." Squeezes him towards the grass, moves back across. And this is like the Caterhams that were here a few weeks ago, weaving about like this. Smith's got P2. Michael Oliver's having none of him trying to take the lead. 3 minutes left. It's brilliant stuff for the lead of Division 1. Division 2 still led by John Powell because everybody else is too busy squabbling with each other for second place. Through the bomb hole. Smith will try at Coram, he won't get through there. Simon Reed on his own in 4th, he's pulled away from Stephen Powell now. Tom O'Rourke still 6th ahead of Stuart Oliver. This is the battle further back, there's John Bowler in P8, Bradley Smith in P9, a quiet race for Bradley and for Stuart Oliver this time. It's all about these 3 in Division 1. I think it's going to be last lap this time. Can they get past Michael Oliver? Over the line they go. Black and white flag being shown for Paul Rivett for exceeding track limits. He gets a warning. We saw him cut a corner a bit earlier on at Hoggies. That'll be why. There's Craig Evans. He's closing back up on Adam Binton now. Paul Rivett has dropped these 2. Into the hairpin for what I think will be the last time. Ryan Smith won't get the inside line away there. It's a great defensive drive by Michael Oliver. Is Ryan Smith going to make it 3 for the weekend? Can he take win number 14 of the season? David Jenkins is in position to capitalise if these 2 should tangle. They are loving this, these 3. Up the outside comes Ryan Smith. He leans on Michael Oliver. He's alongside down the straight. They clash wheels together. Oh, it's like Senna and Nigel Mansell in that Spanish Grand Prix all those years ago in the 90s. And Michael Oliver continues to hold the lead. Here comes Jenkins now getting aboard. It's like a 12-wheel truck heading up towards Hamilton. Michael Oliver's got to be so careful on the brakes. He holds it together in the GT tyres MAN. Up to Oggies. Ryan Smith right on his bumper now. Ryan's getting impatient here. He knows this is probably the last lap. Oh, he gives him the bumper. That was more like stock car racing than truck racing from Ryan Smith. He'll try again onto the Bentley straight. He pulls alongside again. Michael Oliver leaves him no room at all. Smith's on the grass. They're still side by side. David Jenkins could get both of them here. They're never going to go 3 wide into Brundle. That's never going to work in trucks. Jenkins thinks better of it. Oliver's got the inside for Brundle, but Smith will have the inside for Nelson. Can he get the truck stopped in time? They both go out wide. Smith's got it. Goodness me. And Jenkins is going to go through as well. Michael Oliver frustrated there. You can see it as Smith clears off into the lead. But was he too far over on the grass as he took the lead there? A controversial move from Ryan Smith. Reed 4th, Powell there in 5th place. But here they come then. There's 13 seconds on the clock now. Will they get one more lap? We'll wait and see if the checkered flag goes out this time. It's going to be close as they come to the line on whether they're going to get another lap in. Well, here they come. There's no checkered flag. We are going to get one more lap. The clock counted down to 0. Yeah, he was 1 second too early, Ryan Smith, as he crossed the line. So we will get one more lap out of this. This is Division 2, and Paul Rivett will be welcoming not seeing the checkered flag, because he's got another lap to try and get past John Powell and make it 4 out of 4. Goodness me. Going round to start the final lap in Division 2 then. Here comes Paul Rivett. He has a look down the straight. They move towards the pit wall. There's some real needle in this race. Certainly the most action-packed truck race we've had so far this weekend at Snetterton. Can Paul Rivett get ahead of John Powell in the DAF? The oldest truck on the grid, John Powell's DAF. Spin it through the hairpin. Rivett tries to get the cut back. Bint still holding off Evans for 3rd. See there, Bradley Smith still holding off Ricky Collett as well. There's Michael Oliver, still chasing David Jenkins. Ryan Smith is going clear now. It's going to be win number 3 for him this weekend. But did he take the lead on the grass down the Bentley straight? Powell holds the inside, Rivett on the outside, side by side into Agostini. We've been here before. And they lean on each other on the exit. Rivett on the grass. You're not getting past me, says John Powell. And then again, Michael Oliver been saying that most of the race to Ryan Smith. Here is Ryan through the bomb hole. It's going to be checkered flag this time. It's coming up on Jim Bennett. He always seems to meet Jim Bennett on the last corner of every race. Well, it happened twice yesterday. Paul Rivette tries again, bash into the side of John Powell briefly there. Smith's got past Bennett, Sed Atkinson. And here he comes up to the line. Win number 3 for Ryan Smith this weekend at Snetterton. It's going to be win number 14 for the season. Extends his championship lead. Flying Ryan wins it again. Jenkins in second. And Michael Oliver only just holding back Simon Reed for third. Meanwhile, what about Division 2? Can John Powell hang on? Disappointing weekend so far. Can he end Paul Rivette's unbeaten run here at Snetterton? Rivette trying. He's really trying. You can see a little chunk bitten out of his front bumper. He throws it sideways through the bomb hole. What can he do? Into Murray's for the last time. Adam Binns holding off Craig Evans. He's on the bumper there as they come through towards the left at Murray's, onto the brakes. Can John Powell hold it as they come down the straight? Has the MAN got more power? They're going to be side by side surely by the finish line. It's a long run up towards the line here at Snetterton. John Powell's going to have to move to defend, I think. Rivette up the outside. They're going to finish side by side. It's a photo finish. Who gets there? We'll go to the timing screen. John Powell got it by 0.023 of a second. What a superb race. John Powell picks up his first Division 2 win of the weekend by 23 1/1000ths of a second. And well, that race at the front with Division 1, that was brutal. The red flag comes out to bring the trucks into Parc Fermé. It's going to be an interesting Parc Fermé, and I hopefully can hear from all the top 3 down there, Smith, Jenkins and Michael Oliver. That was a brilliant defensive drive for most of the way there. Ryan Smith using some tough tactics to get past. He wins by just under 3 seconds ahead of David Jenkins. Smith gets the fastest lap as well. Michael Oliver in third ahead of Simon Reed. And Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, John Bowler, Bradley Smith and Ricky Collick completing the top 10 Division 1. John Powell just beat Paul Rivette in a photo finish for the Division 2 win. His unbeaten run comes to an end. And Adam Binns holding off Craig Evans all the way. The other finishers, Simon Cole, Neil Yates and Jim Bennett. We lost Craig Reed into retirement on the first lap. Well, it's a good job the lunch break is coming up next. Time out of breath after that superb race for the trucks. Coming up after lunch, we have three more races. Classic touring cars, Brick Car Trophy and more trucks. Let's head down to Pointy while I get my breath back.
Wow, what a turnaround of results there. Let's be vigilant with the amount of drivers messing around here. Dave Jenkins coming in to shake hands with none other than Michael Oliver. We'll just let Steve Powell come round. Come round, John, come round. There we go.
Harried Lake!
Oh, I mean, it was literally, I think, second to last lap, wasn't it? You held on the entire way, but then it was like, oh, just those two. But I tell you what, still third place, first podium of the weekend, and after the trouble you had in the previous race, getting knocked about the way you did, what a fantastic result to come back to.
Oh, I tell you, if it wasn't a contact sport, I'd have been flipping, I'd have won that race, you know. But people do what they want, don't they? But
well,
brilliant!
These things happen. But what a great way to continue the day. The sunshine's coming back out. I'm getting sweaty in my waterproof.
Aye.
You're sweaty already.
It's a bit sweaty, yeah.
It's a bit sweaty. It's a bit warm. It's a bit warm.
Bit warm, aye. That must have been quite entertaining. It looked funny from where I was.
Oh man, it was. We were all on the edge of our seats. I mean, the three of you were so close for so long. We were like, are they even going to finish? Is it going to be any three of them on the podium by the time we get round?
I thought that.
Yeah, I bet you did. You having more experience of that than most drivers, unfortunately. But no, obviously, fantastic news. Massive congratulations. Well deserved, I think.
Oh, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. It's
brilliant.
I'll get first in the next one. I'll start from the back. I'll have to get
start from the back. You've got to come all the way through the next one. Yeah. So it's reverse grid and you're at the back again.
No, I didn't finish that first race, so I'm right at the back.
Oh, right, the back.
Oh, back.
The proper back, cheap tickets outside back.
Yeah.
It coming from behind surprises everyone.
The that a sexual pun?
No comment. Thank you, Mike. You can't trust these guys. You can't trust these guys. I tell you what. My goodness. Right, who have we got? So, let's get Chris. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, come here, mate. Come here, mate.
Sorry,
come
mate.
here.
Sorry, mate. Busy.
Oh, right. Let's speak to Simon. Adam's busy. There he is. Let's come round to Simon. Let's have a quick chat to you. Oh, quickly before we do, over here we're taking fuel samples. This, of course, since we've got a fuel sponsor for the sport, very important now to take fuel samples randomly through the weekend, just to make sure that we are all running on the biodiesel promised by the sport to, well, the masses. Oh yeah, look at that. That's just beauty, that is. Just beauty. You can really tell though, can't you? It's so much clearer than actual diesel. Blimey. Right, enough of the science lesson. Let's go speak to Simon Reed. Oh, looks like we've had that a few years before. Can you see that? Look, we've definitely smashed these speakers at some point in the past.
You need to tell them they're pulling it out the wrong tank.
They're pulling it out the wrong tank, yeah. You know that's the coolant, right? It's just got tap water in there at the moment.
It's not coolant.
It's neat vodka.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I'll tell you, it was a tussle. You were gaining on Michael, and we're thinking, are you going to make a lunge for it that last lap?
Yeah, I was on for it. Obviously, I closed him up on the last long corner in. And then I think he panicked a little bit, and I decided to drop it in top gear a little bit earlier than I would usually do, and it just broke loose. And the split second I needed to just get up the side of him at least, I lost, and so he was in the same position. So we were both fighting to which truck would grip first. And basically. But no, hat off to him and hat off to Ryan. He managed to slip through, and obviously there's something gone down on the track. I don't know what it is. It's bad in really bad in three corners before it burnt off.
Yeah.
And anyway, I went straight into the corner, and it just took me on, and he was nibbed up the inside of me, and I was like, right then, okay.
Do you reckon one more lap might have made a difference to that podium?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, then you start putting the pressure on a bit more and homing in. You know, once you're on, you know, you can't. You've got to be able to. You've got to be on the back bumper because it is so close racing. You've got to be on the back bumper, ready for the launch. It's not, you know, you can't just think you're going to do it from, 10 metres away. It just doesn't work because everybody's bloody,
Yeah. Those 10 metres is a long time to catch up, isn't it?
Yeah,
They've got to make a 10 metre mistake for you to get there.
Yeah, so it's taking like a lap or two to then get homed on and just keep nibbing, eventually getting yourself in a position where you can go for the lunge. But
maybe the wrong hand gesture for the lunge.
Well,
Good. Well, very good race. Very enjoyable for everybody at home. And what's this weather doing, hey? We had drizzle.
I was getting my brother's he's down on a bit of power, It
came off, didn't it? I mean, we heard on the Marshalls radio that he was dropping some kind of fluid.
Well, it might be him then. Might be him, but...
Simon, where'd you finish, mate?
Almost third.
You're almost third? That's where I finished, though.
You were almost second.
I was
almost third. You were almost second.
No, good race.
Yeah.
Good race.
But you were behind us, though.
Yeah. So you were third place in the end. He was first loser.
Yeah.
If we started from me, I was first, he was second.
We needed a 16-minute race, not a 15-minute one.
That's all it was. That last
I just wanted you close to us.
No.
I just wanted you close to us, mate. That's why I slowed down.
It was good, and I thought coming out that last corner, we both lost the grip up, and I was ready to just pull down, and mine slipped up.
You know what it is?
And we were both
just. You came around that last one, and we were coming to the last corner. I thought, I must not mess this up. So I was really slowing. There's my gear.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And just get it teed in, and I was doing just the same, mate.
Oh my goodness me.
Good race.
Well, it certainly seems like spirits are high. John's literally as far back as he can go. John's as far back as he can go with the fence behind him, so we apologise if that angle was more close than you'd usually appreciate to get to Simon Reed's face, but I enjoyed getting that close to Simon Reed's face, so thanks for talking to us, Simon. Good job, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, we're probably still running massively behind schedule, so I'm going to throw back to Dave in the studio and let's see what's out on circuit next.
Well, it's lunch break at the moment, Pointy. You're reading Saturday's schedule, I think. You know what, I think we should get Michael Oliver to team up with Pointy more often. I'd love to hear him doing some of our interviews as well. But anyway, thanks to Pointy and the team down there. We are now going to have a lunch break until around 3:15 is our next race on track. We hope the weather has cleared up a bit by then, because we've got 3 championships in one for our next race. The Classic Touring Car Racing Club have their Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, mainly BMWs in their field. We've got the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars, Honda Civics normally dominate those. And we've also got the Burton Power Boss series. That's Blue Oval Saloon series. That's for everything Ford. Then we have our second race for the Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy Championship. Simon Clark in the Porsche going for his double, but he will have a few seconds extra to serve at his pit stop. And then we have a truck race to round out the day at the end of the programme. 3 more races coming up then, but for now we give volunteer marshals and everyone else a chance to have a bit of a lunch break. Our camera crews as well, of course. A big thank you to them braving the weather here this weekend at Snetterton as well. Just to confirm the result of the truck race that we just saw, for those of you who may have missed it, it was Ryan Smith who took the win ahead of David Jenkins and Michael Oliver in Division 1. Then Simon Reed, Stephen Powell, Stuart Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, John Bowler, Bradley Smith and Ricky Collett. That was your top 10. John Powell held off Paul Rivett to win Division 2 and end his unbeaten run. Then it was Adam Bint, Craig Evans and Simon Cole. Neil Yates and Jim Bennett completed the finishers. We lost Craig Reed on the first lap. OK, while we have this lunch break, it's about 40 minutes from now we'll have our next race action. We'll catch up with some of the action from Convoy in the Park at Donington back in August.
Here we are down at Donington Park for the 2023 Convoy on the Park. Have we got some racing action for you upcoming? If the weather holds out, we have got some serious action planned, and I hope that you all enjoy what you're about to see. Welcome to Donington Park. It's the British Truck Racing Championship.
I'll quickly run you through the grid for our first truck race of the day. So it's Ryan Smith on pole alongside David Jenkins, separated by just a few hundredths of a second in qualifying. Stuart Oliver and Bradley Smith on the second row. Simon Reed and Michael Oliver on row 3. John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke on the 4th row of the grid, completing the top 10, Ricky Collett and Simon Faulkner. Row 6 will be Stephen Powell and Craig Reed. Watch for them coming through. Craig Reed with that penalty for exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour speed limit in practice. Stephen Powell with 1 or 2 gremlins, which hopefully have been ironed out by his team. Then a gap back to Division 2. Paul Rivett, the quickest qualifier there, alongside John Powell in the DAF. Craig Evans and Adam Bint on the second row. Jim Bennett and Simon Cole completing Division 2, while Neil Yates is a Division 1 truck, but he's asked to start from the back of the grid. His first time in that MAN this weekend. Ryan Smith not hanging about. He's already poised to launch off into the lead. Here we go then. Once the red lights go out on the gantry, we will be underway. Get ready to feel the noise, as here we go. Race gets underway. And down towards Redgate they go for the first time. Coming up the outside, Michael Oliver's already clipped the back of Bradley Smith. He's on the grass there on the outside. Ryan Smith gets away well, so does Stuart Oliver. It'll be Flying Ryan who leads the way into the first corner. Oliver in second. David Jenkins keeping at the outside line. Division 2, the battle is on between John Powell and Paul Rivett, the pole sitter. They're all round the first corner okay. Neil Yates at the back in the 33. Now coming down the Craner curves and into the old hairpin. Ryan Smith leads from Oliver, Jenkins, Bradley Smith. One of the Reeds, that's Simon Reed in 5th position. Somebody running a bit wide onto the grass. That's John Bowler. He's into the gravel in the number 14. Gravel won't bog him down. It's fairly dry here at Donington at the moment. Rain showers may be forecast later on, so John Bowler has dropped back a little in the early stages. Bit of bodywork flapping on Bradley Smith there. Had some contact off the line with Michael Oliver. Up the inside, John Bowler takes Simon Faulkner. See where that's got him back up into after that moment at the old hairpin. Over the line go the leaders. Looking at the timing screen, Bowler's lost 4 places. He's down to P11 as a result of that. His next target is Stephen Powell. Made a decent start there. He gained a place off the line. Craig Reed's already gained 3 spots. So they swing their way towards the Craner curves once again down the hill. Ryan Smith starting to increase his lead, we've seen so often before, looking for win number 9 this season. In Division 2, Adam Bince and John Powell are level on 5 wins apiece. Paul Rivette's had 4. So those 3 have divided up the wins between them in Division 2. There are the Division 2 trucks heading down the hill. It's John Powell, number 6, with the advantage at the moment in the blue DAF. Somebody running wide onto the grass, that's one of the Reeds, that was Craig Reed. Mistake at Schwann's curve. We'll see if he's gathered that up again. Fair bit of smoke coming from Adam Bince. Now, if you emit too much black smoke, you'll be black flagged. So Adam Bince could be in problems here if he starts smoking like that. And, yes, the leaders run wide there, coming out of Coppice. Bit of dust kicked up. Paul Rivette has pulled into the pits. I missed that. So Paul Rivette has pulled in with a problem. One of our Division 2 favourites in trouble already. Adam Bince is still going. He's 3rd in class behind Craig Evans in the number 10. Still looking for his first class win. As up the inside, Craig Reed has a look. There's nearly contact there coming through Coppice. Here they come along the exhibition straight. Craig Reed's got the inside line there. And the man from Stoke-on-Trent will pull back ahead of the Yorkshireman Ricky Collett. His trucks haul some of the biggest and heaviest loads seen on the UK's roads. Now under fire from Stephen Powell, the man from Kent, lives just down the road from Brands Hatch. John Bowler's trying to make it 3 wide. He's lucky if he can get 3 wide in cars going down into Redgate, never mind in trucks. Stephen Powell is going to get ahead of Ricky Collett. They think better of going 3 wide. John Bowler drops back a bit, and through goes Stephen Powell. Ricky Collett's lost 2 places. This is the battle for the lead in Division 2, with John Powell under fire from Craig Evans. Craig Evans desperate for his first class win. He came within half a lap at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend this year, then ran wide into the gravel and let John Powell through. He's lost the side panel off his truck there, you can see there, number 10, Craig Evans. These 2 are fairly well ahead of the rest of the Division 2 field. It's Simon Cole, 3rd in D2. Clock counting down to 0, so it'll be checkered flag this time. 5 seconds pending for Craig Reed as well, so both the Reed brothers could have penalties here. Through Coppice for the last time. Can David Jenkins steal 2nd place into the final chicane? It's going to be a win for Ryan Smith. He's got Adam Bince in his way there. Adam Bince moves aside, lets the Daimler Freightliner through. Here they come down into the chicane then. Well, Flying Ryan, the 7 times British champion, comes in to take his 9th win of the 2023 season, leading all the way from pole position, as he always seems to do in the first race of the weekend. Stuart Oliver will hang on for 2nd place, David Jenkins 3rd, and Bradley Smith working hard all the way to hold off Simon Reed for 4th place. 6th position goes to Michael Oliver, and there's Tom O'Rourke holding off Craig Reed for 7th and 8th. There may be penalties pending there though. 9th it will be Stephen Powell, because Paul Rivette's a couple of laps down. And 10th place for John Bowler, who has dropped Ricky Collett and Simon Faulkner. John Powell, meanwhile, here he comes. He's pulled away from Craig Evans. He's going to win Division 2. That will be win number 6 of the season for him. And with Adam Bince suffering mechanical issues, finishing well behind in 5th place in Division 2, a lap down. Then John Powell in prime position to take the lead of the championship in Division 2. He weaves across the line in celebration. Craig Evans 2nd in Division 2. 4 drivers receiving 5-second penalties in that one. Simon Reed, Tom O'Rourke, Craig Reed and Simon Cole. But we know not why at the moment. We haven't been given a reason. We'll confirm that as soon as we have it. Ryan Smith takes the win by just under 4 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins completing the podium, and Bradley Smith holding off Simon Reed for 4th. Michael Oliver 6th ahead of Tom O'Rourke, then Craig Reed and 8th. Stephen Powell and John Bowler round out the top 10. Ricky Collett would battle with Simon Faulkner in the early stage there, 11th and 12th. And then in 13th place, John Powell wins Division 2, finishing just a couple of seconds ahead of Craig Evans. Next home behind them in his first race in Division 1, a lap down, was Neil Yates. 3rd in Division 2 was Simon Cole, his first Division 2 race of the season. And And further back, Jim Bennett, Adam Bint 2 laps down after his engine problems, and Paul Rivett after his pit visit 3 laps down, the final finisher in 19th place.
Ryan, fantastic start to the weekend for you, sir. Now, quickly, we haven't had a chance to speak to you yet. We had a few issues during testing. I heard a rumour on the grapevine. What was that about? And obviously it's sorted now.
Well, we didn't really have any testing, just Dave's been fast. So, you know, I think me and Dave both broke the lap record in qualifying. European boys have come off half a second off us. We did a setup change then and we went the wrong way, but at least we know what to do for the next race. But look, gets it off the back. You know, I seen Dave and Stuart was fighting, so we didn't really see Dave's real pace there. So
you pulled away very well with those two fighting with each other behind you.
Yeah, well, look, at the end of the day, it's race 1 out of the way. Race 2, we get onto that, then hopefully it rains tomorrow, so it mixes it up a bit.
No, we don't want it to rain. Come on in, Dave. How are we, sir? Very good. And how was the experience of the race for you? First one out at Donington Park?
Yeah, it was good to get the first one out of the way, wasn't it? I mean, what a fantastic event we've got going on here this weekend. All these people here, all these trucks there, all these teams there. Great racing, great speed from us. Really good, strong first race.
It was great to see the battle between you and Stuart, but I tell you what, Stuart, you two have got to be careful because that Bradley Smith, he's sticking with you all the way around at the moment, isn't he?
He's going well for a young boy.
For a young boy.
But I think everybody was going well. You know, we weren't launching away. You know, we imagine not far behind this old boy. So he's obviously peaked a little bit or something.
When you're in a circumstance like that, Stuart naturally goes defensive because he wants to protect. So he allows you, the front runner, to get away. Dave, you don't see his true pace because he's in traffic. So, you know, next race we'll see, won't we?
Well, this pace to watch. Dave, any setup changes going into the next race of the day, second for Saturday?
Yeah, no, I'm hungry now.
He's hungry, wants it. Lunch first then, by the sounds of it. Right, gentlemen, thank you very much for talking to me. Well, we had some naughty boys getting warnings about track limits with an impromptu meeting with Clerk of the Course after that last race. Let's see if we can get away with some better behaviour for the second race, the British Trucks, this afternoon.
This grid set by the second fastest time by each driver in the qualifying session earlier today. And the grid with a very similar look to that of race 1. Ryan Smith on pole in the number 1 Daimler Freightliner, alongside him number 69 David Jenkins. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 46 Bradley Smith. Third row, 89 Simon Reed, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 4 is John Bowler, number 14, on the worst for his gravelly excursion in the International Truck Pre-Race earlier on. Starts alongside Tom O'Rourke in the 86. Craig Reed is next in the 68 alongside 95 Ricky Collett, and then Simon Faulkner number 92 and number 3 Stephen Powell after problems in qualifying, rounding out Division 1. Then a gap back to Division 2, Paul Rivett on pole position, number 22 alongside the number 6 of John Powell, then number 5 Adam Bint and 10 Craig Evans. 28 of Jim Bennett is next, 41 Simon Cole and 33 Neil Yates. I think Simon Cole might be starting from the pit lane in the 41. Neil Yates in the Division 1 33 truck, starting from the back, of course, as he's new to that truck this weekend. And Paul Rivett has struck lucky because he was able to rejoin after reattaching his turbo boost pipe in race 1, finished at the back of the Division 2 runners, which gives him pole position for race 3. That's tomorrow, because results of race 1 sets the grid for race 3. Revs beginning to rise. He's near 1,000 horsepower engines. Power starts to come on, and here we go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Ryan Smith gets away well, so does Stuart Oliver on his tail. Ricky Collett trying to get up the outside. Smith will just about have the advantage into the first corner. Michael Oliver caught in the middle slightly there, further back, and John Powell around the outside, leans on Paul Rivett's contact there. Powell's going to run out wide over the curb. A bit of contact again between the two of them. They bounce off each other. Surprised that at least one of them wasn't sent spinning. Something flew off. I don't know whether that was from Rivett or Powell. And side by side further ahead, John Bowler and Ricky Collett. So a bit of a frantic start to this one. Paul Rivett's smoke off the left front of his truck. I wonder if he's had a tyre let go there. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's going off. It's the rear tyre, not the front. Yes, I think he's got a puncture there, Paul Rivett. So is that going to be another pit visit for the 22? There was contact there, definitely, and I wonder if John Powell's wounded as well. Yes, he's slowing down, so they're both wounded as a result of that contact. Yeah, Paul Rivett, you can see him sliding about there. There's the punctured tyre, damaged rear wheel. And he's going to be heading for the pits. They're right on the back of Ryan Smith here. Normally we see Ryan start to charge away at the front, but he's not able to get away this time. Has he got the setup wrong, or is there a slight problem for the number one? Jenkins is so much quicker than Stuart Oliver. Look, coming off into the exhibition straight. Oliver's leaning on him. Oh, look at this. They're pushing each other onto the grass. Oh, there's a bit of needle creeping into this, and Jenkins has lost out to Bradley Smith and Simon Reed. Jenkins is going to be angry at that. That was like motorised rugby down the straight there, the way they pushed each other across onto the grass. And now, oh, what's going on here? Now Michael Oliver's hit David Jenkins. This is more like saloon stock car racing. It's still Rivette from Binton Evans in Division 2 with that damage to the wheel. I really thought he would drop away. He's keeping it going. I thought he'd got a punctured tyre, but no, it's holding up okay. Adam Bint in second, a better run from him, no turbo problems this time. Ricky Collins under fire. Michael Oliver pushing again. We see it from Ricky Collins' rear view camera. Oh, Michael Oliver certainly being a bit over-aggressive through the chicane, I would say, in my opinion, in this race. He's already hit David Jenkins. Jenkins is still in P5, though, chasing Simon Reed. There's Craig Reed, under fire from John Bowler in the 14. There's Neil Yates, our newcomer, his second meeting in the championship. He's got ahead of Jim Bennett in the Seth Atkinson. Certainly a fan's favourite is Gentleman Jim. Races purely for enjoyment. Well, we say motorsport should be fun. And running wide and running wider, Adam Bint and Craig Evans. Craig Evans has lost a lot of ground there to Adam Bint. This is for second in Division 2 behind Paul Rivette in his slightly battered MAN. Has the gap come down? No, it's increased again. Ryan Smith responds. 1:26.145 for Flying Ryan. Here comes Jenkins again. No, he's not close enough. Bradley Smith driving superbly up there in third place. Side by side further back, Craig Reed and Michael Oliver almost leaning on each other. Can they get side by side down the Craner curves? Craig Reed pulls ahead. John Bowler right behind them. Craig Reed holds the place into the old hairpin. You won't get through there. You won't get two trucks side by side through there. Is that Adam Bint? Is he having the same problem as before? That looks like it's, yes, black smoke, and he's slowing up again, I think. What was Adam Bint's lap time there? He's lost second to Craig Evans. Yeah, I think he's in problems with his turbo again. Because there's Evans up the road. Adam Bint's in trouble again. Here he comes into the chicane. Stuart Oliver has closed a little, but it's going to be too late. Ryan Smith will win it ahead of Stuart Oliver. Across the line they come now. What's going to happen for third place behind them? And indeed for sixth. Here's the third place fight. Bradley Smith has hung on all the way, and he takes third ahead of Simon Reed and David Jenkins, but only just. Who's going to be sixth? Here he comes. It's going to be Craig Reed. Good run by him. The rest of them come across the line. Seventh place goes to Ricky Collins, just ahead of Stephen Powell. And who's going to be eighth? It's, yes, Powell is eighth. Tom O'Rourke ninth, I should say, ahead of Michael Oliver and John Bowler. Yes, Bowler struggling in the closing stages. A bit of smoke from his truck as well. Yes, his last lap time 11 seconds slower than his quickest. Meanwhile, in Division 2, a bit of a race of attrition for them. In P13, it is Paul Rivette who is going to take win number 5 for him this season. Despite that first lap collision with John Powell, there is Powell a few laps down. Paul Rivette takes the win. Craig Evans will come over in second, and third in Division 2 will be Adam Bint. Okay, provisional result then of British Truck Racing race number 2. Ryan Smith the winner by 1.9 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Bradley Smith on the podium in third, having held off Simon Reed and David Jenkins all the way. Craig Reed topped the battle for sixth ahead of Ricky Collins and Stephen Powell, so Powell will have pole for race 4. Ninth for Tom O'Rourke ahead of Michael Oliver, John Bowler and Simon Faulkner. Paul Rivette wins Division 2 in 13th overall ahead of Craig Evans. Then Neil Yates was 15th, Adam Bint slowing in the closing laps, he was 16th, and John Powell a couple of laps down, the final finisher. Jim Bennett's the only retirement.
Stuart Oliver, what a drive that was.
Yeah, that was good, that. I knew that. I didn't think Dave and Ryan were as friendly as what they are, but obviously they've kicked up a bit of a relationship where they're playing together, and that nearly ended in tears there with Dave trying to T-bone us off. But I survived, and he came off worse, so we'll see what happens.
Indeed, yes, we saw that. It could go either way, the scrutineer's decision, so we'll have to wait and see. Don't hold your breath, you never know. Number 46, Bradley Smith, congratulations, sir. How do you feel?
Oh, it's good to get a podium. First race weekend there, and even better after last year's disaster. So.
Indeed, I think they owed it you by then.
Yeah, so we had a 4th and a 3rd today. Couldn't be happier. Good for the sponsors. Good turnout here. Raining now, but it's been a good day.
Yeah, I think we're all just going to run for cover if anything like earlier on happens again. We'll all be soaked down to the bone.
Yeah, definitely. Big downpour, but it's good. It dried for our race. Brilliant racing. It was the best race ever. Craig Reed was all. Sorry, Simon Reed was hunting me down. It's usually Craig, but it's Simon this time.
Yeah.
And
you two were on top of each other for so much in that race.
I felt I was looking at my camera more. I was looking forward to see what he was doing, but I learned so much that racing. Good racing. Trucks are all in one piece, so happy.
So, first race here for the British Truck Racing Championship of Sunday morning. And did you have a good night last night? Because it was a late night.
Yes, I did.
Right, well, let's see how it unfolds for the first British Truck Racing Championship race of the Sunday here at Donington.
Race 3 out of 5 this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. The grid decided by the results of race 1 yesterday, with the top 8 in each division reversed. So finishing in 8th place in race 1 was Craig Reed in number 68 with his Iveco. He starts on pole alongside number 86 Scotsman Tom O'Rourke with his MAN. Second row number 12 Michael Oliver, and 89 Simon Reed, brother of Craig, on row 2 with his Iveco. Row 3 number 46 Bradley Smith, the youngest man on the grid, and 69 David Jenkins. Row 4 number 7 Stuart Oliver, father of Michael, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion as well. And well, welcome back to Snetterton after the lunch break, which will be coming to an end fairly soon. We'll have our next race on track for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Pre-93, Pre-03 and Blue Oval Saloon Series will be out on track on a combined grid coming up next. Had their first race yesterday. Let's see who Ian Waterhouse has found to talk to in the paddock in the meantime.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome down to the assembly area, and what an array of cars we've got here. Yes, it is almost time for the Classic Touring Car Race Club, the Pre-93s, the 03s, and the Boss as well. Basically, Fords. We've just had a bit of lunch, myself and Darryl, cameraman, a nice bit of chocolate cheesecake. So we're going to have to do put some steps in to maybe burn that off a little bit. Right, yesterday's race, quite eventful, wasn't it? In the end, it was Martin Reynolds who got the win from AJ Owen. Gary Preble coming home in third, but actually won the Pre-03s. And this man over here, Stu Waite, says, Stu, can we have a quick word? Again, winner in the Pre-93s. There was a little bit of confusion at the start for anybody who didn't see the race yesterday. You were on pole. What happened?
So when we came round to the end of the green flag lap, they were showing a green flag on the electronic board. Yeah. In which case, you know, only the time you see that green flag is when they're waving you onto another green flag lap. Yeah. And we normally used to see a marshal on the start line stopping people, gridding them up, and then they walk off the grid. So yeah, I presumed that was the case, and then looked in the mirror, saw everyone stop, and then thought,
no option but to go do another full lap by yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then sort of get back to my position on the green flag lap, and if a penalty was coming my way, then so be it. But I had justification as to why I did what I did, and fortunately, the clerk understood my point of view and kind of could see the errors on their part as well as my error. So ultimately, the penalty didn't affect things in the end. So
I was going to say, you were handed a 10-second penalty, but like you said, actually, you still won the Pre-93 category, so it didn't actually matter.
As soon as I saw the 10-second penalty on the board, it was get your head down and just do what you can do, and if it was enough in the end, so be it. But yeah, so no, it was all right.
What was going through your mind when you were going around by yourself? Were you like,
embarrassment? Just need to get back as quickly as possible, and I didn't know whether I was going to be allowed to go back to my grid slot. So yeah, a lot of confusion, but yeah, well, didn't pan out too badly in the end.
I was going to say, forget about yesterday. Now here we are, final race of the weekend, of course, for you guys. So what's the expectation for you?
Obviously the boss cars with their slicks are normally not as good off the line, but when they come good, they're normally a bit stronger than us being on treaded tyres. But I think Martin will probably clear off. AJ, we were running at similar pace yesterday, but and obviously Gary's in the mix as well. So yeah, don't know. I mean, I'm not technically racing them, but
no.
We all like to win.
You are, aren't you? As soon as those lights go, everybody always says this. They're a different class. Doesn't matter. As soon as the lights go off, come on, visor down, off you go. Right. Cars in front, you want to get past.
We all want to win a race outright. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Best of luck, Stu. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just have a quick look at Martin Reynolds' car. Just have a look at this, by the way. Listen to it as well. Have a look inside. I'm going to put a mic down by the. It's such a beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no.
So to give us a bit more info about the car for those having a look now.
Yeah, so Smith & Jones 2.6. You know, yeah, just goes well. You know, it's just it's similar to the the Millingtons and that sort of thing. They're all very similar. You know, I mean, I've got a Millington in my Anglers, you know.
Yeah.
But I do think this one's not as powerful as the Millington.
Oh, okay.
There you go. But they are quite strong.
Yeah.
You know, so there you go.
Now, I refer to it as something of a weapon, Martin, and that's a compliment as well.
Yeah,
so it is a cracker. Look, best of luck for the race as well. Enjoy it, won't you? There's AJ as well. We'll let you crack on, AJ. Let's take a little bit of a walk around. I did want to catch up with a couple of other drivers as well, if we can. Let's Ian Bowyer here. Ian, can we just have a quick chat? Because I saw Ian this morning. Now, anybody, if you're like myself, on a Sunday morning, bit of a lay-in. I must admit, I did have a McDonald's breakfast this morning. Yeah, you saw that. You didn't, did you? Well, what did you do instead, Ian?
I ran 13 miles. I got a marathon next weekend. I run most days anyway, so.
Now, it wasn't so long back ago. You were trying to race at Brands Hatch and run the London Marathon in the same day, weren't you?
I did London Marathon, but they changed the race times and my car broke down. Otherwise, I would have done both in the day. But unfortunately, the stars didn't line up that day, so it wasn't to be.
I'll tell you what, shall I let you in another little secret? I've just been up there and had chocolate cheesecake. It was very nice.
Well done.
What are we expecting for the race? Because it didn't quite go your way yesterday.
If I can mix it with these guys, I'll be happy. So I just need to get, if I have a good few laps to get through quite a lot of traffic, then hopefully if I can mix it with these guys, I'll you know, that's a good race for me.
Top man, go sit down. That's why you do it, isn't it? So you can have a sit down during the race. Let's move on a little bit, shall we, as well? I'll just go have a quick chat with Mr. James Dunkley, shall we? He's good to see me already. He's smiling away, is Mr. Dunkley, isn't he? He's a happy man. How's your weekend going, James? You having a good time? You enjoying it?
I'm enjoying it. It's Touring Car Club.
You know, we're sat here right now, we're looking at these cars. It's just, I mean, what a special place to be, isn't it?
It's an eclectic mix, and because there's different cars, you get a race. One make series, as we've done in the past, sometimes you don't get a race because the cars are so equally matched, but because some cars are fast here, some are slow there, you always get a race.
Tell us more about your car.
It's a XR2 Fiesta. It's got a Z-Tech in it, stock engine. Nobody believes me, but it's a stock engine. It's absolutely scrap.
I don't believe you.
See, nobody ever believes me. Need to bring a rolling road here to prove it one day. It's very light, it's very nimble, it's just a lot of fun, but equally it's very reliable. I've gone and said that now, it'll probably break down. But
actually, yeah, I have a habit of talking to people in the races not go their way, so I'm really, in advance, it's my fault.
I mean, it did break down yesterday, but I nipped it, put it into neutral, and it rolled through the checkered flag. Happy days.
Yeah. Again, I wasn't sure if you were telling me the truth when you told me that story. I was like, is he really?
We changed the clutch this morning. I happen to have a spare clutch that came in a box of bits, and we've done it, and it's working. So just going to love it today. I'm going to have a little good old dice with Mr. Clark here, who I've said to him next time, if I start to slow down for him by checker flag, he just push me over. It's overtaking business, a bit more sportsmanship. Just get behind this little of the line and be much more friendly. He said to me, I thought you'd give me the place to get me some more points. But I wasn't.
No. Look, best of luck. It's great to see you, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? Have a great time. Yeah, I'll be at Donington. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's just keep moving around, have a look at some of these cars as well, shall we? Look, here we have the Renault 5 as well, Mr. Clarkey here, just having a chat there. You two are going to have a good battle, we believe, you and Mr. Dunkley, right?
Well, hopefully. You know, he's car racing. Who knows what's going to happen? But yeah, again, problems with the car is just. I mean, yeah, we just ain't got no power. I mean, we're 5 seconds slower than what I've done last year.
Really?
5 seconds, yeah.
And it's a power track here as well, isn't it? So
yeah, I mean, we was doing 13s last year. Yeah. You know, literally, cars, you know, better than what it was, and yet we're doing 18s, and we can't even keep up with James. James is leaving us on the straights. So, but yeah, I mean, I say, as long as we have a race with someone, that's what it's all about. So
there's enough cars here, isn't there, to have a good battle with someone.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. You know, I mean, you want to be kind of, you know, showing potential and doing your best times and all that, but sometimes if the cars don't want to play, they don't want to play, and you just got to just enjoy the day. So hopefully that's what we'll do.
I was asking a few people yesterday, and for those watching as well, favourite circuit in the UK to either. It doesn't actually have to be one you've driven, it could be to spectate. Where would you say, where's your favourite place to go?
I mean, I would probably say, Croft. I've only raced there once this year. Yeah. It's 7 hours it took us to get there.
Yeah, it's a long way if you're in the south.
It's a long way, but it's got everything. Literally, you're hanging on for dear life when you get there.
It's a little bit underrated, actually, Croft. That doesn't quite get enough attention.
No, but he's certainly up there, and he's worth the drive. It's a long way because we're down the south, but it's a great track. I'll be biased. Obviously, I live 5 minutes from Brands, so I know Brands. So I'll always say, yeah, Brands is a good track because I couldn't get round there. It suits the car. But yeah, there's lots of good tracks. But for me, I've only ever raced there once. I would love to go back because I think we can certainly go quicker around there. I just need a few brave pills, really.
Brave pills, right? Back to Twitter, mate. I really appreciate it. We're going to go see if we can find Gary Preble. I think we've got a little bit of time yet before they do head on out. Just a quick reminder as well, if you want your motorsport fix, the action's finished here at Snetterton. We do have a stream going on at Silverstone as well. There's a number of minis out. You can check that one out. But episode podcast is out now as well, wherever you get your podcasts from. Do check that out as well, or you can see all the BARC YouTube channel as well. Let's go up and get Mr. Preble, shall we? We didn't actually speak to him yesterday, but he picked up the win in the pre-03s. We do normally talk to him. I wonder if I can just jump around. Gary, before you jump in the car, so come around and have a quick chat. Things went pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, all good, really. We've won our class, so can't ask for any more than that. Obviously, we're not quick enough for the bosses, so. But yeah, it's good. It's good. It's where we want to be. We just need to concentrate on championship points. Obviously, it's getting to that time of year now. We've only got Donny to go, and it's all getting pretty close on the table. So it's just got to try and look after everything, look after the car, and just hopefully bring it back in one week.
Well, that's, I guess, more of the same, really. It's not a lot to say, is there? You're obviously the furthest pre-03 car up front, so just take it home, really. It sounds simple, doesn't it? It's motorsport, simple, isn't it?
It sounds when you sound it like that. Yeah, it seems pretty simple when you say it like that, but yeah.
Forget about the hours of work that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah. But no, hopefully all good.
Cheers, Gary. Thanks for talking to us. Good stuff indeed. Looks like some of the drivers are going to start to get into the cars. Helmets are starting to go on as well, so almost time to get underway here at Snetterton. Still a lot to come up throughout the course of the day. We still have another British Truck Racing Championship race. That's the final race of the day. We also have, straight after this one, another 50-minute row Brit Car Trophy Championship race, the second race of the day for that. So we will be live for both of those races here at the BARC. I'm going to hand back to Dave to take you through all of the grids, and then we're going to go racing very shortly for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, the pre-03s, pre-93s and Boss. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Great to hear from some of our drivers down there in the assembly area. It is a 3 championships in 1 race, the last race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. The Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Car Championship. We spoke to champion-elect Stuart Waite down there. He was the top Pre-93 runner despite that penalty for his problems at the start. Good to get an explanation over that little mishap he had there. Thinking there was an extra green flag lap. You may have seen yesterday if you're watching our stream. He went round all on his own, did an extra lap. The Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars, that championship being led by Ross Craig, number 169. He was beaten in his class and to the overall win by Gary Preble yesterday, the number 191 car we just heard from. And in the other series, we've got the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons for everything Ford. It was a 1-2 overall for the Fords, but it was another man we heard from there, James Dunkley, who is the champion-elect this year for the 2nd year running in his Fiesta XR2. Had a class win yesterday, despite running out of steam on the run to the line, as we heard. He was pipped by David Clark in the Renault. It's a nicely mixed grid we've got. We should hopefully have about 26 cars out for this one. Let's have a look at the grid. An all-Ford front row, number 27 Martin Reynolds, yesterday's winner. This grid based on yesterday's race results in the Mark II Escort alongside AJ Owen. He blew the engine up in his Honda Civic yesterday, unfortunately. It's out in the family Sierra Cosworth, and he's on the front row. of the grid here. Second row, we have number 191 Gary Preble, first of the Pre-03 touring cars, and the first Pre-93 Stuart Waits BMW. Two more BMWs on row 3 of the grid, both in Pre-93 again, Clinton Chalmers and Kevin Willis. Row 4 of the grid, we have a guest class runner in the Pre-03. He's not registered for the full championship, that's Scott Smith in his Honda Civic, alongside the championship leader Ross Craig. Row 5 is the reigning Pre-93 champion, Andy Cripps, alongside another BMW, that is Mike Dugdale, completing top 10. Then on the 6th row, number 48, Sean Morris, running in the guest class of the Pre-93s. His BMW starts alongside David Clark in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. James Dunkley is on row 7 in his Fiesta, alongside Colin Claxton with the Mark 1 Escort RS 1800. Busy weekend for Colin this weekend, competing in 6 different races. We've seen him in Classic Thunder and in the Pre-83s, in his Triumph as well. Row 8, we've got Tim Mizzen with his Ford Fiesta, Joe Dorrington in a Honda Civic, Blue Oval Pre-03 there. Row 9, another Blue Oval saloon, Joey Binks, the Duckham's liveried Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500. The replica of the car Carl Jones racing the British Touring Car Championship. Anton Martin is alongside him. He swapped from his Escort earlier on into his BMW for the Pre-03 Championship here. Row 10, 151 Vic Hope, a Pre-03 driver in his Honda Civic, alongside Simon Mann's BMW. Row 11, 361 Lee Spencer, he's also out in Pre-03, alongside 119 Neil Ashcroft's Honda. Another Honda on row 12 is Andy Abrams, alongside the Alfa Romeo 75, one of only a couple of non-BMWs in the Pre-93 touring cars. That's Trevor Kiffin with the Alfa 75. And then we've got a couple of cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. We have Oliver Owen and Ian Bauer in their BMWs. They had a collision yesterday and dropped out of the race. And David Hutchins will start from the back of the lineup in his Honda Civic Type R. Joining the grid, wasn't out in yesterday's race. One withdrawal is Ralph Higson. His Ford Focus broke down on the last lap yesterday. This will be a 15-minute race. The cars are out on the grid. On board with Sean Morris in his BMW in this one, starting back on around row 6. Yes, he starts P11 on the grid. 2 BMWs ahead, Andy Cripps and Mike Dugdale. Also on board with Joey Binks in the Duckham's Carl Jones lookalike Ford Sierra Cosworth. There's Tim Mizzen ahead of us, just trying to keep cool, flapping the door. And there's James Dunkley. Bacon writ large on the back of his car. That's a sponsor we can all relate to, isn't it? James is a food businessman from Worcestershire. A pair of Fords on the front row then. Normally we see the BMW Pre-93 cars win these races overall, but yesterday it was the Fords that were on top. And they lead them off for the green flag lap. Some heat into their tyres. The circuit fairly dry at the moment. There's David Hutchins at the back, but to see the 2 BMWs back out, Oliver Owen and Ian Bauer, had a bit of a wallop at the hairpin in yesterday's race. Board with Joey Binks. There's Joe Dorrington on the left. First time we've seen that Honda out since he had an accident with Mark Finney in the Vauxhall Astra at the opening meeting of the season at Silverstone, if memory serves me right. Tim Mizzen's Fiesta ahead of us. Blue Oval Saloon Series, open to anything Ford. Sponsored by Burton Power. Through the Wilson hairpin. So Will Martin Reynolds, the local man from Norfolk, making a double then. Collector of classic Fords. He's got the Escort and the Sierra we've seen this weekend. He's got a couple of Ford Anglias as well. A Ford Taunus from Germany, and a couple of others besides. A Ford Classic-based machine in his collection too, more of a special saloon type of car. A Mustang Mach-1 and a couple of more modern machines as well. Loves his classic Fords. Runs a construction company based here in Norfolk, as Martin. Owns a holiday park as part of his business empire as well. He's on pole in the Escort. The Sierra sadly let him down earlier on in the Thunder Saloons. Starting alongside him is AJ Owen, the former pre-03 touring car champion. That was in the Honda Civic, but he sadly blew the engine in yesterday. So out in the family Sierra Cosworth today. On board with Sean Morris from Salisbury in his BMW. He's in the guest class of pre-93. That's the silver car just going through now. Not registered for the full championship, so he's not scoring points. Anton Martin, the white BMW. Vic Hope behind him, the former Brands Hatch regular. There's the Alfa Romeo, Trevor Kiffin. David Hutchins, a quick Honda Civic at the back of the field as well. Gary Preble on the second row, first of the pre-03 touring cars, formerly the King of Castle Combe. Him and his brother Adam have won many, many races there in saloon cars of varying descriptions over the years. And Stuart Waits, who didn't live up to his name at the start of yesterday's race. He didn't wait when he should have done. Explained himself quite nicely there, I thought, in the assembly area with Ian. I thought it was because he'd been blinded by the sun shining down the Senna Straight and he hadn't seen that the flags were out, but mistook the green light board for meaning that they had to do another green flag lap. There he is, the Bartley Motorsports BMW. One way to get extra exposure for your sponsors, I suppose. But what's AJ Owen doing? This isn't Rallycross, AJ. Race hasn't started yet. So they move up to the grid then. Martin Reynolds, the yellow and white Escort with the Valvoline colours on the bonnet. It was the Zack Speed style car from the 70s. AJ Owen alongside. Gary Preble in the white Honda, Stuart Waite in the BMW. Yes, he stopped this time. Then Clint Chalmers, the checkered liveried car, the white car. And the yellow machine is Kevin Willis. Ross Craig in the black and white, almost dazzle camouflage liveried Honda, similar to his dad Ian's BMW that we saw out in the Thunder Saloons earlier on. Ross looking to take his first pre-03 championship this year. This will be a 15-minute race, 3 championships on one grid. Joey Binks brings the Sierra up to the grid. He starts on row 9 alongside Anton Martin. Still cloudy conditions here at Snetterton. The revs begin to rise. Waiting for the red lights to come on. Everybody in position. We've got the green flag from the back of the grid. Final race of the weekend for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club gets underway now. A super start by the rear-wheel drive BMW of Stuart Waite. He's off like a scalded cat from the second row of the grid, goes straight around the 2 Fords. Martin Reynolds up with him. Kevin Willis has got away well too. The rear-wheel drive M3 is really working off the grid in these slightly damp conditions. Now it looks like they're all going to make it round Rich's corner okay. Watch for Ian Bauer and Oliver Owen from the back of the grid in their BMWs as well. Joey Binks, a big twitch there from the Cosworth. Martin Reynolds has just about held the lead ahead of Stuart Waite. Kevin Willis up to 3rd. AJ Owen down into 4th position in the Cosworth. He'll now have a go to the inside as they go into Palmer, but he won't get alongside the BMW of Kevin Willis. Gary Preble leads the pre-03s in 5th position. It's Martin Reynolds who leads overall and leads the Blue Oval Saloon. 2nd place is the pre-93 leader, Stuart Waite. Through Agostini they go for the first time. Stunning Mark II Escort out in front. 5th is Gary Preble. The first 5 have already broken away fairly slightly, but Martin Reynolds is making a break here ahead of Stuart Waite. He's already a few lengths clear, kicking up the dust there and straight into AJ Owen's face. That was Kevin Willis. Next group headed by Andy Cripps in the green BMW ahead of Ross Craig. Scott Smith in his Honda Civic. Clinton Chalmers has got ahead of them and is trying to join the leading group. Mike Dugdale completes the top 10 in the number 51 BMW. Then it's Colin Claxton, Sean Morris, Joe Dorrington. Already up from the back is Oliver Owen. You can see he's missing his rear bumper. That was removed by Ian Bauer in yesterday's race and they collided. AJ Owen fighting back, powers up the inside of Kevin Willis, retakes P3 as they go into Brundle. First 2 starting to get away though. Still leading the Pre-03 touring cars is Gary Preble. Ahead of, Kevin Willis snapped sideways there, just about holding back Preble. He nearly spun it there coming out of the bomb hole. Big twitch from the yellow BMW. See how sideways they get through there from this angle. See Ian Bauer's car there as well, the front end rather taped together. Looks like everybody is round the first lap, all okay. Across the line go the leaders. Reynolds from Waite by just over a second, and then nearly 2 seconds clear of AJ Owen in third position. As the pack surges through over the line, there's Colin Claxton with the escorts. Sky is darkening a little here at Snetterton as Sean Morris goes side by side with Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 touring car champion, one of a succession of M3s that he's raced over the years. Having a go up the inside here into the hairpin. Is he going to get through? This is a move for about P13. He goes through. Joe Dorrington has smoke from his Honda in behind them there as well, the number 121 machine. Up towards Palmer. Sean Morris, you can see the novice cross on his bumper. You have to have that black cross on the yellow background for your first 6 motor races, so Sean, a relative newcomer. And somebody out of the race, that's Scott Smith. The Honda has pulled over, running in the guest class this weekend, so he wasn't eligible for points, but Scott Smith in the Honda Civic, man from Brandon, fairly local to this circuit, is out of the race. Ian Bauer coming under fire from Sean Morris. Again, they're closing up on Colin Claxton's Mark 1 escorts. Bauer goes to the inside, but power of the BMW should take him through here at Oggies. Dorrington having a go as well. Oh, we've lost Stuart Waite. Stuart Waite has pulled over. He's on the inside of Oggies there now. If there was a yellow flag there, then those passes could have been made under yellow. I didn't see any yellow flags. So there's Stuart Waite. He's out of the race. Didn't see what's happened. But the Pre-93 leader has gone, so that's going to give the lead of the Pre-93 touring cars, I think, to Clint Chalmers, number 45. Colin Claxton charges up the inside. Ian Bauer's got ahead of this little group. Quite a bit of place swapping between these 4. Sean Morris has lost out there. He's to the back of the group. There's Joey Binks in the Sierra Cosworth behind them. Well, Stuart Waite, he's all but wrapped up the Pre-93 title with that win yesterday, so it won't matter too much, I don't think. We'll wait and see what happens when they go to the finale at Donington. Reynolds leads it from AJ Owen by 4.5 seconds now. He's just done Martin Reynolds of 207.775 as Morris attacks, so does Dorrington. There's Scott Smith, he's stopped coming out of the last corner. They're going to have to be careful. That green flag there means there was a yellow flag on the entry of the corner. He needs to be careful not to overtake under yellow flags, else they'll be penalised. So it is Clint Chalmers. No, it's not. It's Kevin Willis, I apologise, who leads the Pre-93 touring cars in the number 95, the yellow BMW. He's ahead of Chalmers by just over a second. Third of the Pre-93 is Andy Cripps, the green M3. There's only a couple of cars in that championship that aren't BMW M3s. There's the Renault 5 Turbo, and just as I say that, we saw Chalmers trying to make a move there on Kevin Willis for the lead of the class and the 93 championship field. As I was saying, the only Pre-93s that aren't BMW M3s are the Renault 5 Turbo of David Clark and Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo. Martin Reynolds clear in the lead, pulling away from AJ Owen, who's back up into second overall. Gary Preble is third, and there's the battle in Pre-93. Kevin Willis leading, but only just, because here comes Clint Chalmers in the 90s Schnitzer touring car look-alike with the checkered livery. Goes to the inside. Willis says, no you don't. And the number 95, another man from Salisbury in Wiltshire, leads it. A big sideways moment there. Only just holds it together. Ahead of the 45 of Chalmers. Shades of Joachim Winkelhock and Steve Soper, among others, those cars. That livery for Clint Chalmers. Next group headed by Cripps. He's got Oliver Owen, he's come through nicely from the back and behind him. Then Ross Craig, Mike Dugdale, there's Ian Bauer. So the 2 red BMWs, they started from the back, they failed to finish yesterday. They fought their way up into the top 10. This is great stuff. Here comes Owen again, the outside on Andy Cripps. It's Ross Craig. Craig's the second of the pre-03s, but a long way behind Gary Preble. Third pre-03 car is Dorrington, the black Civic. Here's a replay of down at, and that's Clinton Sharma's nearly losing it, coming out of Murray's. So that's dropped him back from Willis by a couple of seconds. I wonder why the gap opened up there. As David Hutchins coming through on the pit straights, Senna straights it's now known. David Clark looks like he's dropping back, maybe a problem with the Renault. Joey Binks has fought his way to the front of this little group. Past Colin Claxton, Joe Dorrington in there, Sean Morris, our camera car, and Tim Mizen's Fiesta behind them. The Blue Oval cars 1 and 2, Reynolds and Owen. Third of them is further back in the order. Third of the Blue Oval cars is Colin Claxton, third in their championship split. So there's 7 minutes of the race to go, so we're just past halfway. As Joe Dorrington chases that lovely Sierra Cosworth of Joey Binks. Still Martin Reynolds that leads by nearly 5 seconds over AJ Owen. There is the Escorts coming through to complete its 4th lap. Ross Craig under fire. He leads the pre-03 championship. That's still not sewn up as yet either. Ross Craig entered the weekend on 128 points. Gary Preble, who won the class yesterday, has closed the gap on him. If he wins again here, it's going to be very close indeed between those two for the lead of the championship. It's Gary Preble. He had a few mechanical problems earlier in the season, but he's fought back, beating Ross Craig some 6 times in a row. The second race at Croft, though, it was Craig that took the win, and Will Hunt's Fiesta split the two of them. So it's going to be an interesting conclusion to the season in Pre-03. It will go down to the wire at Donington. Ian Bauer has caught Mike Dugdale. Sean Morris has got ahead of Joe Dorrington. Battles everywhere you look in this race. There's the Renault 5 Turbo of David Clark. He's dropped quite a way down the order this time. Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo behind him. Joey Binks, that gorgeous Duckham's Sierra. We're on board with him. A flash of flame we saw there from the exhaust. Have to go back to around 1989 when Carl Jones, the Welshman, raced the original of this car in this Duckham's Oils livery in the British Touring Car Championship in the days of the Sierra, when Sierra Cosworths were everywhere in that championship. That original car then ended up in Italy with a collector for many years, but I believe Carl Jones now owns it again. It'd be great to see that back on track at one of the revival events. Stunning looking car, especially the Dayglow yellow headlamp covers. Colin Claxton and Tim Mizen together, 2 of our Fords. They're fighting, I think, for, yes, the 3rd in the Blue Oval Saloon split. No, 3rd now is Binks, I apologise. They're fighting for 4th in the Blue Oval Saloon split. So, hello, Ian Bauer's bonnet flapping open. It's the car Jonathan Olive Cooper raced in the earlier part of the weekend. That's where he clipped Oliver Owen yesterday, and the bonnet's starting to open. If that gets any worse, and I interrupt myself there as we have a couple of cars gyrating. Vic Hope spins the Honda. We saw Simon Mann almost go off, and Hamilton as well in front of him. Full 360 for Vic Hope's Honda Civic. Now gets it going again. Mike Dugdale's slipping and sliding as well. I was going to say, Ian Bauer, if that damage gets any worse, if the bonnet flaps further open, he might get the black and orange flag. Or worse, might not be able to see where he's going. Well, Martin Reynolds just a new fastest lap of the race, 2:07.718 for the Escort. Former Blue Oval Saloon champion a couple of years ago. He won that in his Ford Anglia. Coming up on Trevor Kiffin's Alfa Romeo. Trevor moves aside as Hamilton lets him through. 6 seconds clear of AJ Owens Cosworth now. Gary Preble completing the overall podium. He's well clear at the front of the pre-03 touring cars. And then we've got the phalanx of BMWs in the pre-93s. There's Owen in the background, there's Preble, the white car. No answer to the pace of Martin Reynolds. It'd be great to see him in the Thunder Saloons with his Mach 1 Mustang when that's out again. If it's eligible. More like a dragster than a race car, that machine, when he opens the throttle. Trevor Kiffin just letting the quicker runners through. Gary Preble goes by. There's Kevin Willis. He's pulled away from Clinton Chalmers after his mishap earlier on at the last corner at Murray's when he almost spun. 6 is Oliver Owen. Great effort from the back. Better gap back to it. Should be Andy Cripps next, the green BMW. There's the Chalmers in his touring car replica. Reynolds increases his lead again by about 3/4 of a second that time through. To see whether this is the last lap. I didn't see if the board was out there. I think we may get 2 more laps out of this, including the one Martin Reynolds has just gone on to. Colin Claxton's still under fire from the Fiesta. A deceptively standard looking Fiesta of Tim Mizzen. Very quick little car. There's David Clark still struggling with the Renault. And there's Ian Bauer still struggling with his bonnet. Not slowing him down, he's attacking Mike Dugdale. But the last thing he wants is for that to fly up and cover his windscreen. Throws the car sideways into the hairpin. I remember seeing this with Ivan Muller's Vauxhall Vectra in the British touring cars in the late 90s at Donington, and eventually the bonnet flew up completely. And he couldn't see to get it into the pit lane, ended up blocking the top end of the pit lane. That's to help him, the mechanics had to help him down. Hope that doesn't happen here to the BMW. No problem for Martin Reynolds, he's heading for victory. Wait to see if the checkered flag does go out this time. Joey Binks, that beautiful Ford Sierra Cosworth, chased by Sean Morris now. 2 camera cars in this race, thanks to Richard Barwick and Chris Clark once again for their help with those. Here comes Martin Reynolds at the double in Blue Oval Saloons this weekend. The clock has counted down to 0. There's the checkered flag, 2 out of 2 for the local man. Martin Reynolds takes it and wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series split. AJ Owen comes over in second. And the pre-03 touring car win goes to Gary Preble to boost his championship hopes. It's going to be close between him and Ross Craig in the run into the season over the last couple of races. The pre-93 win will go to a very happy Kevin Willis after the retirement of Stuart Waits, ahead of Clinton Chalmers. And well done Oliver Owen, 3rd in their splits from the back of the grid in 6th overall. Next home will be the lapped car of Trevor Kiffin, the Alfa Romeo. And across the line in 7th will come Andy Cripps. Here's a battle between a couple of Beamers further back. Lee Spencer, he's got a couple of BMWs here this weekend, and Simon Mann, the Cadbury's car. Yep, 7th is on to Cripps, 8th is Dugdale. Ian Bauer's battered car finishes 9th, and Ross Craig completing the top 10. He's 2nd of the pre-03s. Joey Binks just beat Sean Morris home. They're 11th and 12th. 3rd in Blue Oval is Joey Binks. 3rd in the pre-03s is Joe Dorrington's Honda. This lot's still battling to the line, the last few runners. Just noticed we lost on the first lap James Dunkley. I missed that. He went out on lap 1, unfortunately. Here's David Hutchins' Honda, holding off out of Neil Ashcroft. Anton Martin's BMW in there as well. And I suspect David Clark's Renault has lost turbo boost. You can see it's very slowly towards the line there. So 13th goes to Dorrington, 14th Colin Claxton, he held off Tim Mizzen, then it's David Hutchins, Anton Martin, there's Neil Ashcroft over the line, then Spencer, Mann, Vic Hope will come home in 21st, the last man on the lead lap. Trevor Kiffin and the struggling David Clark will be the final finishers. We lost Stuart Waite, Scott Smith and unfortunately James Dunkley. It's Martin Reynolds who takes the win and wins the Blue Oval Saloon Series. Pre-03 touring cars go to Gary Preble and pre-93 to Kevin Willis. Let's have a look at the class winners then. Boss S goes to Martin Reynolds. P03 Class C to Gary Preble. Pre-93 Class B to Kevin Willis. Pre-93 Guest Class to Oliver Owen. Boss Class B goes to Colin Claxton's Escorts. And then further down the order, Boss Class D to Tim Mizzen. Pre-03 Class A was Anton Martin. Pre-03 Class B, Vic Hope. Pre-93 Class C, Trevor Kiffin. Pre-93 Class D, David Clark. Pre-03 Guest Class, no finishers. Those are your class winners all summed up then. Well, Stuart Waite and James Dunkley, two of our championship leaders, failing to finish there, but they've got substantial leads over their rivals. They should wrap up their championships, barring any major changes going into the final rounds at Donington. It's going to be close in Pre-03 though, with Gary Preble clawing some points back against Ross Craig. They were first and second in their class and overall in Pre-03. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Park Ferme to talk to our category winners.
Welcome everybody, a very happy Park Ferme down here. Let's just quickly grab Martin as he's here. Handshakes with Gary Preble there as well. Martin, before you run off, a little bit more of the same from yesterday, really. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, it was good. The car feels good. A little bit of brake fade, but apart from that, good. Really good.
Simple weekend, eh? You enjoyed it?
Really, very good. On my home track.
Well done, Martin.
Thank
Congratulations. We talked to him an awful lot. Somebody I would definitely want to speak to. Hey, let's quickly grab Gary. A big smile on your face there, Gary. No stranger to the top spots in your class, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, did exactly what we needed to do. Got the win. So you know, obviously the class win, and yeah, I think calculations. I think we go into the last round at Donny 1 point behind. So it's down to the wire, all to play for, and yeah, certainly going to make the whole championship interesting. So yeah, keeps everyone on their toes, doesn't it? For sure.
Well done, Gary. Congratulations there. Yeah. Oh, going to go to Donny. We're all in for that one. I just want to, Kevin. We just grab Kevin. Let's grab him over. Kev, we need to have a quick chat. Come on, here he is. Your pre-93 winner. Congratulations. How did it feel out there?
Very good, very good. Clint obviously was.
Let's get close at the end, wasn't it? I think you had it covered. You had it managed.
I was putting a little gap. He was getting it back. He was getting very loose, but yeah, I had to work for it. But I was happy. And I could see Ollie coming even in the mirror.
Yeah.
So yeah, really good race.
I think you're hiding an even bigger smile there right now, aren't you? Oh, I can see it in your face. Well done, congratulations. What a great way to end the weekend. Thank you for coming down. Thanks for talking to us as well. Fantastic racing there by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. That was the pre-93 03s and Bossy. That rounds out the action for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club this weekend here at Snetterton. That's not it though for race action. Daryl and I, we're going to get ourselves onto the grid because coming up is the second 50-minute row Brit Car Trophy Championship race. Dave, back to you.
Thanks so much, Ian, and yes indeed, we will be hoping that the rain stays away for our second row Motor Oil's Brit Car Trophy category race. The grid is based on the results of race 1. The drivers swap driving order for this one as well, so if the drivers went first in race 1, they go second in this one, and there are penalties at pit stops for the top 3 finishers in each class as well. We'll give you those when we run through the grid. Which will bring you in just a few moments' time. Just double checking on my notes that that is the case. Yes, they have all swapped over, and the driver that went second in race 1 goes first in race 2. Possibly a couple of exceptions. I'm just checking those now. looks as though in a couple of the Clios we're going to be having the drivers the same way as they were in race 1. Yeah, Travis Coyne is going first, and so is Steve Harrison, according to the notes I've just had through from Steve Wood down in the paddock. Next to all the partner sponsors once again of the Britcar Trophy Championship, title sponsors Rowe Motor Oil, Goodyear Tyres, Autotel, Digital Race Radio, GF Williams and Company, Mintex Brakes, Ryan Motorsport Insurance, Stan 21, Sunoco, V-Box Motorsport, HBT, Motorsport Showroom and Sim Dynamics. Thanks to all of them. So the majority of cars have switched around, and we'll have the second driver from race 1 do the first stint in this one. Another doubt is over the 83 car. We're not sure if Edward Cook is going to be driving the race solo. We're not sure if Steve is fit for this one. I've just been told he's picked up an ankle injury, so we're just waiting to see what's going to happen there. The grid will form in the order that they finished the first race, so it will be Simon Clark's Porsche on pole position, the first non-Ginetta overall winner this year. Alongside him will be the first of the Ginettas, the number 111 Dayton Motorsport car. That's Axel van Nederveen, looking to get back to winning ways. One car that will be interesting to watch in the second half of the race will be the number 24, the Ian Astley-Neil Wallace car. Neil will be starting this time, so Ian Astley will go second. We saw what he could do in race 1. Second row, number 2, the Assetto Motorsport car. Jim Edwards Jr. starts this time, sharing with Julian Wampling. Alongside him will be the number 47 of Maurizio Cilio. The third Dayton Motorsport Ginetta number 4, Marco Anastasi, will be on row 3, alongside the number 10 Lee Goldsmith BMW. It'll be interesting to see how that goes in the dry. Row 4, number 24, will be started by Neil Wallace, the SVG Motorsport Ginetta. Alongside them will be number 19 of Thorney Motorsport, Callum Noble in the BMW. Rounding out the top 10 will be the first of the Clios, number 66, the class winner in race 1, the Dragon Sport car. Reese Lloyd will start that car. Alongside them will be number 88 of High Row Motorsport, started by Andy Tucker. They have a 15 and 10 second penalty respectively at the pit stops. The other penalties for the leading end of the grid, Simon Clark will have 15 seconds. Axel van Nederveen will as well. The number 2 car, Wampling and Edwards, will have 10 seconds extra, and number 47 of Cilio will have 5 seconds extra for the class 1 cars. Row 6 of the grid, number 25, will be started by Ken Britton, the Porsche for County Classics. That will have a 10-second pit stop success penalty. Alongside number 183, which is the Class 3 winner from race 1, William Puttigill. He'll have a 15-second penalty. Row 7, it's number 14, Rob Gaffney, Spires Motorsports Clio. Alongside number 22, which is Chris Bialan and Simon Mason's Clio. Simon Mason starts that car this time. Rob Gaffney has a 5-second penalty, third in his class. On row 8 of the grid, number 83, which is the Cook family Honda. We're just awaiting confirmation of who is going to be in that car, whether Steve Cook is fit to race, as he's hurt his ankle and may not be on the grid for this one. Maybe Ed Cook driving solo will confirm that. They have a 10-second penalty for second in class in race 1. Alongside them is the Golf, number 77. Mark Jones will start, sharing with Rob Ellick. They have a 5-second penalty, third in class 3 in race 1. Then we've got more Clios. Number 41 will be started by Jonathan Christie Rundle. Darren Gerhardt will take over. Alongside them, 89 from High Row Motorsports. That's the Harrisons. Now, the notes I've been sent, it says Steve Harrison will be starting and James will take over. But Steve started in race 1, so looks like something slightly different there. Normally we see the drivers swap stints over. Same with the number 92 car that failed to finish race 1. Travis Coyne will start and Alex Neville will take over. And on the grid sheet at the back is the number 118 car of David May, the Nissan 370Z. So whether they've managed to repair, we'll wait and see after he had a shunt in free practice this morning. See if the Nissan 370Z has made it out. Be nice to have the full 20-car complement on the grid. The safety car is in position to lead them away. There is Lee Goldsmith's BMW. Looks like he's going to be starting from the pit lane. Unless the cars are heading out from there onto the grid. They normally head out from the assembly area at the top end of the pit. We'll wait and see. Now, it looks like they are coming out from pit lane. Indeed they are. The 92 Clio is there. Pit lane will open in just a minute to let the cars onto the grid. We're just waiting for the officials to declare the pit lane open so they can make their way out onto track. There are just a couple of cars needing recovery off circuit after the end of that previous race. The green flag does now wave from the end of the pit lane, and out come the cars to make their way to the grid. That's Simon Clark, our earlier winner. Makar Anastasi. Axel van Nedderveen could start as the favourites here. There's the Golf. Great looking car, that is the VW Golf Mark 5. Very courteous, letting their fellow competitors pull out of their pit garages there. I can't see the Nissan 370Z, so I think that's out for the day. There's the Ginetta of Neil Wallace at the back of the queue. Let's see what they can do this time. Can they turn their fortunes around? So it's a warm-up before the rolling starts for this 50-minute race. We're giving you the pit stop penalties, which could make things a little bit more interesting, especially among the Ginettas. Sure, Ian's down there ready to greet the drivers when they make their way onto the grid. The sky's still looking a bit uncertain here, so keep an eye skywards during this race. I've got no idea what's going to happen here with the conditions. Let's hand down to Ian on the grid then, who's ready to receive the drivers and teams.
Right, everybody, welcome down. Here we are on the grid ahead of this Rowe Brit Car Trophy 15-minute race, second race of the day. The cars are just lining up, as you can see. That's there is number 10. Smith in that one. In fact, let's go see if we can grab a quick word of him, shall we? As well, a quick reminder of what happened in race one a little bit earlier today. Simon Clark in the Porsche 997 came through to take the overall win, full of drama, rain right at the end. I'm alright to open the door, is that alright? Yeah, let's jump in and have a quick chat, shall we? Right, how are we feeling ahead of this one? It looks like it's going to stay dry, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope it will stay dry. It was we had a good fight in the last one, but just got caught out by the rain at Coram. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to this. I'm ready for it.
You're ready for it, that's what I like to hear. We're going to have to keep it short and sweet because we get kicked off very quick. So,
Okay.
do you want me to shut the door for you?
Yes, please.
There we go. Right, let's just move down. That's one of the BMWs. Another one here is Callum Noble. Let's see if we can quickly grab a word with him as well. As I was saying, Simon Clark picked up the win. Fantastic stuff in that one. Late drama with the rain. That's what I was saying. Clouds still hanging around, but it doesn't look like we're going to have rain in the next 15 minutes or so. Let's just quickly grab a quick word with Callum, if we can. Callum, how are we feeling ahead of this one? Ready?
Sorry, say again.
I say, you ready for this? Excited?
Yeah, something like that. Just trying to work out what the rain's going to do.
I think you're going to be okay. How would you assess race one?
Not bad. Survival, I think. We've not had much luck this year, so it's just got to try and see it to the end. And we did that. We finished where we started, so can't moan too much, really.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Callum. I'll let you go. As I said, we get kicked off here very, very quickly indeed. How are those Ginettas going to perform in this one? Can Simon Clark, who starts on pole, manage to maintain it? It was Axel van Nedderveen in his Ginetta who came home in second place. Julia Watling and Jim Edwards came home in third overall. Lots of battles going on as well with the Clios. Certainly keep your eye out for that one. There's the 66 of Reece Lloyd and Jack Meakin. Certainly worth keeping an eye out there. Battling the number 88, the High Road Motorsport of Andy Tucker and Max Coates. Right next to each other as well, actually. Here they are. Right, we've been kicked off the grid, so to enjoy this race, I'm going to be in the pit lane, give you up to speed of everything that's going on. Mandatory pit stop is going to get very, very busy indeed. I'll hand over to Dave to take you through the grids.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Just hearing the hooter going there, so the grid is being cleared ahead of this second race of the day for the Rowe Motor Oils Brit Car Trophy Championship. 50 minutes with a pit stop. Simon Clark in the Porsche, after his heroics earlier on, starts on the pole. Dayton Motorsports Ginettas second, fourth and fifth on the grid. Axel van Nedderveen, Mauricio Cilio and number 4 Marco Anastasi. In between then the Assetto Motorsport number 2, started by Jim Edwards Jr. Keep an eye on Lee Goldsmith in that orange BMW. I reckon he's got a good chance of some success here now that the conditions are a little better. Row 4, number 24, which is started by Neil Wallace this time. Ian Astley will take over. Saw what Ian could do in the early stages of race 1. He led up until the pit stops. Callum Noble in the Thorny Motorsports BMW as the pace car leads them away. Clios complete the top 10, the Dragon Sport number 66. Of course, they got that extra 15 seconds at pit stop. It's Van Nedderveen who has 15 seconds in Class 1. Edwards and Watling have 10, Cilio has 5. So this could be Marco Anastasi's chance possibly for a first victory. He's penalty free. County Classics Porsche second in Class 2 earlier on. He'll have a 10-second penalty. Simon Clark has 15. The Hondas have penalties. William Puttergill has 15 seconds. The Cook family number 83 has 10. The Golf has 5. The Clios is the 66 car with the 15 seconds. The number 88 has 10. And the number 14, Rob Gaffney's car, has 5 seconds extra to serve. 19 cars on the grid then for 50 minutes with the mandatory pit stop. It's only a 10-minute pit window after between 20 and 30 minutes of the race. Everybody made their stops in time. It was the number 2 Ginetta that was the last car in with only about 15 seconds to spare before the closure of the pit window. Conditions still a little sticky out there. Catch the unwary out. reason Simon Clark had that advantage explained to us. It's a rear-engined car, the Porsche 911, has the engine over the rear wheels. Trim flapping underneath the Porsche. We saw that towards the end of race 1 as well. Five hungry Ginettas and a couple of BMWs lurking behind. Then the leading Clios, another Porsche, then the Hondas, and the rest of the Clios, the Golf in there as well. Lovely bit of variety in this Rowe Motor Oils Brick Car Trophy field. Getting into formation, ready for the rolling starts. Lights have gone out atop the pace car, so we'll be going racing this time. Can Simon Clark repeat his shock result from earlier on in the wet conditions? Can he stay ahead in these currently cloudy but dry wet conditions at Snetterton on the 300 circuits? Or will Dayton Motorsport and their Ginettas get back to winning ways? We are about to find out over the next 50 minutes. Pace car about to dive into pit lane, it does so. It's keeping it steady 2 by 2 up towards the red lights. Here we go, the red lights still on at the moment, they go out now, and here we go, and a super start by Simon Clark in the Porsche. He'll lead them down towards Riches for the first time. He has rocketed away from the Ginettas behind him. Lee Goldsmith side by side with Marco Anastasi. Behind them, Callum Noble. Everybody else was somebody onto the grass there. That was Cook in the number 83 Honda. He saved that. 23 of Simon Clark leads into the hairpin for the first time. Side by side for second, Jim Edwards and Axel van der Veen. Then it's Cilio and Anastasi. Then Lee Goldsmith and Callum Noble, the 2 BMWs. Neil Wallace has dropped behind them. Through Palmer for the first time. It's Neil Wallace dropping back just a little bit on the start. Battle for the Clios. The 88 car goes through. Andy Tucker moves ahead of Rhys Lloyd. The 2 first drivers swapping stints with their co-drivers. This one, Lee Goldsmith, having a look up the inside there. The Jeff Steele Racing BMW having a go at Marco Anastasi for what's his 5th position. It's Ginettas 2, 3, 4 and 5 at the moment. Porsche leads. Then the quartet of Ginettas. There are the Clios, the 88s of Andy Tucker. Hand over to Max Coates, leads the way from Rhys Lloyd, sharing with Jack Meakin. Meakin trying to close up. As they make their way around this opening lap. Third of the Clios is one of the Dragon Sport cars. I think, yeah, the number 92 has got up into 3rd place. That, I think, is Travis Coyne taking the first stint in that car, sharing with Alex Neville. It's one of the cars you weren't 100% certain on, the other being the Harrisons in number 89. So anyway, there are the leaders. Out of Nelson for the first time, down towards the bomb hole. Ken Britton's got away well in the other Porsche, the blue Porsche, to second of the County Classics cars. Shame their other Class 2 rival, David May, in the number 118 Mazda 370, Nissan 370Z, I should say, not out there after his crash earlier. A couple of the Clios dropping away slightly at the back of the field. These two aren't, though. Bit of a lock-up there from Rhys Lloyd. A little bit of damage to the right-hand side of the car. Chasing now the 88 of Andy Tucker for the lead. Over the line they go then. The lead gap is 1.6 seconds between Porsche and Ginetta at the end of the first lap. Big winner in that opening lap was number 92, Travis Coyne. He's gained 8 places in that third of the Clios. The yellow and white car with the red mirrors. See, Rhys Lloyd's car's got the yellow wing mirrors. Having a look on the outside of Andy Tucker there for the lead of the Clio class. Coyne's got himself ahead of Ken Bridden there in the number 25 Porsche. Just had a message come through from race control. Race starts under investigation. So did somebody move off early or start out of position? We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Rhys Lloyd having a go for the lead of the Clio class on the back of Andy Tucker. Third place behind them is Coyne. That's Ken Britton's Porsche. The Cook family Honda is next. We say we're not sure who is in that car, so we were unsure if Steve Cook was able to take the start. It may be Ed Cook driving solo. We'll have to see at the pit stop if they change drivers. Behind them is Rob Gaffney's Clio, 4th in the class. And then the number 22, started by Simon Mason. Simon Clark leads in the Porsche, then the line of Ginettas behind him, and Lee Goldsmith keeping pace with them, chasing Marco Anastasi for 5th position. Past his first sector by Trouble 1 Axel van Nederveen, fast his second sector by Lee Goldsmith. He is right on it from the off in that BMW. It's an E90 M3, that orange car. Similar to the cars that raced in the World Touring Car Championship, Andy Prio MBE. So one of those to the world title. Stopped a little behind the Ginetta there as they come round towards the end of the lap. Towards the start-finish line, still Simon Clark's Porsche that leads the way. And leads by 1.2 seconds. New fastest lap of the race though by Trouble 1 Axel van Nederveen, 2 minutes 7.06. He took 4/10 out of the race leader on that last lap. 1.2 seconds behind him is the number 2 of Jim Edwards Jr., the ex-British touring car racer, among other things. Goldsmith at the back of the lead group. A gap back to 7th place, which is Callum Noble. Then another small gap back to the number 24, which is Neil Wallace. And then the Clios, 9th and 10th, the 88 and the 66. Hyro Motorsport lead the way. Form Evo Clark Racing, prepared by County Classics, lead the field overall in the Porsche. Now towards the left is Hamilton. Can Simon Clark do the double? A long way to go yet, another near 45 minutes, just a couple of laps into this Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy race. The Class 3 cars there. Will Puttergill hasn't had the best of starts. He's behind the Golf, so he's only 3rd in Class 3 at the moment, the class winner earlier on. He needs to work hard because he's got that extra penalty. He basically needs to be at least 5 seconds clear of his nearest rival. Inside, a couple of the Clios passing Ken Britton's Porsche. Somebody kicking up the dust ahead of them. The Golf's going through as well. Has Ken Britton up? Whether he's been off a couple of corners ago, I don't know. So whether he's got a problem there, Ken Britton seems to be losing places in the County Classics Porsche. Care of the Ginettas, sandwiched by Porsche and BMW. Callum Noble next through. He's all on his own now in that 6th position. 7th position, I should say. 19 cars okay so far. The 83 gained a couple of places on that previous lap. The Honda Civic getting ahead of the 14 and the 22 Clios. Oh, the leader has got a drive-through penalty. Simon Clark has just been given a drive-through penalty for a false start. So the officials are judging that he moved off early at the rolling starts. That's a great shame. Simon Clark is going to have to come in and serve a drive-through penalty. I can only assume he's not used to starting on the front row of the grid. With all due respect to Simon, after his win earlier on, he was leading the field away. He must have just gone a bit too early at the start of the race, and he's going to have to come in and serve a penalty. So that's going to give Axel van Nederveen the lead. What a shame for Simon Clark. He's done so well all through today. Here's the battle in the Clios further back. The 88 of Andy Tucker continues to set the pace as Reece Lloyd nearly lost it there. Got a wheel wide onto the grass, just about holds the Clio together. Through Hamilton, he's wide again. He's pushing a bit too hard there, Reece Lloyd. Seems to keep a cool head. There's a long way to go yet. Second race for the Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy. Axel van Nederveen attacking for the lead. He won't know that Simon Clark has that penalty, of course. He's going to go up the inside and take the lead anyway into Murray's. Ginetta goes through, and Jim Edwards trying to follow him there as well. Clark peels off into the pits to serve the drive-through. That's rotten luck for Simon Clark. So Dayton Motorsport assume the lead. The Ginettas first, third and fifth now. Because on that last lap, the number 10 BMW has got ahead of the number 4 Marco Anastasi. Lee Goldsmith up in the 4th place. There's the Clio battle, and there's a battle on for the lead because Jim Edwards Jr. is not hanging about here in the number 2 car. He's having a go at Axel van der Veen. The BMW has just set the fastest lap. Number 10, Lee Goldsmith, 206.734. We said he'd be one to watch in these drier conditions. Able to get the power down through the rear wheels much more effectively. There he is. He's got ahead of Anastasi, and now he's going to have a go at the BMWs. Remember, at the Ginettas ahead of him. Remember that BMW is not carrying a success penalty. That could work really in his favour here. The Jeff Steele Racing BMW of Lee Goldsmith. Let's see what he can do. Another 10 minutes till the pit window opens. Coming up on the 47 now, Maurizio Silio. Jim Edwards going well. He wants to take the lead of this race. There's a Clio slowing in the background. Who was that? Is it the 92 car again? Well, there is Clark, having taken his drive-through penalty. He's down to about 9th place. It is the 92 car. We saw this car in trouble in race 1 as well. And the Alex Neville Travis Coyne car slowing up. They'll be into the paddock, I think. So Axel van der Veen leads the way. We've just had a report through from Ian. Drops of rain falling in the pit lane. That's the last thing Lee Goldsmith wants, for it to start raining again. We saw him struggling in the wet earlier on, but that will be music to Simon Clark's ears. Hearing that it might be starting to rain again. Maurizio Silio runs wide, coming out of Murray's. 5-car train for the lead of this race. Simon Mason's clear, having a go at Mark Jones in the Golf. This is for 14th place, I think. Further back in the order, through the bomb hole. And up to Cora. Looks a bit like the Golf that the AMD Miltech team used to run in the British Touring Car Championship. That's red and black Golf. And further behind them, that's Ken Britton in the Porsche. He's dropped right back. So not a happy race so far for the 2 Porsches. Axel van der Veen continues to hold off Jim Edwards for the lead, and look, Goldsmith is now through into 3rd. He's got ahead of the 47, but rain on the camera lens at Palmer. The wipers are going on. The Ginettas in 4th and 5th places, Silio and Anastasi. Wiper comes on Goldsmith's car as well. It's raining again here at Snetterton. It's coming down around the circuit now. There's a green flag waving there on the exit of Agostini. I assume that's for the Clio that they have pulled over, the number 92 car. That's dropping down the timing screen. We saw that slowing up earlier. So where has that come to rest? Now this is probably going to play into the hands of the Ginettas in this lead battle. They'll have the better time of it than we saw, as we saw in race 1, than the BMW. There's Simon Clark. He'll be quite happy with these conditions, I would think, at the moment. He tries to catch back up to the leaders. He's in 8th place, and a big lock up there from the number 111 of Van der Veen, struggling to get the car stopped for Brundle. This could be Jim Edwards' chance to take the lead of the race in the number 2 car. See the BMW dropping back there. You can see the speeds falling as the rain starts to come down. It's getting very slippery again out there. The Brick Car Trophy drivers won't believe their bad luck. They've copped the worst of the weather today in both races. First 5 are well clear of everybody else. They're about 10 seconds clear of the BMW of Callum Noble in 6th position. Neil Wallace's Ginetta is 7th. And then the Porsche number 23 is now down to 8th. 9th, we have got the first of the Clios, which is Andy Tucker. Reece Lloyd rounds out the top 10. Or does he? No, the Golf has come through there. So Mark Jones is flying through the order. He's made up a few places. He's the 83 car of Cook is just behind them. And we can head down to Ian Waterhouse in the pit lane.
welcome down everybody to the pit lane here with Darren Gerhardt. Darren, we've got a bit of rain now. This is certainly throwing a bit of a curveball into things, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's been dry every time I've been out there so far, so now I've got to repeat all my braking points, turning points and everything else. So, yeah, going to be fun and games.
It has been an eventful day. Just tell us about race 1. How did it go for you?
I wasn't as quick as I wanted to be, but overall on personal goals, I've been quicker here than I've ever been before.
Brilliant.
Just got to try and find more time. The other guys are just a bit too quick.
Yeah.
But we hung on to the back of them, but the gap was too much to make up. But we gained in the race with people getting mistakes, and we made some good choices, and we made a couple of places up. So
well, that's the beauty of a 50-minute race. Chuck your rain into it, anything can happen, eh?
Yeah. All I've got to do is keep it on the black stuff.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Darren. Just before we go, just to have a quick look in the pit lane. Yes, it is now raining. Not massively heavy, but the drops they're big. It's fat raindrops here. It's certainly going to change things a little bit. Pit window come up to be open. We're going to have a lot of pit action very shortly. Dave, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. Well, the pit window doesn't open for another 5 minutes and 10 seconds, so we won't see cars come in for at least another couple of laps just yet. But the lap speeds have already dropped off. Fastest lap of the race is the number 10 BMW. He did a 2:06.734. The leader's currently lapping in the 2:13, 2:14 brackets. A little bit of damage there, look, on the car of Neil Wallace. Maybe he's run wide somewhere, just clipped a curb or clipped the grass. Simon Clark behind him in the recovering Porsche after its drive-through penalty. And round the outside, Jim Edwards Jr. holds off Lee Goldsmith, who seems to be coping much better with the conditions in this second race. 22 is Simon Mason with his Clio currently running in 13th place. Goldsmith trying to attack there. The Ginettas can get the power down much better. You can see they're in a straight line coming off the turns. So Dayton Motorsport lead the way by less than a second from the number 2 of Assetto Motorsports. Lee Goldsmith in the BMW for Jeff Steele Racing shadowing. He might have a look here for second place, coming down into Agostini. He's up the inside. Goldsmith going through into second place. Impressive from Lee Goldsmith. But he, again, can't get the power down on the exit, and Jim Edwards Jr. powers back ahead of him. See the BMW twitch there, the rear end stepped out as he came through Hamilton. He just can't get the same traction as the Ginettas. Cilio's closing up on him now as well. 4 cars for the lead. They have dropped the number 4 of Dayton Motorsports, Marco Anastasi. He's dropped back into 5th place. Could be coming under fire from the Thorny Motorsport car fairly soon of Callum Noble, possibly. There's Anastasi, the black and yellow car in the distance. This is where I think the circuit is more tricky. You can see them tiptoeing their way out of Nelson. There's Noble, we saw him under the bridge, so he's not up to the back of the number 4 yet. Jim Edwards Jr. going for the outside there. He was having a speculative challenge on the back of Axel van Nederveen, trying to get up alongside. Has he taken the lead? I think he has. See as they come into line there, as they came out of Coram, he was up alongside. Yes, he's got him. Jim Edwards Jr. takes the lead for Assetto Motorsports. Chanced him there and it came off as they came through into Coram and Murray's. There's Anastasi, he's dropped back into 5th position as the rain begins to worsen once again here at Snetterton. Assetto Motorsports take the lead, courtesy of Jim Edwards Jr. Julian Watling will take over at the pit stop. Axel van Nederveen now under fire from Lee Goldsmith at BMW still up there.
Bring that car into the pit lane.
One of them is the 41 car, which is Darren Gerhardt and Jonathan Christie Rundle. We just heard from Darren was about to get in that car. And the other car is the number 89 of Hyro Motorsport, the Harrison family car. So they're both in. The pit lane hadn't opened yet. Let's see if we can see what happened. That's what happened. Steve Harrison wallop into the side of the 41 of Jonathan Christie Rundle. And so both of those cars have had to make an early stop. Pit window doesn't open for another 90 seconds. Axel van Nederveen running wide, Toggies. So a Clio collision at the back of the field. and 2 cars pitting for repairs. That means they'll have to make another stop when the pit window does open, because if you pit outside the window, you will be penalised. Here comes Lee Goldsmith again. Can he get the BMW stop there on the inside? Well, that was close. Axel van der Veen, lucky he saw him there and gave Lee Goldsmith room to complete that attack. And he's up to second, taking on the Ginettas here at Snetterton. Could we see another surprise result here? If the rain worsens, I doubt it, but we'll wait and see. Where is Simon Clark? He's up to P7. He's got ahead of Neil Wallace now in the Porsche. Here's a battle further back between Clios and Hondas, and a Porsche in there as well, Ken Britton's car. Reece Lloyd just ahead of the 183 of William Puttigill. Just ahead of them is the Golf, number 77 of Mark Jones in P11, and the Major Motorsport Honda. Here comes Ken Britton fighting back in the Porsche as well. Didn't quite manage to get through, and he's nudged wide there, I think, by the 22 car of Simon Mason. Just behind them is that the 14? Yes, Rob Gaffney with his Clio. Getting very busy here, the battle for 11th, and Cook going round the outside in the Honda. Which of the Cook family it is, we unfortunately don't know in that car. He's got through on the Golf, and that is for the lead of Class 3. William Puttigill wants some of this as well, so all 3 of our Class 3 runners battling it out. The pit window has just opened though, and in comes the Golf and one of the Clios. Which one was that? It's number 66, so Reece Lloyd comes in early to hand over to Jack Meakin. Well, not too early that he misses the pit window, I should clarify. Pit window open there just towards the end of that lap. Mark Jones dives in. He'll hand over to Rob Ellick, and Reece Lloyd will hand over to Jack Meakin. They're the first pit stoppers. The 2 Clios that had come in early for a quick check after that collision have rejoined, and now Lee Goldsmith is going for the lead of the race on the back of Jim Edwards Jr. in the Ginetta. He's got the fastest lap of the race, 2:06.734. Now, can he take the lead for the first time? Van der Veen is down to 3rd, Cilio is 4th. These 3 covered by about 3.5 seconds. These 4 covered by 3.5 seconds, sorry. Now, is any of the lead battle going to come in this time? Edwards thought about it there, but he didn't. No, the top 4 stay out. Black and white flag being displayed there. That's the driving standards flag for a couple of cars. Number 10, that's Lee Goldsmith, and the number 25, the Britton Goodrum Porsche. And we've got a slowing Clio. Looks like it's got a puncture. That's the number 41 car. Darren Gerhardt's and Jonathan Christie run. Looks like it had a left front puncture. And that was on its first lap out of the pits as well, after making that stop for repairs. Just under 28 minutes to go, so we're already coming up towards half distance in this Rotor Oils Brick Car Trophy race. Second of the day here at Snetterton, and Jim Edwards Jr. continues to lead in the number 2 Assetto Motorsport Ginetta, chased by Lee Goldsmith, championship newcomer in his Jeff Steele Racing BMW. Very impressive indeed. Up there in that P2 ahead of the 3 Dayton Motorsport Ginettas, Van der Veen, Cilio and Anastasi. Thorny Motorsports BMW is 6th, and then the Porsche of Simon Clark in 7th. There's that number 41 Clio into the paddock. Looks like it's race over for them. Waiting to see who's going to come in this time. Number 24 car has come in. Neil Wallace will hand over to Ian Astley. There's the erstwhile Clio leader. The 88 Andy Tucker will hand over to Max Coates. We've got the 25 Porsche in. Jackson Goodrum will take over from Ken Britton.
Watch your back,
the 89 car's been in again. Yep, there it is. was just coming in there. Ian was down there to greet it. So car 89, the driver change this time. Steve and James Harrison will swap over. None of our leaders have yet come in though. They're leaving it a bit later in the pit window to come in. Here are the Hondas battling in Class 3. This is for the lead of Class 3 between Cook and Puttigill. So the Golf, of course, has come in and gone back out again. The 41 car, if it's gone back to the paddock, won't be making its second pit stop, will it? Looks like they're out of the race, sadly. So Darren Gerhardt, I don't think we'll get the chance to take over. There's the 22 car, Simon Mason ahead of the 14 of Rob Gaffney. The number 19 BMW has just come in. Callum Noble makes his stop. Gaffney continuing to chase Simon Mason. Oh, and Axel van Nederveen retakes second place. Lee Goldsmith ran wide there, coming through Oggies. Just caught the tail end of that. He was on the grass, and van Nederveen back into second place. The light has improved again. There's no wipers on, so except for Goldsmith we saw there, but it looks as though conditions have improved again. Here come the leaders. Surely these four, at least some of them will come in this time. Some tape being applied. That's the 89 Clio. Had some contact earlier on, of course, went into the number 41 down at Murray's. Just making sure the front is held together. And Rob Gaffney gets a bit of bumper there from Max Coates. Bit of push and shove in the Clio class. Let's come out the other side of Agostini. There they are, side by side. Is Max Coates going to move through ahead of Rob Gaffney? The Amigo Motorsport man, indeed he is. Gaffney fights back. I can do that too, he says. We don't want any bumper work here though. This is non-contact racing. Rob Gaffney throws it sideways through Williams. Now, have any of the leaders come in? Yes, they have. The number 2 car is in. So Jim Edwards Jr. will hand over to Julian Wantley. Lee Goldsmith has come in. The number 4 of Anastasi is in as well. The other 2 Dayton Motorsport Ginettas have stayed out. Axel van Nederveen now leads ahead of Maurizio Silio. Porsche of Simon Clark is back up to 3rd. And he, of course, has got the pit penalty to serve as well. So this is going to play into the hands of cars with no pit penalty. Goldsmith is one of them. Astley and Wallace is another. And Marco Anastasi is another. So they could be ones to watch here. They'll save a few seconds on their rivals. Most of the cars have now stopped. There's Clio's coming in. The 183 Honda is in. More Clio's into pit lane. Okay, so only 3 cars have yet to stop. The 2 Ginettas we just mentioned and the major motorsport number 83 Honda have yet to come in. So Axel van Nederveen must come in this time, surely. If he goes round again, he will most likely miss the pit window. Here comes the Dutchman. Oh, is he going to peel off into pit lane this time? Yes, he is. Surely the 47 will come in too. There he is into pit lane, Maurizio Silio. The only car yet to stop now is the number 83, the Honda Civic. There's William Puttigill, his class rival. 22 Clio handing over to Chris Bialan as well. It's all action down in the pit lane. There's Lee Goldsmith rejoining, just behind one of the Clios. It's one of the Dragon Sport car. I think that might be the number 92 that's got going again after slowing earlier on. Check that. Yes, it is. Red wing mirrors means it's the 92, so I'd imagine that's Alex Neville on board now. Lee Goldsmith wants to get past this car as he winds up after his stop. Should get through on the road to Agostini, no problem. We'll see where everything slots back in when everybody has completed their outlaps. Some have those penalties to serve. The BMW didn't. Just keep all this in mind. I'm going to do the mathematics, see where everybody is going to slot back in. There's the Harris and Clio, still in the pits after, that's actually that car's third stop. There's clearly some damage as a result of that collision. The 22 car, Chris Bialan, goes back out. William Puttergill is still in, fighting for the victory in Class 3. Out goes another Clio. Maurizio Cilio still in the pits in the background. He's got an extra 5 seconds to serve. So now back out on track there is Julian Watling in the number 2 car, and he's behind the number 4 of Marco Anastasi. The number 2 car had the 10-second penalty, which has dropped him behind Anastasi, who had no penalty because he wasn't in the top 3 in his class in race 1. So we've just got to wait for everybody else to cycle through now. The 83 Honda has come in, so everybody has made the pit window okay. And Ian Astley, now in the 24 car, has just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:06.078. We saw what he could do in race 1, where he led the first half of the race. Neil Wallace dropped back after the pit stop after a couple of moments, but see what Ian can do now. Axel van Nidderveen goes back out. He had that 15-second penalty to serve. 23 of Simon Clark has as well in his Porsche. Of course, he had to make another stop earlier to serve that drive-through penalty after being adjudged to have moved off early on the rolling starts. Pit window is now closed. Everybody has made their stops, I think. There's the Porsche. So everybody's been in at least once. The only car that hasn't made a mandatory stop, well, the only cars that didn't make a mandatory stop are the 2 that didn't go far enough, although the 92 car, which we saw is still running, is not recorded as having come into the pit, so I'm not sure that trip back into the paddock counts as a pit stop. We'll have to wait and see on that. If they come in again now to make that mandatory stop, they missed the pit window, unfortunately, the Dragon Sport team. Car number 66 has a stop-go penalty just come up on the screen. So maybe their pit stop was short. That's the championship leader. Reece Lloyd and Jack Meekins Clio has a 5-second stop-go penalty. So it looks like they had a slightly short pit stop. Meanwhile, looks like everything has cycled through now. We're going to wait and see where the 47 and the treble 1 cars are, but it looks to me as though this car is leading. The number 10 of Lee Goldsmith. We said he'd be one to watch, having no pit penalty. And with the drier conditions slightly this time, that we had that little sprinkle of rain just before the stops, but that seems to have gone away again. It's playing into the hands of Lee Goldsmith. The 92 car slowing again. White flag out there from the marshals. That means slow-moving car on the circuits. And the Alex Neville Travis Coyne car's heading back to the paddock, I think. Lee Goldsmith then leads the way. And the 77 car, that's the Golf, has got a 20-second stop-go penalty. That's now back in the pits to serve it. Mark Jones and Rob Ellick, that's for a pit lane infringement. There's Marco Anastasi. He's in third, 6 seconds behind Maurizio Cilio, but he's got Julian Watling right on his tail. So that's where everything's cycled through to. And Axel van Nidderveen is in P5, 2.5 seconds back on these 2. So that's where the pit stops have left everyone. Watch free and Astley though from P8. He's got the fastest lap of 2:05.635 in the number 24 car. So lack of pit stop penalty has scored for Lee Goldsmith and Marco Anastasi here. There's Van Nidderveen. He had that extra 15 seconds in the pits for winning Class 1 in the first race. And he is now 16.7 seconds off the lead. If it hadn't been for that penalty, he'd be right behind the race leader. If the number 2 car hadn't had that 10-second penalty, they'd be in the lead battle as well. And the 5-second penalty was with Cilio. He'd be just ahead of the number 4. Well, there's Ian Astley going around the outside at Agostini. That's a move that rarely works, but he's made it work on Callum Noble's BMW. That's for 6th place, and Ian Astley's after our race leaders. There is the leader, Lee Goldsmith in the BMW. It's up to the Ginettas now to chase him down. Maurizio Cilio in 2nd place. See what his lap time is this time through. We're going to compare lap times now with 15.5 minutes to go. And Benevade's got the headlights on, so lets his fellow Ginetta pilots know he's there. Here they come up over the line to complete 15 laps. Lee Goldsmith leads in the BMW. M3 sounding beautiful as it goes through. Number 47 Ginetta just does its personal best. He's 5.5 seconds down. He took 2 seconds out of the BMW on that last lap. Personal best for the number 4 as well of Anastasi. Looks like Dayton Motorsport are telling their drivers to push, push, push to try and catch that BMW out in front. Let's head down to Ian in pit lane in the meantime.
Yeah, welcome to the pits, everybody. Now, we've been following closely all day the battle, haven't we, between you guys, the 66 Clio and the 88 Clio. You've just had that penalty, though. Jack's just too quick through the pits, isn't he?
Yeah, I think the boys are just a bit too keen. It's been that tight. We knew that every 10-second count. So, yeah, we were bang on the first race. On the second, we were just a little bit over. So we had a 5-second penalty.
Not over yet, Reece. Are you pray for rain now?
Yeah, a bit of rain will help it. I think with us having a race on penalty as well for finishing first, and it's probably going to be difficult. But yeah, a bit of rain, never know what'll happen.
Thanks for talking to us, mate. Take care. Right, so there you go. Stopped raining now, but Reece Lloyd, the car 66, they are praying for rain. Dave, back to you.
Where is number 14, Rob Gaffney's Clio? The Clio class is currently led by the number 88 car. That's 89, the Harrisons. The 88 Clio of Andy Tucker and Max Coates leads the Clio class. They're 9th overall. Second of the Clios is the number 22 car, Chris Bialan and Simon Mason. The 66 car is 4th in class behind the number 14 of Gaffney. The 89 car, of course, is a few laps down because they pitted with damage earlier on. They've actually made 3 stops now. There is the 88's, the Clio class leader. They're in 9th overall, just ahead of the 83 Honda, which is leading class 3. It looks as though the number 24 car, now in P6, is on for another fastest lap of the race, because Ian Astley has gone fastest in the 1st and 2nd sectors. There he is, the number 24, the green and gold Ginetta. It's not even the car he usually races, as we heard from SVG Motorsports earlier. But he's going after the race leaders. Well, the treble one of Van Nederveen has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 2:05.566, 85.5 miles per hour. We see it there on the graphics. But is Ian Astley going to usurp that here and get his own fastest lap of the race? He's done the 1st and 2nd sectors quickest of anyone. Over the line he comes, and he does go quicker, 2:04.532, a second faster than Axel Van Nederveen. He's 21 seconds down on the triple one car. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd is intensifying. The number 4 and 2 Ginettas. Dayton Motorsports and Assetto Motorsport, they're less than a second apart. The 14 for Spires Motorsport, that's Rob Gaffney. This isn't a race for position because that battered 89 Clio, we saw it being taped up in the pits earlier on. They're a few laps further back. They've spent a long time in the pits. Still the BMW has the lead of Lee Goldsmith, the orange car. There he is, going along the Bentley straight. There's our 2nd place man, Maurizio Cilio. He's 4.5 seconds down. 6 seconds clear in turn of the number 4 of Anastasi, his teammates. There is the 2nd place car. You can see the gap is coming down. On the last lap, Cilio took nearly a second out of Lee Goldsmith, so the Ginettas are chasing down the Jeff Steele Racing BMW. There's Anastasi, Watling and Van der Veen. They're together now. Van der Veen has caught them. And Neil and Ian Astley in the car started by Neil Wallace will be starting to catch up as well with the pace he's showing. I think a second quick, 1 or 2 seconds quicker than those ahead of him. There are 11 minutes of the race to go. Are we going to see the top 6 start to pinch together? Callum Noble is 7th in his BMW. It's the Porsche, number 23 and 8th. He leads Class 2. 9th is the number 88 Hyro Motorsport Clio. They lead the Clio class. And 10th is the number 83 Honda. They lead Class 3. There's the 183 Honda. He's in 11th place. 2nd in class. There's the leader. There's the 47. Saying get out of the way to the Clios. Well, you've seen him there. They're side by side. 3 wide to Agostini. The Ginetta gets through. Just about there for Maurizio Silio. Looking for what I think will be his 3rd win of the season if he can catch the BMW. These 2 Clios still at him. It's not even for position, that isn't. They're all different laps. We've got news of some stop-go penalties coming in. Car 89 is one of them. They've been in the pits 3 times already, the Harrisons. They've got a 14-second stop-go penalty. And car number 14 has as well. That's Rob Gaffney. He's got a 1-second stop-go penalty, presumably for short pit stops, those. Just keeping abreast of any other penalties that may arise. Lee Goldsmith continues to lead. There's Silio fighting him down, and the other Ginettas are caught in traffic. Julian Watling passes Rob Gaffney at the bomb hole. You know, Gaffney's got to come in for a penalty, and the 89 car that he's battling with has as well. Car 22, the BLN and Mason Clio, has got a stop-go as well of 2 seconds. This is how they were short on their pit stops. Gaffney comes in. Marshall's being kept busy on the penalty boards there with the flag outs. It's car 22, 2 seconds stop-go penalty. There's Rob Gaffney coming in to serve his penalty. Of course, it's not just a 1 second penalty, because he's got to go in and out of the pits as well. There we go, stop-go, and off he goes. Oh, car 47 also has a stop-go penalty. Only 1 second, but that's our 2nd place car. That's Maurizio Silio. He's got a stop-go penalty as well. He must have been slightly short on his pit stop. The man who's currently hunting down our race leader is going to have to come in. But he got the gap down to less than 5 seconds, but it's going to be up to his teammates after this, Marco Anastasi and Axel van der Veen, to try and catch Lee Goldsmith's BMW. There is Maurizio Silio coming through Williams. He's got a 1 second stop-go penalty. It's just come up on the TSL timing screen. Waiting for the 22 car to come in and serve as well. There's the 22. Yes, 1 second penalty for car 47. He's got to come into the pits on the speed limits, stop for 1 second and then leave again. And that takes a lot out of your race time. So it's going to be up to his teammates to try and catch that leading BMW now, Axel van der Veen, and number 4 of Marco Anastasi. Also, we've got Julian Watling in the number 2 car in there. SVG Motorsports can possibly sense a podium as well if they push on here with Ian Astley. He'd almost caught him, look, but he's going to have to pull in. He can see the race leader coming up on him there. Well, he can see himself closing right up on the race leader, but he's had to come in. Frustration for Maurizio Silio. So that's puts Anastasi up into 2nd place. He's 7.78 seconds down on the leader. They pull in. He's going to be behind the Clio as well, which won't help him. So the Clio will leave first. He had a 2 second penalty. The Ginetta had 1 second. They go out together. Well, there's the 24, that's Ian Astley, so the Dayton Motorsport number 47 is down to 6th position. It's the number 4 of Anastasi now second, some 7.8 seconds down on the race leader. But he is lapping quicker. Last lap for the leader was 2 minutes 9. Number 4 was a 2 minutes 7. What about the number 2 of Wantling? His last lap was a personal best, 2:06.1. Van Nedderveen did a 2:05.9. And the 24 of Ian Astley is lapping in the high 2:04s. He's just in the best first sector of anybody. So they're all closing up on that BMW out in front. It's going to turn into a hare and hounds race over the last 5.5 minutes or so. Can they catch him? Has he got enough of a gap here, Lee Goldsmith, over this man, Marco Anastasi? An absorbing race here at Snetterton. This is going to be close, I reckon. Have they got enough time to reel him in? There's Anastasi in second place. He's got Wantling behind him. I don't think we'll see them battling each other because they're trying to catch that orange blur ahead of them, the BMW. There he is. He'll know the Ginettas are closing. Oh, he's got wide. Oh, Lee Goldsmith, you can't afford to make mistakes like that. That's lost him a good couple of seconds, I think. There's Anastasi. You can see the gap coming down. The 89 car still hasn't come in to serve its penalty. That's why the board and the flag are still out there. Now, what's the lead gap now? It's down to 2.8 seconds. He lost more than 2 seconds. He's lost about 5 seconds there, I think, the race leader. And Anastasi is almost on him. So is Wantling, so is Van Nedderveen. Oh no, shortly it's going to be Ginettas everywhere for the BMW. He's got to keep his head here over the final 4 minutes of this race, Lee Goldsmith, if we're going to have a double defeat for the Ginettas today. There they are behind him. Anastasi leads the chase group from Wantling and Van Nedderveen. Goldsmith can see them in his mirrors now. Where's the SVG car, number 24? 15 seconds back, so I don't think Ian Astley's going to catch this group. And there's number 47 after that penalty. Well, Mauricio Cilio is nearly 8 seconds behind the number 24 car in turn, so I think he's going to have to settle for 6th position. But they've got the BMW in their sights now. Heading down into Brundle and Nelson. Marco Anastasi can sense a chance for his first victory in the Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy. It's his teammates that have hogged the limelight so far this season, Axel Van Nedderveen and Mauricio Cilio. They had pit stop penalties. Anastasi didn't, and that's made the difference here. He's catching that BMW. He's almost on the back of the BMW of Lee Goldsmith. Here comes Marco Anastasi. I think there'll be 2 more laps in this race. Over the line they come. Can the BMW hang on? Julian Wantling under pressure for 3rd as well, because Anastasi's dropped these 2. Anastasi's really going for it. He wants his first win. Wantling trying to hold off Van Nedderveen for 3rd place now. Van Nedderveen is turning up the wick, putting the pressure on. Anastasi's really going to start to put the pressure on. Look out, William Puttigill. The 183 car, second in Class 3. They don't want him to get in the way here. They're going to go round the outside of Palmer. Well, the Honda getting in the way of the Ginetta a little. There was nowhere that Sir William Puttigill could go here. Get out of the way, thinks Marco Anastasi. There's more back markers ahead. This is going to be interesting. And look, it's allowing the 3rd and 4th cars to close up now. Wantling and Van Nedderveen. Oh, we're in for a tense finish here at Snetterton in this second Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy race of the day. Blue flags being waved by the marshals to warn the back markers that the leaders are coming, to hold their lines and not impede them. Now Anastasi's closed back up again on the BMW. What a brilliant conclusion to this Brick Car Trophy action this weekend. Watling is under pressure from Van Nederveen. Van Nederveen's right on him as they came through Williams there. There are Clios and Hondas ahead and a Porsche. Clio slows to let them through. Can Lee Goldsmith hang on? Already seen the Ginettas defeated by the number 23 Porsche earlier on of Simon Clark. He's down in P7 after his penalty earlier on. And there's the battle for third place. Julian Watling working hard in the car started by Jim Edwards Jr. to hold off Axel Van Nederveen for third. They'll be coming round to start the last lap this time. Oh, this is tense. Two great battles. Can Lee Goldsmith hold on for one more lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit? One lap, 3 miles to go. He's going to have to work so hard here. Anastasi wants his first outright win. Over the line, 25 seconds to go. BMW actually pulls away a little bit down the straight there. They've got to deal with the number 83 Honda, which is leading Class 3. BMW up the inside, gets it done at the head. No problem there, but now the Ginetta closes right onto his tail, almost under his rear wing there as they come out of the hairpin. Soaking up the pressure here, Lee Goldsmith. He said he had a good feeling about this race before the start. With Ian on the grid. There's Jackson Goodrum in the Porsche ahead of them now. Julian Watling still holding that third place. The Clio class, incidentally, is being led by the 88 car. Class 2 by the number 23 Porsche. Of course, the 66 car had that penalty. They're second in class a bit further back. That might have a bearing for the overall championship. We concentrate on these two. Through towards Oggies. Up to Williams. And still Lee Goldsmith hangs on. What can Marco Anastasi do? The clock is down to 0. They're in the last half lap of this Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy race on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Is he going to pull out here on the run into Brundle? They've got to be mindful of the Porsche ahead of them as well. The BMW does pull away a little bit. He's slightly got the straight line speed advantage, I think. Jackson Goodrum moves the Porsche to one side to let them through. Good driving there by the back marker. Has Lee Goldsmith done enough? Through the long right at Coram. He's got to get the line right through Murray's. He ran wide there a few laps ago and lost a few seconds. Here they come into the final corner. Goldsmith just about gets it right. Can Marco Anastasi slipstream in here on the run to the line? Is the Ginetta going to do it? I don't think he is. The checkered flag is inside. Goldsmith wins it. Second for the Dayton Motorsport number 4 of Anastasi. Third is the number 2 of Julian Watling and Jim Edwards. Axel Van Nederveen is fourth. What a superb race. Ian Astley brings the car started by Neil Wallace home in 5th for SVG Motorsports. But there is the man of the race, Lee Goldsmith. He said at the start, because he didn't have a grid penalty, he fancied his chances. And it was the grid penalties, the pit stop penalties, I should say, that decided that race, pretty much. Van Nederveen had the 15-second penalty. Watling and Edwards had 10 seconds. Celio had 5 seconds. But for that stop-go penalty, he would have been up there as well. He finished in 6th. Simon Clark 7th. He wins Class 2. It's going to be Callum Noble's BMW in 8th place. 9th, a lap down, is the County Classics Porsche of Jackson Goodrum and Ken Bridden, completing the top 10 and winning Class 3, the number 83 Honda Civic, and number 88 of Hyro Motorsport who won the Clio class. That's Andy Tucker and Max Coates. There's your provisional result then. Jeff Steele Racing take the win with Lee Goldsmith by half a second ahead of the Dayton Motorsports car of Marco Anastasi. Third is the Assetto Motorsport number 2 of Julian Watling and Jim Edwards. Axel Van Nederveen 4th. Good recovery by Ian Astley. Neil Wallace started that car. They finished 5th to get the fastest lap. 6th, the number 47 of Maurizio Cilio. Bad luck to him after that stop-go penalty. The number 23 Porsche wins Class 2, Major Motorsport Honda Class 3, and Hyro Motorsport number 88 win the Clio category. Let's head down to Ian Waterhouse in Parc Fermé.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, everybody. We've got a very, very emotional and happy Parc Fermé here. Here is Lee Goldsmith. Let's have a chat with Lee. That meant something, didn't it?
It really did. It was great. I was so close in the first race and span, so I was determined.
The way that, I mean, we spoke before, you said you felt good, didn't you? It's, I mean, the way that Marco was closing down in those final stages, but you just put the car in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I was running low on fuel, and the car was literally, when I put my foot hard down, it was cutting out, so I was literally nursing it back for the last 5 or 6 laps, so it was hard work, but great fun. Marco, great race.
I can see it, Matt, as well done. Congratulations, you've got a big pot coming your way as well. Let's just grab Marco as well, because he played his part in what was one of the most entertaining races we have had. Marco, congratulations as well. Second place, fantastic stuff. I mean, you and Lee there put on some show, didn't you?
Yeah, it was fun towards the end. A few scraps with the Goldsmith car and a few scraps with the Wampling car. It was interesting to defend throughout the end of the race, but worked to our advantage. The setup for the car today was fantastic, so it was really nice to drive. Obviously, changeable conditions in the first race were interesting.
Yes, it's been a testing day, hasn't it? An unpredictable day, shall we say?
Yeah, it's always fun to go out on wet conditions with dry tyres, but it's all good. Can't complain. I'm enjoying my P2.
Well done. I can tell you something, it's quite cold, the air temperature. By your car, it is roasting hot. It really is. Well done. Anyway, Mark, let's grab Julie very quickly. Congratulations. Have a great race. I tell you, you've all played a part in what has been a fantastic day.
It's been great. It's been great, yeah, and it stayed dry for the last race.
We did have a moment about halfway in where actually it started to rain, but it didn't really. It sort of thought it'd have a little go and then backed off. Didn't it?
Yeah, and thank God for that, because I hate the rain. But yeah, it was a really good race. I can't Anastasi, but not quite. And I saw Lee Goldsmith sort of flagging at the end. I think it was running out of fuel with that massive BMW he's got in there, but not quite to be. But had a good day, very good day.
Fantastic, thanks for talking to us. You've got a little trophy to come a little bit later as well. Right, we do still have one more race. The final race of the weekend is the final race for the British Truck Racing Championship 2. I'm going to hand over to Dave, but we might even, because we're going to head and actually do the official podium very shortly. So if we get a chance to come back, we will for that. If not, do enjoy the final race of the day. Dave, back to you.
Clouds still threatening here at Snetterton as we get ready for our last race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Race number 5 then. It's once again a partially reversed grid. Top 8 reversed from race 3. That's the first race of today for Division 1 and the reverse grid in Division 2 as well. It's going to be Ricky Collins in pole position this time, the number 95, alongside the 3 of Stephen Powell. So the 2 yellow trucks on the front of the grid. Bradley Smith will be on row 2 and Ryan Smith alongside him. Thanks again to all the partners of the championship. We have trailers, Total Care Workshop Equipment, TRP Truck and Trailer Parts, Vision Track, GBF, GT Tyres, MAN Truck and Bus, Road Transport Media, MV Commercial, and everyone else associated with the success of British Truck Racing. So Collins and Powell on the front row, the 2 Smiths on row 2. Watch for Bradley Smith, he could be in with a chance of some success here. But Flying Ryan alongside him in the number 1. Row 3, Stuart Oliver in number 7, and the 89 of Simon Reed. And on the 4th row, it's number 14, John Bowler, and 69, David Jenkins. 8th place on the grid by virtue of his win in race 3 this weekend. Row 5 will be Tom O'Rourke, and should be Neil Yates, but of course he'll be starting from the back. Hopefully we'll see Craig Reed out there. Has had quite a few problems with the Iveco this weekend. And Michael Oliver will start from the back of Division 1. Of course he collided with Craig Reed in that earlier race and failed to finish. Division 2 will be headed up by John Powell, number 6, alongside the 28 of Jim Bennett, and Simon Cole and Adam Bint, and 41 at number 5, and then Craig Evans, number 10, Paul Rivets, number 22. His unbeaten run ended earlier on by John Powell in the number 6. Just awaiting the trucks to be released from the assembly area then. Only a couple of non-finishers in the second Brick Car Trophy race of the day. A couple of the Clios hitting problems. They made it back to the paddock. So only minimal clear up to do out there, then just get the marshals into a position of safety. A thanks again to all the Orange family. Couldn't go racing without our volunteer marshals out there in all weathers. I think we can head down to our brick car podium in the Parc Ferme area within Waterhouse.
Everybody, welcome back down. We are about to do the podium now as well for the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship. We are live, as you can see, and coming onto the podium, we have Jim Edwards coming onto the podium for 3rd place outright. What a great drive from then the number 2 Ginetta, the Assetto Motorsport. Fantastic race. A couple of 3rd places for them today in the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship. Look at that, and the kids come on as well. How nice is that to see? I mean, that was some race, wasn't it? It really, really was. What a day we've had here at Snetterton. And in 2nd place, Marco Anastasi. He's making his way onto the podium. We're going to see him very shortly. Indeed, there he is, just taking the 2nd place trophy from Claire Headley. And of course, now we come to your winner, a very happy Lee Goldsmith. What a drive, what a race from him. In his BMW M3, part of Jeff Steele Racing. Lee Goldsmith takes the top step of the podium for race 2 of the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship. A very, very happy podium, as you can see. That does round out the action though here at Snetterton for the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship. That's not it though, this was the penultimate round. We head to Donington Park next month for the season finale. It's all on the line at Donington Park for not only the British Endurance Championship but for the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship as well. Right, I think it is now almost time actually for the final race of the day. It is the British Truck Racing Championship. I'm going to hand over to Dave to take you through the action.
So as we can see, the trucks are in the assembly area. The DAF Pace truck about to lead them out. Let's see who Pointy's been catching up with first of all, as his stand-up comedy show continues in the paddock.
So here we are down in the lower paddock with Ricky Collett. Ricky Collett, long-standing member now of the British Truck Racing Championship. You've been through a few seasons, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done quite a few years. I think it's about 32 now.
32. You see, I actually had a message. We were talking to Ryan Smith yesterday, and he pointed out that some of the drivers have been in there as long as 20 odd years. And Paddy Mack actually reached out to me on Facebook and went, actually, I think you'll find there's a couple of us have been in there over 30 years. I was like, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I'm sure we've had that conversation.
Yeah. You'd think I'd find something better to do by now, wouldn't you?
No, you'd have figured out what you were doing, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You come to your senses or something.
Yeah. Well, we live and learn, don't we?
You do indeed. I tell you, it's quite a shame, though, to point out that I've noticed the last few years, you don't seem to have much luck at Snetterton, do you?
No, I mean, as we said, the last race pointed that out, but I've had my best result here as well. So it
really?
Cuts both ways. Yeah,
Oh,
I
double
won by
edged
27 seconds, but nobody's counting.
I was counting 27, so that's nothing really, not even worth mentioning, really.
No.
27 seconds, wow.
Yeah, it's a few years ago though.
But still, that's something to be proud of, isn't it? It doesn't matter. I mean, it's still back then. That was a big win.
Yeah, it's my bragging rights, is that? Yeah.
Too right, and you got to keep on. You got to hold on to that, Rick, and especially in these later years, you got to hold on.
Yeah.
So,
sorry to got Pointy a bit short there, but we are on track, ready for our final race of the weekend. The truck's out of the assembly area and onto track, ready for our final race of the weekend. Race 5 of the British Truck Racing Championship here at Snetterton. The grid reads like this. It's Ricky Collett in pole position in the number 95 MAN alongside Stephen Powell. Second row, Bradley and Ryan Smith. Ryan will start as the favourite from there, I'm sure. Row 3, Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed. Then on row 4, John Bowler and earlier winner David Jenkins. The reverse of race 3, the top 8 from race 3 results set the grid for this one. Completing the top 10, Tom O'Rourke and Neil Yates, although Neil will start from the back as a newcomer. And then we've got Craig Reed and Michael Oliver. Hopefully Craig is there after his problems earlier on. Then there's a gap, and we've got Division 2. John Powell starts at the front of Division 2 in the DAF alongside Jim Bennett. Simon Cole and Adam Bintz, and Craig Evans and Paul Rivette round out the 15 minutes to come then. It's a bit slippery out there, still a few drops of rain falling. TRP pace truck leading them round. Ricky Collitz, the man from Yorkshire, over 30 years of truck racing experience. Longest serving driver on the grid here this weekend, along with Stuart Oliver. Paul McCumsky is another long-serving driver. We see him out occasionally in his Volvo, although he has just sold that truck. I believe it's been bought by Simon Cole's team. We'll hopefully see that out again next year. There's John Powell. We ride on board with the number 41 of Simon Cole in the Iveco. Jim Bennett ahead of us. Final 15 minutes of racing, then let's hope the rain stays away for this one. Can anyone stop Ryan Smith making it 4 wins out of 5 this weekend? We shall see. Paul Rivette going for 4 wins in Division 2 as well, as he continues to take the fight to John Powell and Adam Bintz for the title there, but surely no one can stop Ryan Smith from marching to an 8th consecutive Division 1 title now. TRP pace truck moves into pit lane. And here we go. The revs are up. Red lights are on. Final truck action of the weekend here at Snetterton gets underway now. Power comes on and they're away. Good start by Stephen Powell from the outside of the front row. The number 3, John Powell, leads away in Division 2. What's going to happen as they get into the first corner at Riches? Bradley Smith still on the inside. John Bowler has a look up the inside. They're all just about going to make it round in Division 1. Division 2 behind them. Good start by John Powell. Good start by Simon Cole as well. Tom O'Rourke getting a bit sideways in the 86. We ride on board with Simon Cole away in second place in Division 2. Ricky Collitz, I think, Stephen Powell, sorry, has held his lead into the hairpin. The 2 yellow MANs. Ryan Smith is on their tail, snapping at the back of Ricky Collitz there for second place. Side by side for 4. That's a brave move up the inside by Simon Reed on Stuart Oliver at Palmer. He gets through. Not the best of starts for Bradley Smith. He's lost a couple of places in the 46. Behind him is David Jenkins as they charge their way down towards Agostini. Stuart Oliver's in behind Simon Reed in 5th position. David Jenkins trying to make a move on Bradley Smith. John Bowler behind them, then Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke. John Powell leads Division 2 ahead of Cole, Bintz, Rivette, Evans. There's Neil Yates and Jim Bennett at the back. Everybody round the first few corners okay then. This final race of the weekend here at Snetterton. Dust being kicked up there by Simon Reed among others. It is Stephen Powell looking for the 2nd Division 1 win of his career. Multiple Division 2 champion. Ryan Smith getting through on the inside. Collett went wide at Oggies and Ryan Smith through into P2. Now, how long is it going to take him to catch the man from Kent? Stephen Powell ahead of him. The HGV Direct Cameramatics sponsored MAN. Not very long by the look of it as they come through towards the bridge. Ricky Collett still there in 3rd position. The best he's had this year is a 6th place. Stephen Powell has had a few podiums, but he's yet to win this year. It's 1 win in Division 1 at Thruxton last season. Can he hold on? Bouncing off the curb there, Ricky Collett in 3rd. Then we've got the 89 of Simon Reed in the Iveco in 4th position. Through towards Coram. Stuart Oliver in P5 ahead of David Jenkins. Bradley Smith is 7th. John Bowler 8th. Michael Oliver is 9th. They come through to complete the opening lap. Looks like we don't have Craig Reed out there, unfortunately. His truck gave up the ghost in race 4, sadly. So Ryan Smith ready to attack for the lead. Then he'll try and get alongside Stephen Powell as they come through to complete lap number 1. Will he get the move done before the turn into Riches? He Won't get round the outside there, I don't think, on the turn. And the MAN will just about hold the lead on the inside. You really get the sensation of the speed there as they charge into that right-hander. But Ryan Smith's got the cutback on the exit there. He'll go for the inside into the Wilson hairpin. He's surely going to get through here. Onto the brakes they go for Wilson's. Well, that didn't take long, did it? First couple of corners of the second lap, and Ryan Smith into the lead once again. Well, he's going to clear off. Well, yesterday we said he was clearing off into the sunsets. A bit more cloudy today. Ricky Collins still going well, holding that third position. Third place is still the number 95 of Collins, ahead of the 89 Simon Reed, 7 of Stuart Oliver. Been a little bit of a subdued day for the number 7, 10 times champion. Been a good consistent day for Simon Reed. Great shame for his brother Craig. Repeated problems this weekend and that collision with Michael Oliver, who's further back in the order in P9 at the moment. Started at the back of Division 1 this time. Stephen Powell still clear in second place, looking to equal his best result of the season, second at Thruxton. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's John Powell currently leading the Division 2 pack. This is Adam Bint ahead of his great rival Paul Rivette. We're on board with Simon Cole, who's behind these two, and Rivette on the inside. This is coming through towards Oggies and then Williams. Bint holds him off through the infield loop. Out towards the Bentley Straight, where the speed mounts up to 100 miles an hour. Simon Cole in P4 in Division 2. Lost a couple of spots on the first lap. Down the straight they go towards the bridge. Can Paul Rivette pull ahead on the outside of Adam Bintz? Yes, he can. Big rivalry developing between these two this season. Paul Rivette, the new sensation of truck racing, moving across from saloon cars. He's pulling away from Adam Bint in the Volvo. Behind them, Cole. And then we've got Craig Evans, the number 10. A better showing from Simon Cole here, the number 41 in the Iveco. Neil Yates behind on the Division 1 runner. Jim Bennett at the tail of the field in the Seth Atkinson. Great view here from inside the cab of the number 41 Iveco. John Powell, though, has got a handsome lead in Division 2. Brian Smith is already nearly 2.5 seconds clear of Stephen Powell. He's just in a different class this weekend, Ryan Smith, and I'm sure if the race hadn't been checkered flag a couple of minutes early in race 3, he would have risen even higher up the order. Ricky Collins still holding that third place, looking for his best results of the season so far, chased by Simon Reed. Really chased by Simon Reed. There is the hairpin right on the rear bumper. Behind them in P5, that is Stuart Oliver, holding off David Jenkins. Finally broke his duck for the season in race 3. Then behind them, Bradley Smith. Some flashes of brilliance yesterday, but a quieter day today. John Bowler is 8th. Paul Rivette looking for another Division 2 victory, but he's got to catch John Powell first. They were separated by about 5.5 seconds last time over the line. Just over 8 minutes of this race to go. Despite the wet weather, the crowd sticking it out. Oh, Simon Cole's had a spin. That's at Oggies. Great shame for Simon. We'll try and see what happened there. He was going well up there in the top 4 in Division 2. Craig Evans was near him, so we'll wait and see if we can see what's happened there. He gets back up to speed down the Bentley Straights. To the bridge into the left of Brundle. The leaders go over the line. Lead gap is up to 4.3 seconds now. Ryan Smith is lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. Ricky Collett still third behind Stephen Powell. There's John Powell still leading Division 2. See if we can see what happened here for Simon Cole. Didn't catch the beginning of that. Craig Evans, as we said, was near him, so whether there was contact we didn't see. Neil Yates just avoided him there as well. And then Cole sliding his way around on the grass to rejoin. Well, there's Ryan Smith, heading for win number 4. Here's a battle further back. Michael Oliver's got ahead of John Bowler. That's for P8. Just done that at the hairpin. Next, tried to catch Bradley Smith in the number 46, the MAN. MAN, the numerically dominant make in truck racing. A couple of Volvos out there. Got the Daimler of Ryan Smith, a few Ivecos, the DAF of John Powell. The trusty Seth Atkinson for Jim Bennett at the back of the field at the moment, trying to catch Simon Cole after his spin. There's one of the Volvos, that's Adam Bint. Volvo White Aerodyne is the name of that truck. Of course, the Volvo White, the American Volvo, effectively. I remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, Volvo Whites were very popular. The Volvo White Road Boss. What a great name for a truck that is. Slim, the late great Slim Borgard used to race those. George Allen as well, based in London. His brother Les, Mark Viner, Tim Baddeley. Quite a few other names I remember racing the old Volvo Whites. Volvo VNL there for Stuart Oliver. Looks a bit like the old Phoenix MANs. They were the same shape as that. There were plenty of those in the European Championship. The German competitors like Heinz-Werner Lenz and Gerd Körber used to favour those. The other more standard MAN, the star in them was Hans-Georg van der Marwitz, the German truck journalist, Gunter Spindler from Austria. There were the Sisus as well. Jokke Kallio and Reimer Soderman from Finland. Simon Cole slowing up in the Iveco by the look of things. Great shame for Simon, he never seems to have any luck. Just under 5 minutes of this race to go now. I think we definitely need a Stars of the Past meeting for truck racing. I noticed in our YouTube comments earlier that somebody mentioned, do they ever have American trucks raced in the championship? I remember Richard Walker used to race at Kenworth, and there was a huge Peterbilt raced in the early days of truck racing by a Dutch driver. His name escapes, but I've definitely got photographs somewhere of that truck racing at Brands Hatch. Goodness knows how it got round Druid's Hair. I think it was Ad van Coverden who had the Kenworth, the Peterbilt rather. Richard Walker's Century Oars Kenworth, of course, as we mentioned earlier in the weekend, written off at Zolder in a gigantic start line accident. Here's the battle in Division 2, meanwhile, as we move out of our nostalgia trip. John Powell being reeled in by Paul Rivette. He's got just over 3.5 minutes to attack the DAF. Ryan Smith now leads by some 6.5 seconds. He's still pulling away by over 2 seconds a lap from the rest of the field. Third in Division 2 is still Adam Bint. He's about nearly 6 seconds back now. Similar distance back to Craig Evans. Simon Cole's still going after that spin, but a long way behind, and the Division 2 drivers are catching Tom O'Rourke now in 10th place. Neil Yates is still running, so he continues to learn the sport. Still Smith, Powell, Collett, Reed and Oliver, your top 5. So no change among the leaders. There goes Ryan Smith over the line. A couple of laps to go now. Simon Reed still can't get past Ricky Collett for that third position. There's John Bowler. There's Neil Yates. It's Neil Yates' recovery, based down in Kent. It was great to see some of his huge American recovery vehicles on display at Convoy in the Park at Donington. John Newell, the European truck racing driver, had some of his vintage fleet of trucks on display there as well. Let's see John racing back in the UK at Donington, contesting the FIA European Truck Racing Championship this year, as is Mark Taylor, number 81. Ricky Collins still resisting the pressure, as is John Powell for the lead of Division 2. Looking for his second win of the weekend as he keeps up his championship challenge. Here comes Simon Reed. He knows he's quicker than Ricky Collins, he just can't get the line away from him. Collett wants his first podium of the year. The best he's had this year is a 6th place. Paul Rivets, he's never going to go around the outside at Agostini, for sure. You won't get, you struggle to do that in a car, never mind a truck, but Paul Rivets going to have a go. No, goes out wide over the curb, he keeps his foot in. He keeps his foot in, he's going for it. Look at this. It's Hamilton though, John Powell gets the line, keeps the lead. Great stuff in Division 2. Less than a minute left on the clock now. It's going to be win number 4 for Ryan Smith. He's nearly 10 seconds ahead now. He's just at a 2:23.883. The next quickest lap in this race is Ricky Collins with a 2:25.6. That's how dominant Ryan Smith has been here this weekend. Still John Powell continues to hold off Paul Rivets. Fastest lap in Division 2 is with Rivets, 2:29.7. So he'll likely get the point for fastest lap. There's Adam Bint on his own in 3rd. There's Craig Evans in 4th in the MAN. We're into the last lap now. The Division 1 runners have already gone over the line. Ryan Smith has pulled away by another 2 seconds. A squeal of tyres there through the last corner. That was Adam Bint, I think. 2 Division 2 leaders still together, separated by a 1/4 of a second. Focus on the Division 2 battle for this final lap, because Division 1 already long since decided when Ryan Smith took the lead on the second lap, pretty much. He has been so dominant this weekend. Paul Rivette up the outside into the hairpin. Is he going to get the cut back here? On the next corner's a left-hander at Palmer, as the DAF of John Powell still hangs on. Stephen Powell still second, and are we going to see a podium for Ricky Collett? That will be a very popular result. It's been some time since he stood on the podium. Just needs to hold off Simon Reed. We concentrate for now on the battle of DAF against MAN, and there's contact as they go into Agostini. See, that's damaged the rear bodywork on John Powell's truck. They head out of Agostini. Still Rivette keeps up the pressure. Division 1 leaders will shortly be taking the checkered flag. There is Ryan Smith up towards Coram. Nobody within sight of him. There's the battle for second. Still Ricky Collins soaking up the pressure from Simon Reed. Pick up Division 2 again in just a moment. But it's going to be 4 out of 5 for Ryan Smith, continuing his march towards an 8th consecutive British Truck Racing Division 1 title. Win number 15 of the season for Ryan Smith. Total dominance. 4 out of 5 here at Snetterton. I'm sure if the 3rd race this weekend had gone a little longer, he would have been on the podium there as well. Still the Division 2 battle goes on, I can tell you. Stephen Powell has taken second. Ricky Collett gets his first podium of the year, holding off Simon Reed. But now it's all about Division 2. Can John Powell hang on? Paul Rivette's going for it. Look at this, up towards Coram. He's got the inside line. Coming out of the bomb hole. Powell got sideways. Rivette's going through. Right in the last couple of corners, Paul Rivette takes the lead from John Powell into Murray's. Can John Powell get him back on the run to the line? I don't think he can. Oh, John Powell will be so frustrated. Paul Rivette bringing himself right into title contention this weekend. And he's going to snatch win number 4 of the weekend. Rivette wins it on the last corner virtually ahead of John Powell. And Adam Bint will take 3rd in Division 2. We'll confirm the rest of the results in a moment. Great battle to right to the end there in Division 2 to round off the weekend. But there is one man in a different league here at Snetterton this weekend, lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else in that last race. Flying Ryan Smith. We'll check out the provisional result then of our final British truck race of the weekend. Ryan Smith the winner by nearly 14 seconds in the end over Stephen Powell, and getting the fastest lap of the race by nearly 2 clear seconds as well. Powell second, well done Ricky Collett, a fine 3rd place, holding off Simon Reed all the way. Stuart Oliver in 5th ahead of David Jenkins, Bradley Smith and Michael Oliver, with John Bowler and Tom O'Rourke completing the top 10. Paul Rivette snatching the Division 2 win, just 2 corners from home from John Powell, then Adam Bint and Craig Evans. Behind them was Neil Yates in the final Division 1 finisher, and 16th place for Simon Cole and 17th for Jim Bennett. Craig Reed, sadly, a non-starter. Last couple of trucks just taking the checkered flag. Simon Cole ahead of Jim Bennett to finish off the weekend. Let's slow down to Pointy in Park Fermé.
Oh, can't believe it. What a way to finish the weekend. Ryan, we'll get to you in a minute. Get around here quick, come on. I'll tell you what, with the chats we've had this weekend, Steve, I cannot believe how well deserved that was. What a finish. The battle, he was still trying to catch you. You were obviously pulling away, Ryan. But I'll tell you what a fantastic race.
You know what? We've had such a bad weekend until that race, and Ryan and Arnie noticed something on the truck. Matt and the team, I don't know how they done it within 5 minutes before the start.
There were tools flying everywhere at the beginning of the assembly area.
Something that's been on the truck for so many years, and then it's made just such a difference. And thank you, Monkey. Like, them 2 told us, and my boys, like, how they done that? But he's underneath the angle grinding, as he's putting on, thinking we're not going to make it, and then it's just so nice to have the pace back. And it's been very disappointing this weekend until that meeting. So
I'm so thrilled for you, mate.
Made up. I was keeping in front of him, but he got mate, let him go. I was going to take 2nd all day long, and I'm happy for Ricky. He kept 3rd, so he's brilliant. And like the boys have worked so hard, it's been frustrating. So it's brilliant.
Well, we're going to go and see Ricky Collett now. Come on out, Steve. Let's go. Another fantastic, phenomenal result for Ricky Collett. Look at that, eh? Just in case you've forgotten, you just got podium in that race.
Race?
Race, yeah.
What race?
I've been told by someone going by the name Lancashire Hot Pot to call you a Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm about?
Yeah. And I can say it's 1-0.
Oh, Ricky, honestly, we were on the edge of our seats the whole race. I'll tell you what, Simon was pushing and pushing.
Well done, Rick.
Cheers, absolutely incredible. We'll let you have that one. We'll let you have that one.
If you don't make a mistake,
yeah,
then
that's
there's nowhere
it.
to pass.
That's it. And Ricky made it stick. That's it.
A couple of times.
Well, my arm was kicked in and everything, you know what I mean?
Spot on, mate. Absolutely.
Brilliant. It really is a great way to finish the weekend. I mean, we know we've not had any serious incidents that last race. Everyone's come out with big smiles. I think it's been a really great way to finish Snetterton, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Going home with a bit of
Goldware?
goldware.
Oh, that'll do it.
Golden
Come on.
Go on, yeah.
Solid gold.
I don't know, I've not bitten it, but yeah, you're telling me it is.
Check the teeth. Check the teeth marks.
The teeth marks, that's it. You're happy about that,
It's brilliant, yeah. Thank you very much.
Go on, go and see her. Get in there, Ricky. Go on. Oh, This is what it's all about. The celebrations, the great feelings of success. But of course, we must remember that over here we've got reigning champion Ryan Smith, who apparently also had a hand, probably with Chief Mechanic Arnie, that never likes to be on film in the distance there, noticing something with Steve's truck. What was it?
To be fair, Steve's had some bad luck. I can't take any credit, by the way.
I know it's Arnie, but you're the mouthpiece, so just tell us what it's for.
Powell has helped us when we got a problem with our truck. You know, we did them a favour and his true pace come out and he finished second. I'm delighted for Steve, but I'm so delighted.
I think
for
we
Ricky
all
Colley.
are, yeah.
Honestly, Ricky Colley, he drives his heart out, gives 100%. He's the bread and butter of this championship. He is absolutely. He's the nicest guy you'll ever meet, apart from Tony Bradley.
The amount of people that have run over to congratulate him is fantastic.
Well, that's the problem. When you win all the time, nobody wants to say well done.
I know. This is what I keep ignoring. I was like, look, we've done you. We've done you this week.
No, this is not about me. This is about Steve Powell. It's about Ricky Colley, Dave Jenkins winning, Michael Oliver back up there. Do you know what? I think it's been a successful Snetterton.
It's been brilliant all round. Ryan, thank you very much. Now we've got just enough time, I think, if we run down now to speak to the Division 2 drivers, hopefully. How do, Michael? Nice clean one, that, eh? Clean one. Let's get down here. I can see Paul Rivette in the distance now. There was a bit of a chop and change with the results of race 4. If you head over onto the TSL website, you'll be able to find more up-to-date results for any disqualifications and penalties that they had on that. So I'm just letting him pass. There we go. Here we are. Oh, I've got to be in front of the truck. I tell you, the damaged truck. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. It was you and John Powell. I mean, let's not go too much into detail of the last race. I know you both had your wrists slapped according to the TSL updates. But yeah, I mean, obviously you've had another great result, back on top. I tell you, you two are obviously ones to watch, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a fight all the way to the end of this, isn't it? You know, and
it's so close.
Yeah, and it's what amazing racing it's been today. You know, it started off the weekend with some fairly straightforward races yesterday, and then with the reverse grids today, they always bring so much fun into the mix. And yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed the weekend. It's just been brilliant.
It has been brilliant. I mean, we've just been up with the Division 1 guys. The vibes up there that we're getting. I mean, Ricky Colley, Steve Powell. I mean, where's Steve Powell come from all of a sudden? But Ricky Colley, honestly, the amount of people that are up there to congratulate him, it's just lovely to see.
He's a lovely man, he really is, you know.
It's brilliant, a great end to the weekend.
I just want to say a massive thank you to everybody in the Napa team, you know, all the guys that are here, everybody behind the scenes, Taco Sis as well. You know, without them I wouldn't be here, and it's just a pleasure to be part of this, and I'm just loving it as much as ever.
Absolutely loving it. I tell you, can tell he's on a high, can't you? My goodness me. Paul, well done, sir. Very good job. We'll get you a trophy handed out shortly. Can we see any other Division 2 drivers? Let's head to the back. Let's see. We got a 3 for 1 deal going on down here. 3 for 1. What a bargain. So just do a 180 so we can get you all in. There we go. Not all of you. That's impossible. But hey! Oh, sorry, Craig. Just trod on your foot there. So I think that was a pretty clean finish to the weekend. What are you saying, Adam?
Yeah, just struggled for a decent setup all weekend, but we've come away with a podium in each race, so I'm happy with that.
Very good result. And Craig, you've refound that reliability from yours?
Yeah, we've ironed out the gearbox problems and bits, and it was a good strong finish.
And so, I mean, we're finishing races. Let's not, you know, not taking the mickey. We've had some serious trouble moving through the year. It's really great to see you back on the circuit, really showing us what you've got.
Yeah, no, I'm over the moon really with the weekend. That was our first plan. We've not broke down any race. I could have retired that last race. We've got no brakes on the front of it. We was competitive for 3 or 4 laps, so we're getting there. Hopefully by Brands Hatch we might be somewhere.
And then we're looking to next year then, and we've just got to find that feat, and then once you've got it, you've got the tune, you just got to play it.
Yeah, once my mojo's back, I'll be away.
Mojo, baby. Well, that's all we've got time for down here in Parc Ferme. Division 1, Division 2, smiles all round. Absolutely fantastic end to the weekend at Snetterton. We've got one last trophy presentation to hand out, and we are all on the way home. So we will see you over at the podium.
Okay, thanks very much indeed to Pointy and also to Ian down in Parc Ferme and the paddock today. That does conclude the action here on BARC TV here at Snetterton. Thank you everyone for watching. Despite the rain today, it's been a very successful weekend of racing across all our categories. Classic Touring Car Racing Club, MS UK British Endurance, the Rowe Brick Car Trophy Championship, and of course the British Truck Racing Championship. Thank you first of all to all our volunteer marshals. We couldn't go racing without the Orange family. They've been out there in all weathers this weekend. To everyone else as well, the recovery crews, the medical staff, the race control staff, everybody else here at Snetterton, everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club, the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and all our other clubs here this weekend for making this event what it was. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment, and to their backup teams and crew members in the paddock for looking after the cars. And to everyone else here at Snetterton, most of all, thank you to everyone for watching across the course of this weekend. Thank you as well to our camera crews and everyone else here for bringing us the action. Apologies for a few technical gremlins earlier today. We got things sorted at the lunch break. And that's about all from here at the home of motorsport in the east of England at Snetterton. The British Truck Racing Championship now moves on in October to the Pembrey circuit for their second visit to Wales this year. And then the finale, of course, takes place in November on Bonfire Night at Brands Hatch. Classic Touring Cars and the British Endurance Championship and Brick Car Trophy, meanwhile, they moved on to Donington Park in October. We'll have all the action from those weekends for you right here on BARC TV. That's about all, though, from here at Snetterton. On behalf of Ian Waterhouse and Pointy down the paddock and everyone else here this weekend, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. Thank you very much once again for watching, everyone. Bye for now.